live Facebook record sale. When you're on and watching, be sure to let us know. We are here and we are live. And I'm going to go over here and see who the first commentor is. First commentor is, drum roll. Here's our feed. It's Matt Ketcher, and this time on Facebook. Welcome, Matt. Let's copy this link. Let's hit group. Let's share it. Let's see. New arrivals. Japanese pressings. And more. Let's share that there. Let's share it there. And over here. Okay. Now let's go over here, copy link. So first thing I'm going to share it is anywhere in the group that I've made a post tonight. Right here. This is the first place. Live. Now, exclamation point. Alright, did I make another post? I should have had a flip video in here too from this morning. Did I ever share that to the group? Let's see if I did. There's that. Yep, I did. Not a lot of people saw the flip video tonight. The last time I looked, I think Facebook throttled it or something. I think I usually play a little bit of music in the back, but I played some very copyrighted music. I think y'all know how Foley is about their stuff, and I told Tanner when I was making the video, I was like, I've been playing some light music in the background. People seem to enjoy it. But I think Facebook picked up on Tool Numa playing in the background, and I think we got throttled. So that's unfortunate. Live now. So I think it only had like 100. That's why some of those videos are in silence, or they have generic music. No, it's had 500 views. It had 400 or 500 more new views after I shared it. Everybody commented on it though. Let's say somebody said, I want the record playing in the background. Someone's like, nice, Tool, sounds like Tool. Schism playing in the background. It was actually Numa. So that's taken care of. All right, now we got it all shared everywhere. Let's go over here to YouTube and find the feed. I'll go to my emails. Thanks everybody who do watch those videos. I try to make those every morning. Go ahead and hit the like button. You can tell what I've been watching on YouTube. Professional drummer reacts to Danny Carey, Numa by Tool, live in concert. I've watched about 30 Danny Carey reaction videos as people getting their mind blown watching him play drums, which is honestly very impressive. So, all right, let's go over here to. Of course, I didn't get to see Neil Peart or John Bonham or Keith Moon, of course, in concert, but I'd say probably the best drummer I've ever seen live was him, and I've been to a lot of shows, so he's definitely one of the best drummers I've seen live. So, all right, let's hit this link button here. Let's see, let's go there, let's go live now. I'm almost done sharing. All right, so first thing I need everybody to do is hit the like button on Facebook. Please go ahead and hit the like button on Facebook. Make sure you've liked the post. I'm probably going to go ahead and do the tag for tonight. Let me see. There's a way also you can do the @followers or something. I've never tried that before. I don't know if that's something you can do in the main page or not. Let's see here. Yeah, I need everybody to hit the like button right here. See that? I need everybody to hit that right there. Absolutely. So let's see here. Let's get everybody on and watching. Friday night. Everybody usually hops on a little bit later, probably out doing dinner or a movie or something like that. But if you're not on early, you're going to miss a lot of good stuff. However, we do already have 153 people watching. So I think I'll just... Yeah, okay, let's keep it rolling right there. All right, so now I don't know if I've ever said this before. Maybe the first time I've ever used such a number on Collectco. But we have 19 crates of new vinyl to go through. Now keep in mind, on a big night, we usually go through like 5 or 6 crates of new vinyl. We have 19 crates of new vinyl. I told y'all it would all show up at once. UPS, they shelve all this stuff, and then when they finally get it out, it comes in a drove. So 19 crates of new vinyl. I want to repeat that. 19 crates of new vinyl. So I got to get started right away. I can't even go through stuff from last night. We don't even have time to go through anything from last night. So that crate's going on the floor. Now, we do have a lot of pre-orders and new releases. And so there's going to be some, probably a little bit of dead air in a few of these crates, which I don't like, but we have lots of pre-orders and new vinyl to look through. Like, for example, this crate here has just 3 titles in it, and most of it's pre-sold. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to hand them to Tanner. Some of them we may go ahead and tag live, and some of them I'll probably have to go back to the Facebook post and pull the sheet. But also I can be showing them. Used to, we would hold these things and do it later, but now I can show these live, and so while we're tagging them, if anybody wants one, you can let me know. So I'm going to go ahead, I'll see what the first title is, and to get the night started, I'm going to go ahead and pull that up. So you'll see me over here on my other phone doing some searches in the group, and let's do that right now. So first thing, new vinyl, like I said, 19 crates. That's crazy. I've already got 14 over here stacked up, and Jake is still pricing stuff. I'm going to go ahead and take a drink of Monster before I even get started. Okay. The first thing is Firestarter. I got a notification that this was going to be like an exclusive release, possibly a record store day release, and they went ahead and released it really without a lot of knowledge or information, or without a lot of heads up. And this is Tangerine Dream, the Firestarter soundtrack. We need to pull one for Jerry Stone, one for Jeff McIntosh, and one for Holly Safe. So these are sold to Jerry Stone, Jeff McIntosh, and Holly Safe. Those 3 are gone. And I have 2 extras, and that's the Firestarter soundtrack. And that is on, I got an image of it here from the Facebook post. It's on fire-colored vinyl, and that is $33.99. That is Firestarter, Tangerine Dream, $33.99. $33.99. I've got 2 of those left. Also, there's 2 new Exodus records in. This first one is called Blood In, Blood Out, Exodus. Blood In, Blood Out. Let me find the pre-order for that. I'm also going to go ahead and get some of our auction started in just a minute. There is a bunch. Exodus, Blood In, Blood Out. There were several people in this pre-order. I'm going to read them off, but this is Nuclear Blast, strictly limited edition, clear with gold and black splatter. Exodus is $36.99. I've got one for Scott Smith, one for Bob Riger, one for Kelly Gabney, and one for Sean Fairweather. The list is continuing. Also, Scott Marchheim. There's those 4, Tanner. Also, we need to pull one if I can get these crates to stand up, or records stand up correctly. Bo Wagenlander, Tony Riddle, Kyle Gregory, and Jimmy Clark. Has Bo Wagenlander paid for anything? I think Bo Wagenlander's still pre-ordering stuff, and he never has. We've canceled, and I need to remove him from the group. Jimmy Clark, Brett Milan, Hiram, those are all sold. Tanner, how many do you have there? How many do you have there? Otis Redding wants to keep falling over. $36.99 on Exodus, by the way. 8, 9, 10, 11, and we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, because we're not going to sell Bo Wagenlander one. He needs to be removed from the group. He's still pre-ordering stuff. This guy must be crazy. We have Exodus, Blood In, Blood Out. So I've got 4 copies left, $36.99. That's clear with gold and black splatter. I have 4 of those left. New Exodus. I've got 2 Firestarters, and this was another big pre-order. Otis Redding, Now Playing. So as y'all know, we're going to have a lot of Now Playing titles tonight. Now Playing is essentially a greatest hits. Now Playing is essentially a greatest hits. This is Otis Redding. It is $28.99. It's on black vinyl, and that is $28.99. And this is an Otis Redding greatest hits. Yes, it has Sitting on the Dock of the Bay. Otis Redding, Now Playing, $28.99. These Now Playings have been really good. $28.99. Let me read off everybody who pre-ordered that, including Amy Hutchings, Kristen Seam, Marnie Wilder, Chris Kirkley, Matt Algram, Fred Carnell, and Marsha French. Also, if I can pick up my phone over here, Marsha French was the last name I read off. And then Scott Drum, Mike Vandergent, Scott Drum and Mike Vandergent. Also Stephanie Wildwoman, Jerry Stone, Cynthia Herdren, Bill Samus. Those are all sold. And Scott Beebe wants 1, 2. Scott Beebe gets 2. And this is Otis Redding, Now Playing. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I should have 15 here. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15. These are already all sold, Tanner. Otis Redding now playing, $28.99. And now we got Romelu wanting one. There's one for Romelu. Tim Jernigan wants an Otis Redding now playing. These are $28.99. And I've got 3 left. So that crate is new arrivals. This is new stuff. We have Tangerine Dream, the Firestarter soundtrack. I've got 2 copies left. That's on colored vinyl for $33.99. New Exodus, Blood In, Blood Out, $36.99. Limited edition, that's also on colored vinyl. I've read off the pre-order for that. There's 4 left. Also, Otis Redding now playing. There's 3 of those. That's an Otis Redding Greatest Hits. Sherry Darnell wants one. There's 2 left. 19 crates of new vinyl. 1 down, 18 to go. Let's see if we can keep track of them tonight. There's Otis Redding. So those are all still available. Let's go ahead and get our first auction started. So John has priced, if y'all saw the post, we just emptied out an entire trailer earlier today of vinyl. Paul and Tyler just got back from Michigan, almost 10,000 albums in the back. And I don't know if John's got into any of that today. I think he was just doing stuff from the last Michigan haul. But tonight's auctions, I've pulled out some stuff from the vintage bins. We got 2 full crates of Japanese, and I've got about a half of a crate of sealed stuff. That's like 3 nights worth of auctions. So we'll see how much we can get through. It's going to be a pretty mixed batch tonight. First is a Bob Seger album we don't get too often, Mongrel. It's on a yellow label, capital yellow label. It does have some cover damage. It has a little bit of damage down here and along the back, and the seam has come unglued. We're going to start that for $25. That's Bob Seger Mongrel. That album's not in print. I don't think it's ever really been reissued. That's going to be a $25 start. And for a $15 start is Rush. This is Rush, the big money, 12-inch single. Very, very cool. Red Sector 8. I'm definitely going to give this a spin tonight. I thought about keeping it, but I think I already have it. I can't keep up with my Rush collection at this point. But this is the Big Money and Territories and Red Sector A Live. Rush, 12-inch single, $15 start. There it is. We need to pull Joe Barrios, a Tangerine Dream, and Debbie Winston and Otis Redding. So 2 more records sold out of there. Firestarter, 1 Firestarter left, 1 Otis Redding left, and we still have all of the Exodus. Let's go ahead and go through another crate of new vinyl. Let's go ahead and take care of this first Stevie Nicks. And actually, here's the other Stevie Nicks. Nope, let's not go through that one because it's split up. But if you did pre-order Stevie Nicks, those are in. Here we go. There's a bunch in here. There's a bunch of 1 titles in here. So let's go ahead and do those. Also, the red clay straws pre-order, the shipment got split up. So I don't have all those on hand. So we might not key that in until next week or just give the first few people. I may not read all that off first. So I'll explain later. Jerry Wallace wants a pack of outer sleeves. I don't know if those have been delivered or not. Jerry, I'll probably go ahead and take you down either way. So Otis Redding, the last one has sold. Tanner, let's go ahead. Some of these I may go ahead and have you make sticky notes, so when we go back through all this, we can show these again, because there probably should be a waiting list on this. It's a very nice Otis Redding Greatest Hits, also covering Respect, and that is $28.99, or as made famous also by Aretha Franklin. So that last one was sold there to, who just came in on that? Jason Waldron. That's sold to Jason Waldron. Okay, so let's go through this other new crate of vinyl. We got Bob Seger, we got Rush up for bid, and we have Smashing Pumpkins Gish. 1 copy, $36.99 for Gish. Very nice, foil cover, purple, $36.99. It's on black vinyl. And we have Cody Jinks, The Wanting. I got a restock of Cody Jinks. This is a triple LP, and it should be on colored vinyl, $54.99. Triple LP, Cody Jinks, The Wanting, $54.99. Haven't had that in a while. 2 copies. And we got a restock of Kiss Alive 3. And let me check the waiting list for that. Kiss Alive 3. First time I'm going to pull up the waiting list for tonight. We do have multiple pre-orders, but we should have a lot of waiting lists too. And the first is Kiss Alive 3. It's the remaster, and it is $44.99. And David Hughes was on a waiting list, Tanner. David Hughes. And we also had we got a lot of other Kiss restocks that's come in. This is sold to David Hughes, and I've got 2 copies left of that. Back up to the top, I'll make sure I didn't miss anything. Bob Seger 25, Rush 20, Rush 17, Rush 25, Rush 15, Rush 15, Rush 21. Jason Waldron got an Otis Redding, Rush 27, Rush 29, Rush 30, Rush 35. Reed Gregory wants to Smashing Pumpkins. That's so to Reed Gregory. Rush is at 40, and I got 2 copies of Kiss Alive. Now, this is a pre-order. Journey's Greatest Hits, $46.99, 2 LP, audiophile remaster of Journey's greatest hits. Let me read off that, and as you see, the crate's pretty much full of them, and I think they're almost all sold. If anybody wants one right now, I would go ahead and claim it. I'm going to read off the pre-order. This is Journey's Greatest Hits. Journey's Greatest Hits, $46.99, 16 tracks, 2 LPs. And the pre-order was Holly Safe, Brenda Medina, Nikki Cox, Amy Hutchings, Stacey Brown, Phil Atherton, Scott Beebe, also Mike Helton, Michael Hickson, Rick Haney, Jeff Johnson, Tammy Revere, Kristen Seen, Kara Bauer, Victor Moorback, Chris Crowley. That's Journey's Greatest Hits. $46.99. Let me count those names right quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 16. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Tanner, there's 10. And 12, 14, 16. Those are all sold. If anybody else needs a Journey Greatest Hits, we have 4 left. $46.99. New release, a new remaster, I should say. 180 gram. It was in print by Music on Vinyl, and I don't see those anymore, so they must have lost the licensing. Music on Vinyl has licensing for stuff, and then it expires, and then you'll see another label pick it up. So that's why Music on Vinyl does stuff, and then you'll see stuff pressed at RTI. They exchange licensings on stuff, so they'll get a contract to press Journey's Greatest Hits, and then it expires, and then the actual label gets it back, which is, I'm pretty sure, Sony or Legacy, yeah, which I think is the same thing. So that's sold to Debbie Winstead. There's one. There's 3 copies left. How much is Kiss Alive? $44.99. So that's what's left in that bin. Let's get an update on these auctions. So was there only one bid on Bob Seger? Mongrel has one bid for $25. Sorry, Thomas Reed. There's a lot going on, but this is the yellow label, Capital. It does have some cover damage. The seam is kind of split at the bottom. That is a Bob Seger album we don't get very often, though. The vinyl's super clean. Very clean vinyl, VG minus cover. Final Call, Thomas Reed, $25. And Rush is at $41, $42, $43. Josie, or Jose. I found out that was Jose. That Jose wants a Journey. So thank you, Jose. So here's all that's left in here. We have Cody Jinks, The Wanting, $54.99. That is 2 copies, restock of that. Cody Jinks, The Wanting, $54.99. 2 copies of Kiss Alive left, $44.99, and 2 copies of Journey's Greatest Hits left, $46.99. 2 crates of new vinyl down, 17 to go. Whew, this is going to be exhausting, Tanner. But we're going to go through some vintage here in a second. So not just all new vinyl tonight. There's going to be plenty of vintage. But we also need these crates. We've ran out of crates. Some of this over here is in boxes Jake is pricing, and we're going to have to transfer it over to crates. But final call on those 2 auctions. I've also got a White Album to auction, Stryper, Howlin' Wolf, Albert King, Bob Marley, Dylan and the Dead, Grateful Dead, 2 crates of Japanese, and a half crate of sealed titles. So let's bring over this next crate. Let's do one more, and then we'll do our first crate of vintage. Tanner, here's the rest of the Black Sabbaths. So we can officially read all these off. I've got 15 more on the way. The rest of the order is going to be split. We have Bill Samus wanting a Journey, and I just stepped out and saw that somebody want a Cody Jinks as well. Let me go ahead and pull those. So next comment was Bill Samus on Journey. Thomas Reed back in on Bob Seger at 30. Sally Sue back in at 32, and Clay Moore wants a Cody Jinks. So those are all sold. 1 Journey left, 1 Cody Jinks left, and I have a final call now on Rush. Very, very nice, and trust me, this is going to sound amazing. UK pressing, The Big Money. Great song. Territories, great song. Red Sector A, great song. 12-inch single. Rush from Power Windows on Vertigo UK, near mint minus. Joe Barrios has that for $43. And we have Bob Seger at $35. Bob Seger is a yellow capital pressing, yellow label. And the cover's VG minus, has some writing, a little bit of damage, the seam split, but the vinyl's EX plus. Rush is at 44. So here's the deal with Black Sabbath. I had 35 copies that have been delivered, and I think we've already sold like 40. So I have 15 more on the way. The first 35 will get invoiced this week, and whenever we get the others, they'll come in the week before. But here's everybody I already have a Sabbath down for. So these are already spoken for. They're $29.99. It's a new Start Your Ear Off Right 50th anniversary on smoke-colored vinyl, remastered, Sabbath Bloody Sabbath, the lead-off track, absolutely fantastic. Killing Yourself to Live, Spiral Architect, a classic Sabbath Ozzy album, $29.99. Here's everybody who's already got one, and not everybody's going to be invoiced this week. I think the first 35, there's just one person, Sam Squatch. I've already got 36 sold. So here's everybody who's getting one, and if you want one for next week, they're already on the way. Debbie Blair, Brett Mowlin, William Murray, Scott Smith, Paul Brothers, Darren Wortman, Jamie Sperlin, James Ludwig, Ken Crooker, Scott Beebe, Jeff Malwitz, Greg Rogers, Kenny Cates Jr., R.J. Myers, Scotty Hops, John Mintzmoyer, Brian Priester, Brian Dismore, Juan Gonzalez, Kyle Gregory, Matt Algram, Jim Anstant, Christopher Morris, Bob Riger, Sean Fairweather, Marco Martinez, Holly Safe, David Schroeder, Scott Marchheim, Ed Nelson, Ron Duffield, Brooks Vaughter, Kelly Gabney, Candace Lindberry, and Zachary Palubicki. And so Sam Squatch is the only person that's going to be billed next week. That's the first 35. He was number 36. And like I said, I've already got 15 more on the way. So that is $29.99. So you won't, if you're not on that list and you claim one right now, you're not going to get invoiced for it until the following Monday. So I'm actually going to go ahead and pull all these out, hand them to Tanner. They're already all sold. But if anybody wants on that list, I will call off names that's live being claimed one now. But now that whole list is sold. All 35 of them are spoken for. And we have more on the way. That's a cool release. Black Sabbath on colored vinyl. Let's get an update here. So back up to the top, we had Rush at 44, new bid. Rush at 45. Rush at 46. Sean Holford on the Sabbath Bloody Sabbath. He was first. And Tony Wade wants Journey and Kiss from the previous bin. Journey and Kiss. Tanner's already got them pulled out for me. So the last Journey Greatest Hits is sold to Tony Wade. And I got you down for a Kiss Alive. Joe Barrios is back in on Rush at $50. Brian Sharkey wants a Black Sabbath. We have Brian Arrigo on Black Sabbath. And so is Debbie Winstead. Okay, and the next Kiss record is a restock of Dynasty. And we already have a waiting list for this. Dynasty is $33.99. If you haven't already, it looks like we already got lots of people on, but make sure you have liked the post. I see 267 people watching, but please make sure you've liked our Facebook post. Make sure you've shared it if you don't mind to do that, but definitely make sure you've liked it. We had over 160 likes last night. I'd like to get us to every night where we have over 200. That would be great. Kiss Dynasty, Jeffrey DeLong and Dave Kavanaugh, Tanner. Jeffrey DeLong and Dave Kavanaugh. I've got 2 already sold, and I have 2 left. These are $33.99. Tony Wade's new. Thank you, Tony. Make sure you message our Facebook page. We need your email address and your mailing address. Send that to us in the form of a Facebook message. We need that as soon as possible. Just send that to us, and we will invoice you on Monday. We're going to be doing a show just like this again tomorrow, and we start over for a new invoicing cycle on Monday. We do this 6 nights a week, unless I go to a Tool concert. Trey Mendenhall also wants a Kiss Dynasty. Let's do a final call on these auctions. Final call. This is our first 2 auctions. If you're watching, these have been up for 15 minutes. Last bid on Bob Seger was Thomas Reed at $35. Sally Sue. I'm assuming you're done, Sally Sue. That's at $35. That's a final call on Mongrel. And Calvin Ward is once again the high bidder on Rush. No, he's not. Joe Barrios is at $50. Calvin's out. Final call on Rush for $50. 1 copy of Dynasty left. 1 copy of Smashing Pumpkins, pure acoustic. This is the Smashing Pumpkins Unplugged. It is an unofficial pressing, $39.99. That is unofficial, $39.99. That's a Smashing Pumpkins Unplugged. Never had this title before. Norah Jones, Come Away With Me. The other day we had some pre-owned Norah Jones records, and there was a lot of claims, so I ordered these. And most of this vinyl was supposed to come in last week during the snowstorm, and it's been held up. That's why we have 19 crates. I told y'all that this stuff was going to get held up and it would all show up at once and we would have a major new vinyl night, and that's tonight. So anything we sell out of, a lot of this was supposed to be experimental where I only ordered 1 or 2 copies, and then we're going to take like a live pre-order. So if you want anything, because it's Friday night, if you go on a waiting list, you're not going to get billed Monday. You'll get billed the following Monday. So this is going to be kind of like some extended, it's like you're making a week later reservation on some of these. So these have already sold. It looks like Brian Arrigo is first to the Smashing Pumpkins. Corey Wade on the waiting list along with Travis Wade. Trey Mendenhall gets Norah Jones, and so does Fred Carnell. Chris Kirkley first on the waiting list. Mike Brangle also on the Smashing Pumpkins waiting list. And Mike, you actually may be a first-time buyer. I'll explain that to you again in just a second. Sean Fairweather also on the waiting list. Let's also go ahead and sell Bob Seger Mongrel for $35, and that was $35 sold to Thomas Reed and Rush is sold to Joe Barrios for $50. Let's go ahead and get some of our first Japanese auction started as well tonight. So several people on the Norah Jones and the Smashing Pumpkins list. I'll read those off in one more second, see if anybody else wants on there. Speaking of Kiss, I've got a Japanese single to auction, and we're going to put up one of our first Japanese pressings tonight, which is Cheap Trick. 2 entire crates, that's new order. Power, Corruptions, and Lies. Jake is, don't worry, Jake, I didn't know what that was either the first time I seen it. Jake was pricing new vinyl. He showed me that New Order album, Power, Corruption, and Lies. We've got a copy of that to show tonight. There's no title written on it. You got to know what it is to know what to look up. Cheap Trick, Dream Police. This is a Japanese pressing of Cheap Trick, Dream Police. The vinyl is in very nice condition. It has the Japanese insert with it. It has the obi. This is going to be a $45 start. Dream Police, near mint minus vinyl, insert, obi, very nice. Also, Kiss, a Japanese 7-inch single, Hard Luck Woman and Mr. Speed. Hard Luck Woman and Mr. Speed, very, very nice. Once again, near mint minus and pristine Japanese vinyl. We have the Japanese insert and the original under sleeve. Kiss is a $25 start. So, Cheap Trick, $45, Kiss, $25. Those are up for bid. We have Reed Gregory also on the Smashing Pumpkins list. Kara Bauer also on the Norah Jones waiting list. Mike Torres wants Kiss Dynasty. We have Cheap Trick 45 and Kiss 25. Next, only one copy, Whiskey Myers self-titled, $34.99. Whiskey Myers self-titled, $34.99. Josie Sinkbell wants the last copy of Kiss Alive 3. That's sold to Josie Sinkbell, Kiss Alive 3. Thank you, Josie. Whiskey Myers, one copy, $34.99. Chevelle, Wonder What's Next. Chevelle is $28.99, featuring The Red, Send the Pain Below, and Closure. Haven't had them in a while. $28.99 on Chevelle. Waylon Jennings' Greatest Hits. Never had a new copy of this. It's got a foil textured cover, just like the original. $28.99. Linda Lamb wants Whiskey Myers. That's sold to Linda Lamb. Also, 2 copies of Queensryche Empire, and this is on clear vinyl. It is on clear vinyl. $39.99. This is Queensryche Empire, $39.99. 2 copies of that. That's in clear vinyl. And check out this Pink Floyd. It is an unofficial Montreux 1970 live 3 LP live Pink Floyd unofficial, $84.99. Very, very cool. Okay, so Linda Lamb got Whiskey Myers. Brooke Padgett first on the waiting list. Gary Samuels first on Chevelle. Reed Gregory first on a waiting list. Sherry Darnell also on Whiskey Myers. Also, so 2 people on the Whiskey Myers, 1 person on Chevelle. Ron Duffield wants a Queensryche Empire. And we have a final call on Cheap Trick. 1 bid, Andy Wade, $45. Very nice copy of Dream Police with Obi. Final call, $45. And Kiss is at $25. That is with Sean Holford, and that's a final call. Final call on those auctions. Dave Kavanaugh got Queensryche Empire. That leaves Waylon Jennings and Pink Floyd. And we have Blaze Foley. Now, this was not a pre-order. It was kind of like a surprise restock claim. But this is pretty much the only thing in print by Blaze Foley. And, of course, as y'all know, his original records are rare. That only album he had out in 1984, I think the cheapest one on Discogs was like $350, and some have sold for as much as $1,000 or something crazy. This is Blaze Foley, $29.99. It's called The Dog Years. This is $29.99, Blaze Foley. I went ahead and bought all of them that they had. I went ahead and bought all of them. So I pre-sold 3, Davey Blair, Autumn Betts, and Brent Rodley. And this is $29.99. Blaze Foley, The Dog Years. These 3 are already sold. Davey Blair, Autumn Betts, and Brent Rodley. And I have these left, Blaze Foley. So I went and listened to some of this, and he's just absolutely amazing. Singer-songwriter, kind of like a Townes Van Zandt or a John Prine. Absolutely incredible stuff. $29.99. Grant Peltzer on Empire. Grant, I have sold the last copy, so I'll put you on a waiting list. Cheap Tricks at $47. What's the Kiss auction? Japanese 7-inch single, Hard Luck Woman and Mr. Speed. Near mint minus, final call, $25 to Sean Holford. I'm about to sell it. Cheap Trick has a new bid at $47. Grant Peltzer on the Empire. And I think that's it on this bin, right? Philip Shoemaker wants a Blaze Foley. So that leaves 3 titles left in here. Waylon Jennings' Greatest Hits, $28.99. Pink Floyd, 1970, Montreux, 3 LP Live, $84.99. And Blaze Foley, $29.99. The Dog Years, that's from Fat Possum label. Okay, so that's, let's see, 3 crates of new vinyl down, 16 to go. We're first, though, going to go ahead and go through a crate of new vintage stuff, new vintage check condition. I've got all the new vinyl that's left right there. There's some empty crates that we desperately need. Let's go ahead and go through a crate of new vintage stuff. It's about a half of a crate of check condition, and I'm going to go ahead and end these auctions. If nobody else has bid, we do have a new bid on Cheap Trick. Sherry Darnell wants a Blaze Foley, and Rebecca wants on the Empire waiting list. Empire waiting list as well. Blaze Foley sold to Sherry Darnell. All right, and this is sold to Sean Holford. One bid, $25. Thank you, Sean. Andy's at 48 on that, and that means John Gollin, if you want back in, let me know. How about Striper, the yellow and black attack, U.S. pressing? This is, let's take a look at it. No condition notes on the vinyl. John Gollin's back in on Cheap Trick. Striper is going to be a $25 start. Very nice vinyl. Enigma Records, EX Plus to Near Mint Minus, closer to EX Plus just because it has one scuff on it. VG Plus cover, $25 start on that. $25 start on that. All right, new vintage check condition stuff. New vintage check condition stuff. All right. Brian Frinfalk also on Empire. We have Pink Floyd, The Wall, an OG Terre Haute pressing, VG condition, just $24.99. That is 1979. It's Terre Haute, VG, $24.99. The Doors, Alive She Cried, VG Plus, $34.99. It was just that one pressing in 1989, 87, 83. I think it was just that one pressing in 83. Has a little bit of cover wear right there in the center, but that is $34.99. The Doors and Steve Winwood, Ark of a Diver, VG Plus, $14.99. So we're in new check condition, vintage check condition stuff here, pre-owned. Back up to the top, we have Brian Frinfrock also on the Empire. Empire is Queensryche. It's a 2LP clear vinyl. 2LP clear vinyl waiting list. Also, Striper's at 25. Striper's at 25. Justin Randall also wants on the Empire waiting list. Striper 30, Striper 35, and Brooks Valder first to Pink Floyd. Jackson, you were second. Then Lance, Striper at 30. We have Jimmy Hartline fourth on The Wall. Cheap Trick 50, Striper 30, Striper 50. We have Joe Walsh, the smoker you drink, the player you get. VG $9.99. So new bid on Cheap Trick for 50, and the high bid on Striper is 50. Also, Hank Wilson, which is Leon Russell, VG condition, $9.99. Boz Skaggs and Band, that's in VG Plus condition, $14.99. And the Beatles, 67 to 70, it's on blue vinyl, VG condition, $44.99. It is on blue vinyl, though. It's in VG condition, $44.99. Let me also go ahead and show you the red, which is on black vinyl. This is EX condition, $34.99. So there's blue, there's red. That's actually on blue vinyl. That's on black vinyl. Just let me know which one you want to whoever's first. So we have an out on Cheap Trick. The other bidder was John Gollin, and Andy Wade is the high bidder at 50. And also, we had Striper, Dave Deckenberger bid 50. Aaron Harris bid 51. Tony Freeman on JW for Joe Walsh. That's sold to Tony Freeman. Joe Walsh. Eddie Liao was second. Scott Jokumstaller also wants on the Empire waiting list, and Kevin Jordan wants too. I think that's like 10 people on the Empire waiting list. Dan Moran wants the Leon Russell, which is Hank Wilson's back. Jackson, you were first to the Beatles. He wants Jackson. You were first to the Beatles. Let me know if you want the blue or the red, Jackson. And later he said red. I'll make sure that he actually, or maybe he was commenting that later. Meant blue, second comment was red. Okay, so let's go back up to the top then. So you were first to this, and you wanted the Beatles, which was blue. And actually, well, that kind of gets tricky then. James Rayner was second, then Victor. I think everybody wanted the blue. So you're first. You technically have dibs, and if you want the red as well, then you get both. James Rayner was second, then Victor, and then Brian. I have a feeling that they probably wanted the blue. Somebody asked about, I've had two people, I think, asked about the signed Marilyn Manson. We just got back from Michigan and Minnesota today. We being Paul and Tyler. That record is somewhere in the back in a tub. It will be auctioned sometime next week. But yes, we do have an OG Marilyn Manson that is autographed from one of these most recent collections. The Beatles, Abbey Road, a 1969 Scranton press, VG Plus condition, $29.99. Abbey Road, that's VG Plus $29.99. And More of the Monkees, that's in VG condition, $9.99. VG $9.99. Hall & Oates, Ecstatic, VG Plus $14.99. Hall & Oates, Ecstatic, in shrink wrap, vinyls VG Plus. Cheap Trick is sold to Andy Wade for $50, and Striper is a final call to Dave Deckenberger for $50. Dave Deckenberger has that for $50. That's a final call. Next Japanese pressing is going to be, well, I had another Striper, but we're already doing one, so let me pull out something different. The other night we sold a U.S. Quiet Riot. Now here's a Japanese pressing of Critical Condition. $45 start, quite right, critical condition. We're dealing here with near mint minus, pristine Japanese vinyl. Aaron Harris. That's right. Aaron was already at 51. Aaron was already at 51. Now Dave's at 55. New bidders, sorry for that. Aaron had it at 51. Here's the Japanese inserts. There's both Japanese inserts and a very nice cover with Obi. $45 start, condition critical. Very nice cover, very nice inserts, very nice vinyl. $45 start. Back up to the top. What city in Minnesota? I do not know. That's a question for Paul. Kevin LeBeatty, first on the Monkeys. That's sold to Kevin LeBeatty. How much was Boss Skaggs again? Brian Sharkey. Boss Skaggs was in VG Plus condition. $14.99. Stripers at 55, Striper 51, 51, 51, and now 56 with Aaron Harris. Jethro Tull, a passion play, VG Plus $14.99. Quiet Right's a $45 start. John Gollins in. King Crimson, this is 1970 Presswell press, VG Plus condition, $24.99. Striper 56, Quiet Right 47. Animals, a 1977 pressing, VG Plus condition, $39.99. Pressing plant info not in dead wax, so unsure of the pressing plant, but it is a 1977 VG Plus $39.99. Jeff Mallwitz first on King Crimson, Brian Sharkey first on Boz Skaggs, Pink Floyd is VG Plus. Now that's a great album, and Johnny Cash and June Carter carrying on the original label. This has the song Jackson on it. Columbia 2i VG Plus $17.99. I really got into Johnny Cash the first time I ever heard, I guess, Jackson. Then when I heard that, I was like, wow. Where did I hear that? I think my mom had a CD or something, and that just song stuck with me ever since. Back up to the top, we had Striper 56. We had Quiet Right at 47. Quiet Right at 50. Striper at 60. We have Jason Short. You were second on King Crimson. Tom Moran first on Johnny Cash. Brent was second. Stripers at 61. The Best of Blondie, VG condition, $24.99. Blondie's Greatest Hits, that's $24.99. It is in VG condition. The Beach Boys, Keeping the Summer Alive. The cover's in shrink wrap. The vinyl's EX, so not a bad copy, $17.99 on the Beach Boys. Also, Michael Jackson Thriller, EX $32.99. EX $32.99. And Iron Butterfly in Agata Vida, also EX. Some nice EX stuff here. EX is just probably a couple stray marks away from being a non-check condition record, if you ever hear me say EX. Reed Gregory first on Blondie, then Andy Wade, then Rebecca Barber. Striper's now at 63. BOC, Agents of Fortune. Somebody wrote their initials right on his forehead. The vinyl's in VG condition, so is the cover, $12.99. And Jimi Hendrix Smash Hits, VG Plus $24.99. This one has a barcode on the back. Wow, you don't see that label too often, actually. That's a unique label for Smash Hits, $24.99, VG Plus condition. Okay, Stripers now at 63. Jimmy Hartline first on Thriller. Nice cover on that one. And I think I want the new vinyl Journey Tonight, Just Need Price. $46.99, Jason. I don't think I have any copies left, so that will be a waiting list, actually. I've sold out of Journey's Greatest Hits. Stripers at 65. Jackson Bullock wants BOC. And, that's Jimi Hendrix. He wants BOC. And we have Times They Are A-Changin', Bob Dylan, VG Plus, $24.99. And this is a 70s pressing on that label. Brian C. first on Jimi Hendrix. Update on these auctions. Striper, U.S. pressing, very clean, no condition notes. Stripers at $65. And Quiet Right, the last bid I said on that was Scott Ham at $50. That is fine. That is a final call. Scott Ham's at $50 on Quiet Right. Final call on that. Sorry, I got distracted reading a notification about Vince McMahon. Okay, Quiet Right's at $50 and Stripers at $66. Price on Iron Butterfly. Greg Tape EX condition, $17.99. That is the first label. This is an OG Presswell pressing. That is OG. It's a Presswell 841 Broadway. That's OG on that, $17.99. Pink Floyd. Well, there might have been a label before that one. Let me retract that. It's not a... I don't know if that was on a two-tone label or not. That may be the first label. Dark Side of the Moon, a 75 Jacksonville press. VG condition, $24.99. Also, Loverboy, VG Plus $14.99 on Loverboy. And Willie Nelson, the Redheaded Stranger, VG Plus $17.99. All right, Stripers at $65. We pulled BLC. We pulled Jimi Hendrix. Stripers at 66. Stripers at 67. Lance wants Pink Floyd. Stripers at 68. Greg Tape wants Iron Butterfly. Thank you, Greg. And we have Stevie Nicks, Belladonna, VEX on Stevie Nicks, $14.99. Anthony Gray wants Willie Nelson. Stripers at 70. Charles, you were second on Willie. And Saturday Night Fever soundtrack, VG Plus, $14.99. So, Charles, you were second on Willie. And Striper is at 70 with Andy Wade, and Quiet Ride is sold for $50 to Scott Ham. Let's get a new auction going. We're definitely going to recap that bin. I have a feeling some of those last ones we're going to sell. Let's see. I do have a handful of sealed stuff tonight from the Michigan collection. How about, let's see what I have over here. How about a 1978 USOG? These were not featured either. These are all going to be surprises, anything we auction tonight. How about some OG Steve Miller Band Greatest Hits sealed? Look how pretty that is. I noticed Ed's shirt today. He was wearing Book of Dreams Steve Miller Band t-shirt. I meant to say something, and I forgot to. 1978. Sealed copies listed on Discogs starting at $150, and they go up from there. This is an OG retail copy. No saw marks, no punch holes. Very nicely sealed. $45 start. Sealed Steve Miller Band's Greatest Hits. $45 start. Andy Wade first on Saturday Night Fever. Mike Torrey second. Rebecca Barber third. And we have Joshua Day Wants Loverboy. Stacy, Pretty Woman did come in. I hadn't showed it yet, but yes, they're in. Chris is in on Steve Miller Band. We're at 70 with Andy Wade on Striper. Going twice, going 3 times. Actually, Andy said out. Who's the high bidder then? Andy Wade, I have you at 70. Did somebody else bid? Andy, I've got you at 70. Who else bid? Did somebody bid more than 70? Let's recap this bin. We have, first, The Doors, Alive She Cried, VG Plus, $34.99. Aaron Harris has it at 71. Aaron, that didn't pop up on my screen unless I don't see it. Maybe it just didn't pop up. Make sure if you, like last night, we had a couple problems. Make sure if you bid, you see it populate and appear up here on Restream. If you don't hear me say it, go ahead and just send it again. Sometimes there's like a millisecond glitch and Restream doesn't take your comment and send it to me from Facebook, especially when we have as many people as we have tonight watching with a lot of comments with bids and claims. Steve Winwood, Ark of a Diver, VG Plus $14.99. First bin of vintage stuff here, recapping it. Y'all are going to like the vintage stuff. I think John pulled some stuff out from the new collections and went ahead and priced some of it because there were some great titles over here. Some of them I went ahead and pulled out the auction, like Striper that he had ready. So the Beatles is a 69 pressing. That is OG Scranton, VG Plus, or at least the original year. I hate calling these first pressings because they made a ton of them in 69. Some are different than others. This is a 69 pressing, though, the year of release. VG Plus $29.99. That's sold to Anthony Gray. We have Hall & Oates Ecstatic. Usually Hall & Oates has been selling, and this one's been left behind. VG Plus $14.99. Hadn't seen that in a while. Also, a Passion Play by Jethro Tull. VG Plus $14.99. And a Pink Floyd Left Behind, OG Animals from 77, VG Plus $39.99. So now Aaron Harris has Striper at $71. I think we're done. Aaron has that at $71. Final call. Then we got sealed Steve Miller Band's Greatest Hits, OG, $45 and now $50 with Steve Plaw. Steve Plaw has that for $50. Lance Yellow Robe takes Pink Floyd. That's sold to Lance. Also, we have the Beach Boys, EX $17.99. The Times They Are Changing, Bob Dylan, VG Plus $24.99. And Stevie Nicks went unclaimed, Belladonna. This has Edge of 17 on it. And Stop Dragging Around My Heart with Tom Petty, EX $14.99. Anthony, you were second to Pink Floyd. Debbie Winston wants the Beach Boys. Calvin's back in on Steve Miller Band. And when I come back, I'm going to sell that. But here's what's left in this bin. Stevie Nicks, Bob Dylan, Jethro Tull, Hall & Oates, Steve Winwood, and The Doors. That's some great titles. Trevor Melcher is going to get Stevie Nicks. Stevie's no longer left behind. I'm going to just stack these right over here. I've already sold the Kiss Japanese 7-inch single, but we do have more. Tanner, there's a very much needed empty crate. And I don't know how many. I know I have I've got at least 6 crates of new vinyl still to go through. And then there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 boxes. And I think those 6 boxes are going to fill up a total of, I think 6 boxes is 12 crates. So, like I said, I estimated 19 crates to go through. We've been through 4 or 3. So, that's a lot. We're going to go through them as fast as we can. There's a lot of pre-orders and new arrivals in some of this as well, and waiting list. Andy Wade gets Striper for $71. Let me go ahead and introduce some new auctions. Lots of sirens again tonight. Sorry if y'all can hear that going in the background. How about a Howlin' Wolf? I pulled this out of the bin. This looked really cool. This is Howlin' Wolf's new album. He doesn't like it. He didn't like his electric guitar at first either. Howlin' Wolf in shrink wrap. It's on Cadet. $35 start. First of all, don't see many vintage Howlin' Wolf albums in general. This thing's in shrink wrap. The vinyl is very, very nice. It does have a saw mark on the cover. $35 start. Aaron got Striper for $71. That's correct. It's sold to him. Steve Miller Band is a final call. I don't know why I keep on saying Andy. Andy and Aaron. Aaron Harris got that, Tanner, for $71. Sorry, Aaron, I've got you down for $71. It's sold to you. Steve Miller Band is at 55 with Calvin Ward. That's a final call. I don't know who else was bidding, but let me know if you want back in. New vinyl to go through here. The first thing is Eddie Money. This is self-titled, limited to 1,000 on pink vinyl, featuring Baby Hold On, 2 tickets to Paradise. You've really got to hold on me. 2 copies available, $34.99. Pink vinyl, music on vinyl, $34.99. The Best of Crocus. We sold a bunch of these when it first came out. I forgot to reorder it until last week. Limited to 1,500 on green and white marbled vinyl, and that's The Best of Crocus. Stayed Away All Night. That is Stayed Awake All Night. That's the greatest hits of Crocus, $39.99. First time ever on vinyl. Also, Grim Reaper from Music on Vinyl, See You in Hell. Grim Reaper is a MOV pressing, $39.99. And we have UFO Early Flight. Now, I posted this as a pre-order. It was like for 3 days, only one person pre-ordered it, and then all of a sudden the algorithm kicked in, and I had like 5 pre-orders, and I only ordered 2 copies. And so the orders have been split up, but I have finally got them all, and the last person on the waiting list was Nathan Myers. So I'm going to go ahead and hand this to Tanner. Nathan Myers gets this one. There's 1 copy left, and I think we tagged somebody last week with 2. So I've got this one, and then I've got another. Blue marbled vinyl, 1972 UFO Early Flight. 1972 UFO Early Flight, $29.99. All right, so the last thing I said was Steve Miller Band was at $55. Howlin' Wolf, $35. Howlin' Wolf, $35. Calvin Ward came in first. Chris out on Steve Miller. Steve out on Steve Miller. Andy Wade wants an Eddie Money. Laney Gooch wants an Eddie Money. Dave Deckenberger wants the Grim Reaper. Brian Frenfrock wants Crocus. Those are all sold. Steve Miller Band, new bid 56 with Josh Tanner. Calvin Ward, you're out. Debbie Winstead wants UFO, and Calvin's back in on Steve Miller Band. So Calvin Ward is the lone bidder on the Howlin' Wolf album at $35. That's a final call. He was first. Nobody else has outbid him since. Quiet Riot, Alive and Well. Quiet Riot is $34.99 deluxe edition, the 9th studio album. Plus rare bonus tracks. It's on splatter vinyl. Quiet Riot is $34.99. I've only got 1 of those. And I also have Metal Health. I have back-to-back Quiet Riot. That's a music on vinyl pressing. That is $39.99. And I have the Ace Frehley picture disc. $38.99 for the Ace Frehley picture disc. $38.99. Josh Tanner's back in on Steve Miller Band at $60. Calvin, you're out. Final call. I was making sure Eddie didn't want to bid on Howlin' Wolf. Eddie, you came in second to Calvin's $35. I was going to make sure you didn't want to bid again. If not, that's a final call. Okay. Fred Carnell, let me know which Quiet Riot you want, the first or the second, or you can have both of them. Tony Wade wants Metal Health. There's Ace Frehley. And I have Neck Deep self-titled on violet colored vinyl, $28.99 for Neck Deep. And there was a waiting list for Neck Deep. I think it was Sherry Darnell. It was Sherry Darnell on the waiting list for Neck Deep. That's on purple violet vinyl, $28.99. I have 1 extra copy of Neck Deep. Also, we have Howlin' Wolf. The high bid was $35. It's the actual title is Howlin' Wolf Album. And of course on the cover it has that famous, this is Howlin' Wolf's album. New album. He doesn't like it. He didn't like his electric guitar at first either. First track is Spoonful, Smokestack Lightning. This is a classic. That is an absolute classic. That's at $35. Smokestack Lightning, Spoonful, 2 of the tracks I just mentioned on there. Back down to the bottom. So Fred was going to let us know which Quiet Riot. He wants the Record Store Day Quiet Riot. He wants this one right here. So that is sold to Fred Carnell. Let me go back up the top. So the last comment there was Fred Carnell. He got that Quiet Riot. Calvin Ward bid 62 on Steve Miller Band. Tony Wade wants Metal Health. That's sold to Tony Wade. Next is Howlin' Wolf at $37. And we have Howlin' Wolf 4040, Howlin' Wolf 40, Howlin' Wolf 4345. Hoping to snipe it for $100. Marilyn Manson signed album. Maybe for like $1,500. Maybe for $1,500 when we auction it next week. Marilyn Manson will be auctioned. That's why I made a post with that picture. We've already received emails, phone calls, telegrams. There's been people parachuting on top of the building wanting to buy the Marilyn Manson autographed album. We will have it for sale sometime next week. Literally, there was people parachuting out of planes, landing on the roof trying to ask how much Marilyn Manson was. It is not for sale right now. It will be auctioned sometime next week. Also, telegraphs and telegrams, holograms, everything, candygrams, all kinds of stuff showing up. People wanting to buy that. Howlin' Wolf. So, Josh Tanner was out on the sealed Steve. This is OG Steve Miller Band sealed. Calvin has it for $62. $62 of Calvin Ward. Also, Howlin' Wolf will be 37, then 40, then 40, then 40, then 43, then 45. Arthur Wyman wants the Ace Frehley. That's sold to Arthur Wyman. Ace Frehley. Next is Howlin' Wolf. It is LPS 319. It's on this cadet label, which I'm pretty sure is technically listed as a reissue. It's on this like yellow and pink cadet label. The vinyl is superb. It's in shrink wrap. It does have a saw mark. Very, very nice. Very, very nice. The high bid on that right now is $45, and Steve Miller Band is a final call at $62. All right, so the last thing I showed was Neck Deep. No claims on that. One Crocus left. We have Green Day, Saviors, $33.99. Pink and black colored vinyl. That is $33.99. That is Green Day Saviors, $33.99. Green Day, let me go over here and look that up. I know some people have posted on the old or the original pre-order. Some people have posted and said, Chad, if you have any more, I'll take one. So I know technically this is already sold, but I went ahead and had ordered more. But if anybody wants this one live right now, let me know and I'll get the other people on the other one. So $33.99. There's Green Day's new album, and I know it's already claimed. I'll see if anybody wants it. If not, I'll go ahead and tag that for the people who commented on the pre-order. Sly and the Family Stone Anthology. Limited to 3,000 on pink vinyl. This is a 1981, originally released in 1981, a career-spanning compilation of greatest hits from Sly and the Family Stone, and that is $39.99. $39.99 on that. Also, we have Bohemian Rhapsody, $34.99. This is the soundtrack to Bohemian Rhapsody, Queen, the movie, $34.99. And I have Steel Woods, Straw in the Wind. Let me make sure there wasn't a waiting list for that. Steel Woods is $33.99. Steel Woods is $33.99. So let me look this up right quick. Steel Woods, S-T-E-E-L, Steel Woods, and we've already pulled that one, and that was the only one. So this one's available for $33.99. Okay, so back up to the top. Howlin' Wolf had a high bid of $50. I'm going to go ahead and make sure nobody else has bid on Steve Miller Band. Nobody else has bid on Steve Miller Band, so this OG Steve Miller Band is sold to Calvin Ward for $62, Tanner. The sleeve for that fell behind the crates. Back up to the top. Howlin' Wolf is at $50. We have not sold any Rat. We have John Miller wants a Green Day. Let's go ahead and make a note that I need to order or tag the other ones when they come in, please. That's sold to John Miller. Kelly Cook wants Bohemian Rhapsody, and Jeff McIntosh wants Sly Stone. Those are all sold. So the Howlin' Wolf is the final call now for $50 to Thomas Hujar. Our next auction is going to be Albert King, Traveling to California. This is a 1976 pressing. Albert King, Traveling to California. 1976 King Records, Nashville, Tennessee, $20 start. No condition notes on that. Neck Deep. Somebody asked what this was. Neck Deep. Purple Violet Vinyl, $28.99. One copy of Snoop Dogg, Doggy Style. That's on black vinyl, $34.99. And I've got lots of restocks for Now Playing. I've got like 12 different Now Playings. A lot of them are restocks. Some of them's on colored vinyl, some of them's not. Foghat and Now Playing is the greatest hit. So anytime you hear me say Now Playing, it's going to be a hits compilation. This is on Honey Hush Transparent Tan Vinyl, $28.99. Brad Vignair wants a Snoop Dogg. Albert King's at $20, now $22. Howlin' Wolf is sold for $50 to Thomas Hujar. And Albert King's at $22. Let's get a new auction started. Let's pull something else out of the Japanese bin. There's been a lot of requests for Rat. As soon as I find it, I'll put it up. But first, I'm going to do Journey, Raised on Radio, which is in shrink wrap, which has the Obi. This is going to be a $35 start. Journey, Raised on Radio, $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has the Japanese insert with it. It even has the all-purpose kind of replica backstage pass. It's like a plastic backstage pass that came with the Japanese pressing. The cover's in shrink wrap of Obi. This is a nice copy. Top copy, Japanese, $35. Albert King's at $22. Sherry Darnell wants Steel Woods. That's sold to Sherry Darnell. So the Foghat Greatest Hits is $28.99. Slow Ride. Also got Notorious B.I.G., $28.99. Now Playing. Notorious is $28.99. That's a greatest hits as well, $28.99. And I got a restock of Soul to Soul SRV, limited edition of 1,500 on blue marbled vinyl, $36.99. $36.99 for Stevie Ray Vaughan. Also now playing Seals and Croft. That's on colored vinyl. And I have Eddie Rabbit now playing on purple vinyl. Let me make sure there wasn't any waiting list for those. Eddie Rabbit. I know there wasn't for Notorious because I haven't had that in a while. The other one was Foghat. I don't think there was a waiting list for that. There wasn't. So those are all $28.99. Eddie Rabbit's on colored vinyl. Back up to the top. Albert King 25, Journey 35, Journey 35, Journey 37. Kelly Cook wants B.I.G. Journey's now at 40. And this was a new pre-order, which was Zapp. Now playing Zapp and Rogers. This is on red vinyl. $38.99. It's on transparent bouncing red vinyl. Now playing, and that is Zapp and Roger, not Rogers. Zapp, Z-A-P-P, and that's on colored vinyl. Let me read off the pre-order for that. I see 4 comments, and there was one for Troy Robinson, one for Shepard Michael, one for Scott Drum, and one for Stacy Brown. Those are already sold, Tanner. And I've got 2 extras. It's on red vinyl, $28.99. Also, John Duran wants the last Notorious. That is sold to John Duran. Journey's now at 40, and Albert King's a final call for $25. And the other new pre-order was Ray Charles now playing. Ray Charles' Greatest Hits on blue vinyl. Ray Charles' Greatest Hits on blue vinyl now playing. This is on Soul Blue vinyl. 10 comments on this post. The pre-order was Michelle Miller, Stephanie Wild Woman, Matt Algram, Holly Safe, Christopher Morris, Mike Dunkelman, Cynthia Herdren, Alex Roman, Marco Martinez, and Jerry Stone. I've got 2 extra copies. Those are already pre-sold from the post, Tanner. 2 copies of Ray Charles now playing, $28.99. 2 copies left. Out on Albert King. Jerry Stone has high bid on Journey. Mike Torres, Tony Freeman, let me know if you want back in. And I'm about to sell Albert King for $25 to Michael Nath. Arthur Wyman gets one of the last Ray Charles. So, in this bin, only thing left, the best of Crocus. Stayed Away All Night. Crocus Greatest Hits, $39.99. That's on limited numbered colored vinyl. Also, we have Neck Deep, self-titled, purple violet vinyl, $28.99. Foghat now playing, Greatest Hits, colored vinyl, $28.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan, Soul to Soul. Michael Nath, the numbers are 306 and 754. 306 and 754. $36.99. Seals and Croft now playing, Greatest Hits, $28.99. Eddie Rabbit now playing, Greatest Hits, grape colored vinyl. Zapp and Roger, 2 left on red vinyl, $28.99. And Ray Charles now playing, $28.99. So we have Clay Moore. There's not a Steelwoods left, but if you want on the waiting list, let me know. And Felix just outbid you, Michael Nath, on King for $26. I was making sure Tony and Mike was out on Journey before I sell it to Jerry Stone, and I'm about to do that. Please let me know whenever you're done bidding, just say out or bid again. Jason Waldron gets the last Ray Charles. Michael Nath back in on Albert King. So Zapp and Rogers, Eddie Rabbit, Seals and Croft, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Foghat, Nick Deep, and Crocus. That is done. Let's go ahead and go through another crate of new stuff. Almost a whole crate over here full of stuff is the Stevie Nicks. So let me go ahead and do the first one. I'm going to try to find the other batch, Tanner. Let me go ahead and pull these out. We'll read off the first ones here. And this is, so 2 new Stevie Nicks albums on vinyl for the first time ever. This is a pretty big deal in my opinion. An artist like Stevie Nicks coming out with 2 new albums for the first time ever on vinyl. And let me go ahead and read off the pre-order for this. There's a bunch. And let me see how many I have in here. I have a total of 2, 4. I'll just count them out first. So make sure, let me get an update. Michael Nath, 28 on Albert King. Felix is out. Mike is in on Journey at 45. I was waiting for Mike's word. Jerry, he's back in at 45. Let me know if you want back in, sir. This is Trouble in Shangri-La. Stevie Nicks. Stevie's 2001 album, first time ever on vinyl, unless you get the box set, I think. I think that was the exception. There was a Stevie Nicks box set, but first time it's been re-released as a standalone, especially on colored vinyl. So these are $39.99. I have pre-orders, Tanner, for Julie Roman, Tony Murphy, Jerry Wallace, Tracy McFadden, R.J. Myers, Greg Preston, Autumn Betts. Also have pre-orders from Jane Fink, Cynthia Herdren, Jerry Stone, Holly Safe, Leslie Holt, Paul Brothers, Christopher Morris. Also have pre-orders from Alan Case, Brad Bullen, Darcy Kahn, Scott Smith, Kristen Seen, Sherry Darnell, Bill Samus, and Tony Freeman. Now, these 2 have some seam splits. Let me pull those out, and let me count those one more time. I've got Julie Roman, Tony Murphy, Jerry Wallace, Tracy McFadden, R.J. Myers, Greg Preston, Autumn Betts, Jane Fink, Cynthia Herdren, Jerry Stone, Holly Safe, Leslie Holt, Paul Brothers, Christopher Morris, Alan Case, Brad Bullen, Darcy Kahn, Scott Smith, Kristen Seam, Sherry Darnell, and I think I didn't read off Bill Samus. Yeah, these two that had seam splits here. These here. So that should be all of them. And I might want to count those off one more time. I think I messed up there. First, though, let's go to the bottom. Let's see. Julie Roman, Tony Murphy, Jerry Wallace, Tracy McFadden, R.J. Myers, Greg Preston, Autumn Betts. Definitely going to hear the list on this one. Jane Fink, Cynthia Herdron, Jerry Stone, Holly Safe, Leslie Holt, Paul Brothers, Christopher Morris. Also, Alan Case, Brad Bullen, Darcy Kahn, Scott Smith, Chris Seam, Sherry Darnell, Bill Samus, and Tony Freeman. Yep. So I'm just going to go ahead and hand you this crate, Tanner. Now, I already see several people claiming them. The first two claims, I want to make sure the other ones have some light seam crackles. Actually, that one's doesn't have any, but I don't know. I'm hoping I can get more of these, but I'm going to make sure a couple people are okay with this right here. If not, I'm going to set them aside. They're all the same price, but if you're okay with that, that's two that looks like they got unfortunate seam crackles. So let me go back up the top. Chris McLaughlin, I'm going to give you this first one that doesn't, and then Romelu, and who was next? Romelu and Tony Wade. Tony Wade says he's fine. Romelu, let me make sure you're okay with that. $39.99. That's Stevie Nicks, Trouble in Shangri-La. I have 0 left. But if you want on a waiting list for next week, let me know, because it looks like these are all sold. That one goes to Chris McLaughlin. Romelu gets this one. And then the next one is going to be sold to Tony Wade, and he says that's fine. Okay, and then Debbie Winstead wants on the list, and if anybody else wants one, let me know. Krista Calorie. There we go. Let's end these auctions before I bring over a new crate. Albert King is sold to Michael Nath for $28, and Mike Torres gets Journey for $45. I started at $35. I thought I was going to start it at $45, and that's what it sold for. So Journey sold. Let me bring over another new crate. Let me see what I have over here. I'm going to go ahead and do the other Stevie Nicks if I can find the crate that it's in. I think it's down... where is it? It's somewhere. Maybe it's still over there. Maybe it's right here. Here it is. Let's go ahead and do this other one. Holy moly, this is a lot of vinyl. I knew it was going to all show up at once. Stevie Nicks. Here's the other one. Street Angel. Okay, so that's there. Let's put up some new auctions. We have up for auction. Let's go back to the Japanese stuff, which was going to be featured tonight. We have Japanese pressing of Rat, which has been asked about, and I have a Japanese 7-inch single of Queen. So let's see what these look like first. We have Rat, Invasion of Your Privacy, Japanese pressing. This is Japanese, no obi. The vinyl is very, very nice. This is going to be a $35 start for Rat, Invasion of Your Privacy. It has the Japanese insert, both of them with it. Very nice cover, $35 start. That is a $35 start. And now, don't see this too often. Queen, which is Bohemian Rhapsody, a Japanese 7-inch single picture sleeve, and the vinyl is very nice. Queen, Bohemian Rhapsody, $25 start. $25 start, Bohemian Rhapsody. So Rat's $35, Queen's $25. Now, here's the other Stevie Nicks. Street Angel. Street Angel. Here is the other Stevie Nicks. Let's go ahead and do these now. I'll try not to mess this one up. All these are in pristine condition, so what messed me up last time was a couple of those seam splits, but this is $39.99. Also, first time on vinyl. This is Stevie's 1994 studio album on translucent red vinyl, and that was Street Angel. And when I originally posted the pre-order, I called it Secret Angel. Secret Angel, but it's Secret Angel. This is $39.99. Here, let me read off the pre-order for these and count them out. First was Jerry Wallace, then Alan Case, Holly Safe, Cynthia Herdron, Sherry Darnell, Thomas Bumbrart, Tracy McFadden, also Julianne Roman, Autumn Betts, Kristen Seam, Kara Bauer, Greg Preston. Let's see here. R.J. Myers, Jerry Stone, Darcy Kahn, Jane Fink, Debbie Winstead, Paul Brothers, Brad Bullen, Scott Smith, Lillian McCurry, and Paul Brothers. I've got 3 extras. These are already sold that's here in the crate. I've got 3 extras, and we're going to tag those right now. So back up to the top. The last thing was Romelu. He gets Stevie Nicks. Tony Murphy wants Stevie Nicks. Joshua Day, if you want to bid on Queen, make sure you put Queen and then a $25 start. Krista Calorie, Also on Stevie Nicks, and now we're going to have to take a waiting list. Krista gets the last one. Everyone else will be on a waiting list. And first is Chris McLaughlin. Queens at $25. Christopher Morris also on the Stevie Nicks wait list. Then Tony Freeman, then Fred Carnell. Tanner, I'm going to hand you these in just a second. These are already all sold from the post. So everybody got one from the post. And we got a restock of the best of Susie Quattro, $36.99. $36.99. Susie Quattro, legend. And there was a waiting list for this. Quattro, that's Susie Quattro, Bob Riger, Lily McCurry, Fred Carnell, and Michelle Miller. This was something I had last week. Bob Riger, Lily McCurry, Fred Carnell, and Michelle Miller. These are already sold. It's a 2 LP, $36.99. Secret Angels on red vinyl. Yes, red vinyl. Her 1994 album, first time reissued as a standalone. So these 4 copies of Susie Quattro have sold. I've got 2 extras. The best of Susie Quattro, legend. 2 left, $36.99. Those 4 was on a waiting list. We have a bid on Rat. Finally, I was like, is everybody awake out there? Japanese pressing of Invasion of Your Privacy. That has a bid of $35. And we have Queen, Bohemian Rhapsody. That has a high bid of $27. Rat's at $35, Queen's at $30. And Davey Winston wants on the waiting list. I've got 2 of those, and I'll skip this and do this later because the rest of them's in another bin. That's the Soundgardens. There's a bunch of those. The rest of them are in another bin. I'll do that one in a second. The rest of them will pop up here in a second. And we got a restock of this, which is Soundgarden. I'll do this one right now. Louder Than Love, $29.99. Soundgarden, Louder Than Love. Ultra Mega OK. Yeah, there's a whole crate of those somewhere. Ultra Mega OKs. Soundgarden, and this was Javi Soto, or Javi Soto. Javi, I think I've been saying Javi. Javi Soto. One person on a waiting list for this. That is sold to Javi. Javi. I think it's Javi, and I got 3 extras. So I'm going to pull these out, Tanner, and I'm going to go ahead and hand you this crate. So the only thing that's left in here, make sure there wasn't any more claims. Rat 40, Rat 38, Rat 37, Rat 45, Rat 45, Rat 50. And so the only thing left in this bin was Soundgarden. This was Louder Than Love, $29.99. And the best of Susie Quattro, legend, that is $36.99. And Susie Quattro sold to Fred Carnell. No, that says SG for Soundgarden, not SQ. He wants a Soundgarden. So the Soundgardens, yeah. Let me put these over there. I'll hand you the crate of Stevie Nicks. That's all pre-sold. These are all from the pre-sold post. And let's go ahead and do a crate of vintage. I've only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 more crates to go through of new vinyl. But nope, 12 counts Soundgarden. Let's go through this next crate of new vintage stuff. And there was some pretty good titles in one of these. So let's go ahead and go through the new vintage stuff. Which one was it? Oh, yeah, it was this one. Okay, eyes and ears open for this crate. Some stuff in here I would probably normally slip out and auction. And did you have me on the waiting list for Soundgarden for last week? The only person on the waiting list for Soundgarden, Louder Than Love, was Javi. And if you want one, Justin, I'll have to pull you one now because I only had one person. So I think Justin Randall wants one. We'll make sure he does get one. And Jose wants a Soundgarden as well. So it looks like we're sold out of Louder Than Love if Justin Randall wants one. We'll make sure. Let's update these auctions before I start this new crate of vintage pre-owned stuff. Justin gets one and Jose gets one. Rat, Japanese pressing of Invasion of Your Privacy, has a high bid of $55 to Scott Ham. It is top Japanese quality. And check out this Queen Japanese picture sleeve. Bohemian Rhapsody. Now that's pretty cool. And the last bid I had on that was Joe Maynard at $31. New vintage pre-owned. Let's go through here and see what we have. No Goodbyes, Hall & Oates, $19.99 for Hall & Oates, No Goodbyes. Atlantic, Monarch Pressing, very nice. About a VG cover. Yes, Tormato, $19.99 for Yes, Tormato. And Yes, Yesterdays, also $19.99. Yesterdays was a compilation of early Yes music, $19.99. Scott Ham first on Hall & Oates. We also have John Anderson's Greatest Hits, $26.99. Swingin', $26.99. John Anderson's Greatest Hits. $26.99. John Anderson's Greatest Hits. George Strait, Greatest Hits Volume 2, $49.99. Does Fort Worth ever cross your mind? The Chair, Nobody in His Right Mind, Oceanfront Property, All My Exes Live in Texas. That's $49.99. Rebecca Barber first on John Anderson. John Miller was second. And Madonna, True Blue, with poster. It's an RCA Music Club edition, $29.99. Madonna, True Blue, with poster, $29.99. That has the poster with it. And Talking Heads, Fear of Music, and OG 79 Jacksonville Press, $49.99. That is Talking Heads, Fear of Music, $49.99. So I think we're done on Rat. Sold to Scott Ham for $55. I hope everybody was done on Queen because I'm selling it to, never mind, it has a new bid. Joshua Day has it for $33. Joshua had this for $33. Joe Maynard, you're out. Joshua Day had that for $33. I'm glad I saw that. Actually, I skipped over that. So Joshua has it for $33. Joe Maynard, let me know if you want back in. Back up to the top, we pulled Hall & Oates. We pulled John Anderson. We pulled John Anderson for Rebecca. John Miller second, then Brooke, then Brian. Brooke was first, though, to George Strait. That's so to Brooke. And Debbie Winstead first to Madonna. Rebecca was second on Madonna. Orlando wants Talking Heads, and Tom Sullivan wants both Yes albums. That's all sold. Next is Kiss Animalize, $34.99. I might as well just leave this out of the bin. It's an RCA Music Club edition, $34.99 on Kiss Animalize. And 10 Years After Stonehenge, $19.99 on Durham, $19.99. We have Out on Queen, Joshua Day. You get that for $33. Let's start 2 new auctions. Let's see what I have over here. I have in the Japanese bin, the first crate at least, I have a Japanese pressing of Iron Maiden and Aerosmith. That sounds like 2 pretty good titles to me. Boy, check this out. Iron Maiden Live +1. Holy moly. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. You're going to be hearing me say that a lot, so go ahead and get those words embedded in your head. $65 start for Maiden. It has the Japanese insert with it, and it is a top Japanese copy. Obi, it has the insert, near mint minus vinyl, $65 on Iron Maiden. Slipped in an Iron Maiden in on y'all tonight. And Aerosmith Rocks, very nice copy of this. Textured cover with the gold reflective Obi. $45 start on Rocks. Sick as a Dog, that's a great song on the album. And of course, Back in the Saddle again. $45 start on that. So, has the Japanese insert. It has another Japanese insert, the original anti-static inner sleeve that came with the CBS Sonys. And that's a $45 start. We have Arthur Wyman wanting Kiss, Iron Maiden $65, $65, $65. The Police, Zenyatta Mandata, $24.99 on The Police. Has the original inner sleeve, Zenyatta Mandata. Also Devo, Freedom of Choice, $29.99. Whip It, Girl You Want. Devo is $29.99. Very clean vinyl, no condition notes. There's The Police, there's Devo, Lace and Whiskey, Alice Cooper, $26.99 for Lace and Whiskey, Alice Cooper, $26.99. And Tom Petty, his self-titled album, 76 Terre Haute. Wow, $39.99. That's the first label. Has a little bit of a crease right there on the cover. That is nice, though, $39.99. Arthur, if you don't mind, please go check your messages from Coletco. Tanner's wanted me to remind you to please check your messages. Iron Maiden 65, Iron Maiden 65, Iron Maiden 65, Aerosmith 45, Iron Maiden 75, Kelly Cook first on Devo, Shock G first on Tom Petty, then Rebecca, John Cassidy is at 70 on Iron Maiden. We have Mahalia, Sings the Gospel right out of the church. I don't know if I've seen that one before, and that's because it's a UK copy. Made in Holland, Made in Holland, $9.99 for Mahalia Jackson. Autumn Betts first to Alice Cooper. I can't believe no one's got The Police yet. Another Mahalia Jackson, her greatest hits. That's $9.99. That's on the original Columbia 2i. There's Mahalia, and 3 in a row. This is The Power and the Glory, another Mahalia Jackson gospel. Boy, look at that label. A green CBS Holland. That's 3 in a row, $9.99. And the Hollies, What Goes Around, $19.99. Has a promo strip. It has a gold stamp promo, and that is $19.99. The Hollies, What Goes Around. So, Brooke, you are first to Mahalia. You can let me know if you want Right Out of Church, Greatest Hits, or The Power and the Glory. You can have any of the 3. Brent was next, and Brent, if whatever she doesn't want, if you want one of them, just let me know, of course. And Iron Maiden. Live +1, Japanese pressing with insert, near mint minus, pristine, including the jacket and the obi and the insert. John Cassidy has that for $70, going once, going twice. Also going twice, going 3 times is Aerosmith at $45 for Brian Frenfrock. That's a final call. She wants the first gospel and hits. So that's sold and sold. Brent, that one's left if you want it. And he says he'll take that one. So Brent gets the Mahalia that's on top, the last one. And Debbie Winston wants the Hollies. Those are all sold. Next is Hot Chocolate. Everyone's a winner. $14.99. That has their hit song, Everyone's a Winner. $14.99. Hot Chocolate. It's in the original company inner sleeve. No condition notes on that. Iron Maiden's at 71. Iron Maiden is at 80. Aerosmith 46. Aerosmith 46. Jefferson Starship, Freedom at Point Zero, featuring Jane. $14.99. And Don Henley, Building the Perfect Beast, featuring The Boys of Summer, $19.99. Sometimes I slip up and say The Boys of Fall, which is that Kenny Chesney song about football players. Completely different song, The Boys of Fall. I've heard that so much at high school football games, it makes me want to, I'll go ahead and say it makes me want to vomit. So, okay, on deck is Billy Joel the Stranger. We have, next is Maiden at 71, Iron Maiden at 80, Aerosmith 46, Aerosmith at 45, Maiden's at 75, Rebecca Barber on Don Henley, and we have The Beach Boys Love You. This is $19.99. The Beach Boys Love You in shrink wrap, $19.99. The Beach Boys Love You, that's in shrink wrap. Also, Jethro Tull Thick as a Brick with the newspaper cover, $26.99. Jethro Tull Thick as a Brick. Speaking of Kenny Chesney, do y'all realize how many Kenny Chesney greatest hits we could sell? He has virtually nothing on vinyl. I'm surprised more people don't ask for that, but if y'all have ever noticed, there is nothing available. I mean, I think there's some 45s. There's some jukebox 45s from the 90s and 2000s. But Kenny Chesney has virtually nothing on vinyl, which blows my mind. I'm like, I couldn't imagine how many greatest hits we would sell of his if that was pressed on vinyl. Nothing by Kenny Chesney is available on vinyl. Thick as a Brick, Jethro Tull. And this is usually a selling point. It folds out and it makes the newspaper. Full newspaper cover, OG pressing. They actually reissued this with a newspaper cover not too long ago, remastered, $26.99. Is the chat working? I hadn't seen a comment in a few minutes. And we're about to sell Aerosmith. Tim Turner has the high bid at 46. Actually, two people are tied at 46. And I can't get Aerosmith back in the jacket. I think this is, I'm going to have to hand this to Tanner. So, is the chat working? Test 1, 2. Is everyone there? Can anybody hear me? Iron Maiden's at $75. There's a test comment. So Joshua Day, you're out. Shane Devers has Iron Maiden at $80. This is at $80 with Shane Devers. And Aerosmith is at $46 with Henry's Choice. Aerosmith is at $46 with Henry's Choice. He's the high bidder. Everyone else is out. Everyone else is out. Continuing, Jethro Tull Aqualung, $19.99. Jethro Tull Aqualung, $19.99. Original green Chrysalis labels. Brian Sharkey wants BB. Is that for the Beach Boys, Brian? If so, that's sold to you. Also, Anderson Buffen Wakeman Howe is sold. Jefferson Starship Red Octopus, that's $14.99. David Bowie, Let's Dance. Stevie Ray Vaughan on lead guitar. Original inner sleeve, Let's Dance, $34.99. Putting out fire with gasoline. And we have The Worst of Jefferson Airplane. That cover, you can actually read it. That's because, wow, look at that, a 1970 German pressing. It's got a picture of the airplane on the back. I've never seen that before. A German pressing from wow, look at the vinyl on that. I bet that sounds amazing. And it's in like a glossy cover, 1970 German pressing, $39.99. Back up to the top. Aerosmith, by the way, was at 46 with Henry's Choice. 46 with Henry's Choice. We have Brian Sharkey got the Beach Boys, Iron Maiden 85, Iron Maiden 82, Iron Maiden 90. We have Aerosmith at 47, and Orlando Martinez wants David Bowie. Continuing, we have Al Jarreau, Hearts Horizon, $9.99. Jean-Michel Jarre, Equinox. That is $9.99. And so is Rendezvous, also by Jean-Michel Jarre. That's also $9.99. Jan and Dean Anthology Album. That's a 2 LP compilation of Jan and Dean music for $19.99. The original cast album of Laugh In, $69. This thing is sealed. I'm sure some of y'all remember Laugh In. This is $24.99. It's original sealed, $69, $24.99. The Who Face Dances is with poster, $24.99. The Who Face Dances, $24.99. And we have Climax Blues Band, Sense of Direction, $19.99. Climax Blues Band, Sense of Direction, $19.99. Iron Maidens at $100. We have the new bid on Iron Maidens at $100. Tim Turner has Aerosmith at $47. The other people bidding, if you can let me know if you want back in and out, Henry's Choice and whoever was first, but now Aerosmith's at $47. Iron Maidens at $100. Brent Robley wants Laugh In. That's sold to Brent Robley. Debbie Winston second, and Aerosmith's now at $48. Bruce Hornsby in the Range, Scenes from the South Side. That is $19.99. Also, Porgy and Bess, Lena Horne and Harry Belafonte, $9.99 for that. The Hollies, Distant Light, Long Cool Woman in a Black Dress, $19.99. That's on Yellow Epic label, $19.99 for that. And In the Beginning, the Isley Brothers and Jimi Hendrix. Interesting, from 1971. On T-Neck, that's the original label. I don't know if I've ever seen that before. $49.99. In the Beginning, Isley Brothers and Jimi Hendrix, 1971, $49.99. Aerosmith's at $48. Iron Maidens at $110. Debbie Winston first to the Hollies. Christopher Morris, you were second. Also, Chris Isaac, First Comes the Night, a deluxe 180-gram 2LP. That is $39.99. And we have Humble Pie Thunderbox, excuse the nudity, $24.99. Humble Pie Thunderbox, $24.99. Brent Robley first on Isley Brothers. That's sold to Brent Robley. Iron Maidens at $112. And Aerosmith's at $48. Final call to Henry's Choice. Hot Butter, $9.99. Hot Butter plays popcorn. Also, Recollections, a tribute to British Prague. Asia, featuring John Payne. Interesting. Asia, featuring John Payne. Recollections, a tribute to British Prague. $24.99. $24.99 on red vinyl. Once again, excuse the sirens. There was 3 fire trucks that just went by. $24.99. I guess that's an Asia album with John Payne. Of course, John Wetton died by 2014. So I guess that's what's going on there. April Wine, Harder Faster, $19.99 for April Wine. Harder Faster. Boulders, Roy Wood, haven't seen that in a while. $19.99. There for a while, it's like it was, we had them everywhere. $19.99, Boulders, Roy Wood. And we have BG, Spirits Having Flown, $12.99. Okay, final call on Aerosmith. Henry's Choice has that for $48. I'm about to sell it. Iron Maidens at $120 with Shane Devers. Joshua, you're out. George Benson, Tenderly, $12.99 for George Benson in shrink wrap. David Bowie, Scary Monsters, a German copy, $36.99. David Bowie, Scary Monsters, $36.99 for Bowie. Burgesse's Tag, I didn't get that one down yet. Yo-Yo, but that is $12.99. We have the Beatles Rarities for $34.99 and Hank Williams Jr. Major Moves, $24.99. $24.99. In shrink wrap, Hank Williams Jr. Also, Heart, Bad Animals, $19.99. Heart, Bad Animals. Iron Maidens at $120. Jeremiah Lewis, We Will Send You a Message Tonight. Cynthia Herdren first on David Bowie. Cynthia Herdren first on David Bowie. Tom Sullivan first on April Wine. And Bourgeois. That's what I was looking for, Jill. Thank you. Bourgeois. I've been saying Burgess-wee or something like that. All right, Iron Maiden. Final call to Shane at $120. Let me know, Joshua, if you want back in. I've done a final call on this for 3 times. I was waiting for the other 3 bidders to say something. Everybody has went silent, so that means Henry's Choice gets Aerosmith for $48. That's sold to Henry's Choice. Jill Berry gets George Benson. That is sold to Jill Berry. And I'm just going to hit some high spots on this crate. Actually, we'll go ahead and just go through them. We have a lot of new vinyl to go through, so trying to go through these crates pretty fast. Next Japanese pressing is Billy Joel, The Stranger. Superb Japanese pressing, $35 start. You guessed it, the vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Super, super nice, $35 start. Joshua Day is back in on Iron Maiden at $130. Shane Devers, you're out. Billy Joel is a $35 start. There's the original inner sleeve. There's the cover and obi. $35 start on that on Billy Joel. We have 10 Years After, Stonehenge, $19.99 on 10 Years After. The Police in Yada Mandata is $24.99. Hot Chocolate, Everyone's a Winner. Surprised that's still available, $14.99. Jefferson Starships, $14.99. Freedom of Point Zero. Thick as a Brick with a newspaper cover still available, $26.99. Iron Maidens at $140. Jethro Tull Aqualungs, $19.99. 2 bids on Billy Joel, $35 and $35. Jefferson Starship Red Octopus, $14.99. The Worst of Jefferson Airplane, a greatest hits, a 1970 German pressing, $39.99. Al Jarreau is a $9.99. Jean-Michel Jarre, 2 records, Oxygen and Rendezvous, those are $9.99. Debbie Winston on Hot Chocolate. Scott Ham was second. Also, we have Jan and Dean Anthology Album, $19.99. The Who Face Dances with the poster. That has the poster, $24.99. Climax Blues Band, $19.99. Sense of Direction. Joe, let me know which one you want. Equinox or Rendezvous on those. Also, we have Bruce Hornsby in the Range, $19.99. Lena Horne and Harry Belafonte, $9.99. Chris Isaac is still available. First Comes the Night, $39.99. Those are both sold to Joe Barrios. Sold and sold. Humble Pie with the original cover, $24.99. Hot Butter was $9.99. Charles Verano on BH, if that's Bruce Hornsby, Charles, that's sold to you. Anderson Buford Wakeman Howe has already sold Tom Sullivan. That sold last night. Asia, $24.99. Roy Wood is $19.99. BG, Spirits Having Flown. BG's is $12.99. Bourgeois Tag is $12.99. Also, the Beatles Rarities. Surprised no one got that. That's an official release. It's alternate and rare outtakes by the Beatles, and that's a UK pressing on Parlophone. Is it UK? This is 34. It's a German. This is a German pressing. That's all the rare. It's rarities. That's an official Parlophone, $34.99. We have Hank Williams Jr. Surprised that's left unclaimed, $24.99. Fred Carnell on BT. BT was, let me make sure I do this in order. We pulled BH. Billy Joel's at 40. Fred Carnell on BT. Terry Gearhart gets BGs. Those are sold and sold. Billy Joel's at 40. And I hope we're done on Iron Maiden. The high bid is 140 with Shane Devers. Joshua, once again, you're outbid. That's at 140. I'm about to sell it. We also have Heart, Bad Animals. That was the last record, $19.99. Otis Redding is a waiting list. We are sold out. Harry Belafonte is with Lena Horne, Porgy and Bess, $9.99, Porgy and Bess. That's what's left in there. Lena Horne, Harry Belafonte, Hart, Hank Williams Jr., The Beatles, Roy Wood, Asia, Hot Butter, Humble Pie, Chris Isaac, CBB, The Who, Jan and Dean, Al Jarreau, Jefferson Airplane, Jefferson Starship, Jethro Tull, Jefferson Starship, Police, and 10 Years After, Stoned Hinge, 1999. All righty, let me set this off to the back. So now there is a final call going on, for both auctions. We have Sean Holford wants Humble Pie, Victoria on Otis Redding, Darren on Jethro Tull. Billy Joe just got a new bid, but we're selling this to Shane Devers. Sold to Shane Devers for $140. Jethro or Iron Maiden, that is sold. And Billy Joe just got a new bid for $42. Shane gets that for $140. Thank you, Shane. Let's go through some new vinyl. We have, if y'all have missed the new vinyl so far tonight, we've already went through 6 crates. I think we've went through 6 crates. Many more to come. I need to pull Humble Pie for Sean. Darren gets Jethro Tull, and Fred Carnell gets 10 Years After. Fred, you were second on Humble Pie, so let me pull that. Let me pull Humble Pie, and we need Jethro Tull, Thick as a Brick, with the newspaper cover. All righty, so those are all sold. First was Darren Wortman, Jethro Tull, or actually Sean Holford with Humble Pie, then Jethro Tull, and then Fred Carnell got 10 Years After. 10 Years After, so Luca just set some kind of scoring record. I bet we'll hear from Henry later. So, we have a whole crate of Soundgardens. This is Soundgarden Ultra Mega OK. So, Soundgarden Ultra Mega OK. Billy Joel's at 42. Who was the other bidder? Terry Gearhart. Let me know if you want back in. There was a big pre-order for this. So let me go over here. Let me click on this. Let me type in Soundgarden in the group. Anytime you want to search for something in the group, you can actually click in the group and then search something, whether it's somebody's name or a pre-order, whatever it may be. If you saw something and you can't find it, you can always search it, or you can message us and we'll send you a link. But this was a pre-order or a restock request for Soundgarden Ultra Mega OK. It's actually 2 LPs. 2 LPs, $29.99. I said they were going to reserve or arrive this week, and they have. Here's everybody who got one. Before I do that, let me put up a new auction. Billy Joe just got a new bid at 43. Let me go over here and see what I have in the sealed OG bin. So we already sold Steve Miller Band's Greatest Hits. How about Steve Miller Band Abracadabra? This is sealed. It is a 1982 U.S. Club. It's going to be a $30 start. Let's make it a $25 start. $25 start, 82 U.S. Club, 0 for sale, listed on Discogs, $25 start. Sealed club, Steve Miller Band Abracadabra. Billy Joe's at 44. Here's everybody who got a Soundgarden. If you know for sure you want one, I would comment it right now before they all get gone, because I have sold a lot of them. This is Ultra Mega OK, $29.99. Ultra Mega OK. Matt Algram got one. Fred Cardinale. Also Scott Drum, Michael O'Brien, Jerry Stone, George Ellis, and Jeff Malwitz We have one for Bob Riger, Brian Townsend, Gary Samuels, Brian Arrigo, Holly Safe, Tawana Bennett, Kevin Jordan, Christopher Nagy, Scott Smith, Leslie Silvley, Brent Robley, Greg Preston, Paul Brothers, Debbie Blair, and Lillian McCurry. And I have 3 left right here. I'm going to call those out one more time. This is Soundgarden, Ultra Mega OK, 2LP, $29.99. That's Matt Algram, Fred Carnell, Scott Drum, Michael Bryan, Jerry Stone, George Ellis, and Jeff Malwitz. And then Bob Riger, Brian Townsend, Gary Samuels, Brian Arrigo, Holly Safe, Tawana Bennett, Kevin Jordan, Christopher Nagy, Scott Smith, Leslie Silvley, Brent Robley, Greg Preston, Paul Brothers, Debbie Blair, and Lily McCurry. Those are all sold. If anybody else wants one, I'm pretty sure Tanner just condensed them all together. He just stepped to the back, but those are all sold, and I'll start calling off the other ones. Let me go ahead and grab another crate. So all those Soundgardens are sold. I'll put a new crate up here so we can go through some more. And we have, back at the top, we had Billy Joe at 44, Steve Miller 30, Steve Miller 25, Steve Miller 35, but Tony was in first at 30, Billy Joe 45, Joe Barrios wants a Soundgarden, Steve Miller Band's at 35, Shane Devers wants a Soundgarden, and Victoria Rachels wants a Soundgarden. So those are all gone. That crate was from the Post Tanner. Those are sold live. If anybody else wants one, you'll have to go on a waiting list. Next is, was there extras? Oh, I do have more. So, Sarah Long. I didn't know if you condensed them all or not. So those 3 sold live. Here are the other ones, Ultra Mega OK. So I still got 2, 4, 5 on hand. Here's the original 5 that I ordered when I saw they were back in stock. And then I made a post and I sold almost 30. So I had to order more emergency. So Sarah Long gets one. Now, if you want one live right here, right now, I've got 4 left. Very nice. Expanded reissue, just $29.99. Justin Randall wants one. There's 3 left. I'll keep them right over here. High bid on Steve Miller Band's 35. High bid on Billy Joel's 45. Final call on both of those. I had just gave you a sneak peek of Run DMC, Tougher Than Leather, $29.99. Davey Winston also wants a Soundgarden. Let me make sure there wasn't a waiting list. Brent Robley and Michael Nath also wants a Soundgarden. Now they're gone. Anthony Barone, you'll be first on a waiting list. I know for sure I can get more. They had hundreds and hundreds of those in stock. So let me make sure there wasn't a waiting list for Run DMC. There was one last week or last time for Nathan Myers. That's already been filled. Run DMC, Tougher Than Leather, $29.99. I've got 2 copies, Run DMC. Roger Waters, here in the flesh. I think this is James Bragg's. This is an unofficial Roger Waters. There's a Volume 1 and a Volume 2. This is Volume 1, and I'm pretty sure Roger, I put in Waters, it put in all kinds of stuff. Yeah, this is James Bragg's. He had Volume 2, and now he was needing Volume 1, so this is already sold to James Bragg. If anybody else, I've ordered more, both sets. It's a New Jersey, $19.99. It's a live Roger Waters concert from $19.99. If anybody wants that, let me know. Volume 1 and Volume 2. I hope we're done on these. I'm going to go ahead and sell them. This is Terry Gearhart for $45, and the sealed Steve Miller Band is sold for $35. Those are sold, $45 and $35. Let me go ahead and show these next couple records, or I'll show this one and put up some new auctions. Very tough to find an original of Sam Cooke's Tour. I've never even had a copy. That's why I ordered this new one. It's Sam Cooke's Tour, $28.99. $28.99 on that, $28.99. Let's put up some new auctions. I got sealed Robert Plant. Check this out. OG Robert Plant, the principal of the moment. This is a 1983 USOG. It is going to be a $40 start. Sealed Robert Plant, the principal of moments. That is sealed, $40 start. Let me set down this crate so I can get to the other Japanese pressings. I've been working out of one crate. Let me jump over here to the other, and let's do the Japanese pressing of, I showed this last night as a sneak peek. First Meeting, Lightning Hopkins, $35 start. I'm pretty sure this is a Japanese pressing. First Meeting of Blues Giants, Lightning Hopkins with Brownie McGee, Sonny Terry, and Big Joe Williams. And that is a Japanese pressing, no obi, $35 start. $35 start. It has the Japanese insert, awesome thick cardboard cover from Japan, $35 start on that. Sealed Robert Plant is $40. We have Sam Cooke, that's sold to Felix Solis. Jerry Stone, I'm going to put you on a waiting list if that's okay. We have a restock of Dazed and Confused for $39.99. That's on purple vinyl. The Dazed and Confused soundtrack, Volume 1, purple vinyl, $39.99. Let me type in that because I'm pretty sure there was a waiting list. Krista Callery and Greg Rogers. Krista Callery and Greg Rogers. I've already got 2 of these pulled for you right now. $39.99, and Justin Chase wants a Run DMC. So one Dazed and Confused left and one Run DMC left. That's what's left there. Back up to the top, we had Lightning Hopkins at 35. We had Justin Chase on DMC, Hopkins at 35, Lightning Hopkins 35, Lightning Hopkins 40, Lightning Hopkins 40, and Robert Plant's no bid for $40. Speaking of Lightning Hopkins, the blues of Lightning Hopkins, $28.99. The blues of Lightning Hopkins, $28.99. There's one copy left there, the blues of Lightning Hopkins, only one copy, 180-gram virgin vinyl. That is available. If anybody wants that, I would put LH because we're also bidding on an LH, and that is sold to Sean Fairweather. And if anybody wants on the waiting list, let me know. And I have another pre-order to show, which is Keith Richards, Vintage Vinos. I think that's how that's pronounced. Keith Richards. Let me read off the pre-order for this. This is Keith Richards, Vintage Ventos. Keith Richards. Let me pull that up right now. And this is $39.99. New release. There's what it looks like. Looks like it comes with 3 prints. And it's on red and black swirl vinyl, due out today, $39.99. This is a new release. I think it was originally a Record Store Day release, and now they've put it back into print regularly. So here's the pre-order for Keith Richards, $39.99. Let's give one to Tracy McFadden. Let's give one to Debbie Winstead, Bill Samus, Brent Riley, got 2 of them. We also need to give one to Wade Lucas, Chad Fleener, Fred Carnell, Scott Beebe wants 1. Chris Kirkley gets 1. Holly Safe gets 1. And that's it. I've got 4 extra copies. This is pronounced Vino, Vintage Vino, Keith Richards. Thank you, $39.99. That is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 there. And let me read those off again. Tracy McFadden, Debbie Winstead, Bill Samus, Brent Robley got 2. Wade Lucas, Chad Fleener, Fred Carnell, Scott Beebe, Chris Kirkley, and James Ludwig. Those are all sold. Those are sold, and these are sold. Those are all sold there, Tanner. Keith Richards, Vintage Vinos. And we have, or Vino. Back up to the top, we got a bid on Robert Plant for $40 with Stephen A. Young. That's the high bid on the sealed Robert Plant, only bid, OG, sealed Robert Plant, Principle of Moments, final call for $40. And I have the high bid on Lightning Hopkins at $50 with Thomas Hujar. Autumn Betts wants a Keith Richards. There's 3 Keith Richards left. Dan Davis said, I get Steve Miller Band. At this point, I have no idea. Those last 2 auctions, I don't even know. You got it for $35. Yes, Dan Davis. You got it for $35. And Dazed and Confused and Run DMC still left. I got Run DMC. Now, I haven't had this one in a while. I've had Tougher Than Leather. Last night we had King of Rock. Their first album, $29.99. Run DMC, $29.99. 2 copies of that left. And haven't had this in a while. Shinedown, The Sound of Madness. It is on clear vinyl. Part of that Atlantic Celebration issue. $33.99 for Shinedown. And 1 copy of Celtic Frost, Emperor's Return, 40th anniversary on green and black swirl vinyl, $36.99. I think it also includes a double-sided poster. It does. And we have Led Zeppelin 4 on clear vinyl, $33.99. So I'm about to sell Robert Plant for $40 to Stephen Young. I'm about to sell Lightning Hopkins for $50 with Thomas Hujar. Autumn got a Keith Richards, and Kelly Cook wants a Run DMC. Those are all sold. Those are all sold. Okay. It's Winos, not Vinos. We have SD with Brian Townsend. That is Shinedown. That's sold to Brian Townsend. Brian Sharkey wants Led Zeppelin. And we have Sarah Long also on Shinedown. Those are all sold. Those are all sold. Tom Sullivan wants Celtic Frost. That's sold. And we also have Brian Townsend on Led Zeppelin 4. Now, I have those from last night still over here. That may have appeared that was my last copy, but that's not true. I've got 2 more left from last night. Led Zeppelin 4 on clear vinyl. So we're going to give one to Brian Townsend. That's sold. And there's 1 more left. That was from last night's restock. Yes, this is on black vinyl. This is on black vinyl. Mark Trahan, I only had 2 copies of Shinedown. So let me know if you're okay. Let me hold it up to the light. Yeah, it's black vinyl. If you're okay with a waiting list for Shinedown. We're also going to sell Stephen A. Young, this Robert Plant album, for $40. This is sold to Stephen A. Young for $40. That is sold to him for $40. And Lightning Hopkins, about to be sold to Thomas for $40. Run DMC, Sean just asked, $29.99. And Sean, if you don't want it, it's sold to Jerry Stone. So that's either sold to Sean or Jerry Stone. Led Zeppelin is $33.99. Here's the only thing left in here. Run DMC Tougher Than Leather, $29.99. 1 copy of the Dazed and Confused soundtrack, purple vinyl, Foghat, Alice Cooper, Kiss, Nazareth, Ted Nugent, Black Sabbath, Leonard Skinner, $39.99. And Keith Richards, Vintage, let me get this pronunciation, Vintage Wino. Is that a W? So Vintage Wino. That's what I'm being informed. Okay, we'll go with that. Fred Carnell wants Dazed and Confused. Give Run DMC to Jerry Stone. That's so to Fred Carnell. 3 copies of Keith Richards, and one more time. That is a originally came out on Record Store Day last year, and it's on colored vinyl. It has 3 prints with it. It's a gatefold with an insert. That is, there's 3 left. It's a V. Michael says that's a W. We have Aqualung sale. Aqualung still available from the last crate. And these are sold, or that's what's left. Let me set these over here. If anybody decides they want that last Led Zeppelin, just let me know. All right, let's put up 2 new auctions. I've also got a whole nother crate of vinyl to go through. Holy moly. Okay. The spine says Vintage V-I-N-O-S. 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 V-I-N-O-S is how it's spelled. Dan Davis says it's an R. It's either an R, a V, or a W. Okay, and this is sold to Thomas Hujar for $50. John Cassidy, let me know if you want Aqualung. Who asked about Led Zeppelin? Mike Davis, let me know if you want Led Zeppelin. And here we go. So, new vinyl. I have Soundgarden down on the upside, $36.99. Soundgarden down on the upside, $36.99. Soundgarden. Let's go ahead and put up some new auctions as well. I have Bruce Springsteen, The River, and I have a pressing over here of what? Let me put those in there. That was the first records from the night. I have another Japanese 7-inch single over here, which is this really cool looking Jimi Hendrix. So let's go ahead and put these over here. We have Brian Townsend wants a Soundgarden. There's one left if anybody else wants it. I have Kid Rock's Greatest Hits. Wow, glad to see this back in stock. These things get really pricey when they go out of print. Kid Rock's Greatest Hits, $46.99. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 available. Went ahead and got 5 of those, $46.99. The Roger Waters is $39.99. $39.99. Korn, Follow the Leader. Korn is $33.99. That's a 2 LP. Korn, Follow the Leader, $33.99. And I have the Traveling Wilburys, Volume 3. New and sealed. Traveling Wilburys is $34.99. Let's introduce these next auctions. We have Bruce Springsteen, The River, as a Japanese pressing in shrink wrap with Obi. It looks like it's brand new. Both LPs are very nice. Near mint minus and pristine. There's LP number 1 with the original inner sleeve. There's the Japanese book inner sleeve. There's another Japanese kind of booklet inner sleeve. There's the second inner sleeve. This is going to be a $45 start. It's in shrink wrap with the Obi cap. It is a very, very nice copy. $45 start. Now check out this Japanese 7-inch single of Purple Haze, Jimi Hendrix. It's on a red Polydor label. Let me check the vinyl on this. Sometimes these 7 inches have been played. Nope, this one's really nice. $25 start. Check out that. Also, that's a great song too. That was really only released in the UK or not in the US, the 51st anniversary. And it has the Japanese inner sleeve, and then there's the really cool picture sleeve with the Experience there, Jimmy and the Experience. $25 start on that. Now, that is very cool. All right, let's go back up to the top. We had Brian Townsend got Soundgarden, and then he got Kid Rock. That's so to Brian Townsend. Rebecca Barber got a Kid Rock. Crystal Newman got a Kid Rock. Shane Devers got a Kid Rock. Those are sold. John Cassidy wants Aqualung from the previous bin. Aqualung is right here. That was this one. No condition notes. About a VG Plus cover. Gatefold. Green chrysalis label. That is sold to John Cassidy. Michelle Miller looks like she's going to get the last Kid Rock. Brooke, you're going to be first on the waiting list if that's okay. Brooke first on the waiting list. Brian Townsend on Korn. That's sold to Brian Townsend. Andy Wade says, I'll take Boys. And he asked about earlier. Andy Wade asked about, what did he ask about? What was that? Andy Wade, I might need an, what was that? Was that something in the previous bin? Maybe he meant both for Roger Waters. Did you mean both instead of Boys? He asked about both Roger Waters. Yes, put him down on a waiting list for Roger Waters live, both volumes. I got it. Next is Michelle Miller on Traveling Wilburys. We have Jerry Stone, 45 on Bruce Springsteen. Victoria Rachel's also on the Kid Rock waiting list. Jimi Hendrix, 25. John Gollins put SPR, 45. And I'll figure out what that is in just a second. And we have Justin Townsend on a Traveling Wilburys waiting list. So the only thing left there is Korn and Soundgarden. Brian, I don't know if you should go to bed or not. There is some amazing stuff to be shown, like Charlie Brown's Holiday Hits, Vince Guaraldi Trio. That is $33.99. Charlie Brown's Holiday Hits, that's a compilation of all the holiday hits. $33.99 for that. And we have Kiss Dynasty, $33.99. Now, I don't think there was a waiting list earlier, was there, Tanner? Because I had some of these. I think we just sold out, and this was a stray copy that didn't get put with the others. So there's one more copy of Kiss Dynasty, and I have back in stock on the indie exclusive colored vinyl, Alice in Chains, Rainer Fog on smog colored vinyl. I have these on hand, $39.99. I've got a stack. Now, Sean Holford, I don't know if you're watching. You were the last person on a waiting list. If you still need one, Sean, you were the last person on a waiting list for this title. Everybody else, if you pre-ordered it or if you was on a waiting list, whichever it may be, everybody has been tagged for one. And so if you don't have one already on a previous invoice, then you need one. So if you haven't got an invoice for this yet, then no one has got one, or you haven't got one. These are $39.99. Let me go back up to the top. John Gollin, what was SPR 45? That's the only thing I didn't catch. And then Cynthia Herdren on CB for Charlie Brown. That's so to Cynthia Herdren. Michelle Miller, you were second. We'll put you on a waiting list. Justin Randall wants Soundgarden. Thomas Hujar, the name of the Lightning Hopkins. Thomas Hujar, the Lightning Hopkins was called First Meeting Lightning Hopkins. First Meeting of Blues Giants. First Meeting of Blues Giants. Thomas Hujar, First Meeting of Blues Giants. Next was Andy Wade, third on Charlie Brown. We'll put you on the waiting list. Also Mike Torres, and now Alice in Chains. We need one for Dan Davis, Matt Crum, Frank Bishop. Frank, if you're a first-time buyer, thank you and welcome. We need to get your information. Brent Robley, and Stan says he doesn't need an Alice in Chains. Let me do that again. We have Matt Crum, Frank Bishop, and Brent Robley. John Gollin was at 45 on Springsteen. Okay, that's what threw me off. Jerry Stone already bid 45, so Jerry Stone was in first at 45. That means you're out. And Gary Samuels wants an Alice in Chains. There's only been one bid on Jimi Hendrix for $25. That's a final call. I have AC/DC Iron Man 2, $46.99 for AC/DC Iron Man 2. That is $46.99. AC/DC Iron Man 2. I don't think there was a waiting list for that. That's just more copies I've ordered because we've sold out of all the others. $46.99 for that. $46.99 for that. AC/DC Iron Man 2. I've got one copy of 50 Cent, Get Rich or Die Trying. $46.99 for 50 Cent. One copy of Bob Dylan, The Real Royal Albert Hall 1966 Concert. $34.99. 2 LP Bob Dylan Live, and that is an official release. $34.99. And Papa Roach, these have been out of stock forever. Papa Roach, $28.99. Papa Roach, $28.99, featuring Last Resort, $28.99. I haven't had that in a long time. Let me find the rest of them. I've got more of them somewhere around here. I ordered quite a few. There's the rest of them. I think I got all that I could. $28.99, Papa Roach, $28.99. That's been out of stock forever. Okay, let me just make sure that's all of them. I think it was $28.99 for Papa Roach. Okay, let's go back over here. So the last thing we left off was Gary Samuels got that Alice in Chains. Next was Charlie Brown. It was called Holiday Hits. Eddie Pasir on CB. Eddie Pasir, what was CB? Was that Charlie Brown? Eddie Pasir also on that waiting list. And now Papa Roach, and so did Jeff Dedman, Cynthia Herdren, Rebecca Barber, Kelly Cook. Those are sold. And then Jeffrey Dunlap wants an Alice in Chains. John Gollin's back in on Springsteen at 47. Gary Samuels wants Papa Roach. Jerry Stone's back in at 50. And John Miller wants an Alice in Chains. Jimi Hendrix is sold to Michael Nath for $25. That's sold to Michael Nath for $25. Let's put up a sealed copy of The Pretenders, Learning to Crawl, a 1984 club copy. This is absolutely minty sealed. This is a $35 star. Sealed Pretenders, Learning to Crawl. It is a sealed club copy. Very, very nicely sealed. Back on the Chain Gang. Middle of the Road is a great song too. $35 start on that. So John Miller on AIC. Fred Carnell was next on Papa Roach. And we have to put up a new, let's see here, Papa Roach. Now we need to put up a waiting list. Justin Randall and Debbie Winstead on the waiting list for Papa Roach. Debbie Winstead and Justin Randall, number 1 and number 2. John Gollin, you're out on Bruce Springsteen. Jerry has it for 50. Tony Freeman has the Pretenders for 40. Dan Davis wants to put back his Alice in Chains. So we have Korn, Follow the Leader, $33.99 for Korn, Follow the Leader, $33.99. 1 copy left. 1 copy of Kiss Dynasty left, remastered. Alice in Chains, that's on the colored vinyl, $39.99 for Alice in Chains. Also AC/DC Iron Man 2, $46.99. 50 Cent, Get Rich or Die Trying, $46.99. And Bob Dylan, the real Royal Albert Hall concert, $34.99. John Gollin's out. Final call on Springsteen. Final call on the Pretenders. There's some more great new vinyl titles. I'm going to put those right over here with the others. And I've almost got everything condensed into 1 crate. I'm not going to try to force those in there. So now it's about a crate and a third. But let me go ahead and grab a new one. Let me see what's over here. I'm trying to go through all the stuff that there was a lot of pre-orders of first and waiting list. And then I have new stuff that really has never been shown before. I've still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 more crates of this stuff to go through. Holy moly. Sarah Long wants some of the Charlie Brown. Tony Murphy wants the Bob Dylan. I'm surprised we hadn't sold out the rest of the Alice in Chains because I went to go ahead and order more indie exclusives and I couldn't get them. Excuse me. I may need another Monster Energy drink out of the back fridge before long, Jake or Tanner. Jake, that might be a great quest for you. I'm over here choking. Tony Murphy gets Bob Dylan, Pretenders 42, 41. UJ Miller, there's no Papa Roaches left, but if you want on the waiting list, let me know. This is sold to Jerry Stone for $50. Nice copy of The River. That's sold for $50. Yeah, the back fridge. The back fridge, yeah. Yeah, I don't know if my mom put them in there or not. I'll just go ahead and take one of those back there. Those back there are ice cold. That's what I want to see. Ice cold monster. I may do a stone cold and like bust them and pour them all over my face. Okay, not around the vinyl though. We have Journey Escape. This is going to be a $35 start. Journey Escape is Japanese, super nice, super clean. Has the Japanese insert, has the other Japanese insert. The cover is in partial shrink wrap. It's kind of torn right through here. It has the number 1 hype sticker, and it's kind of torn back here on the back. $35 start for that. UJ Miller does one on the Papa Roach waiting list. All right, I know there was a waiting list for this. The very best of ELO, Electric Light Orchestra. Tanner, I will read you off these names right now. The very best of ELO. Debbie Winstead, Jeffrey DeLong, and Brian Arrigo. 3 people. Debbie Winstead, Jeffrey DeLong, and Brian Arrigo. The very best of ELO, 20 tracks, $34.99, 1, 2, 3. Those are already sold. I have 2 copies left. The very best of ELO. Thank you, Jake. Is it cold? Oh, yeah. I like it when it's like frosty almost. Oh, yeah. I'm going to go ahead and mute my mic right quick. Give me a second. I'm choked up at the moment. Also, I'm going to have a lot of Monster because I got a lot of work to do after the sale, and my plane for Vegas leaves at 5:40 a.m. That's usually what time I'm still here working, so I'm going to have to pull an all-nighter, go catch this flight to Vegas to see you two, and I'm probably going to be in Vegas tomorrow morning on 0 sleep, and hopefully I can get checked into the hotel and go to bed. $34.99. All right, so the Pretenders is a sealed club. This is at 47 with Tony Freeman. Journey's at 35. The Pretenders is at 50. Mel Masuda wants an ELO. Sold to Kevin LeBeatty. That is sold to Kevin LeBeatty. Also, ELO's on black vinyl. And Journey. That's the way you sleep on plane. I've never took a plane trip this far before. I've never flown. I've always flown to the southeast and maybe, I guess, up north. Yeah, I flew to. So, this is definitely going to be the longest plane flight I've ever been on. But someone said, wait till you fly to Japan. That's going to be a really long flight. We have Stevie Ray Vaughan live. This is In the Beginning. Stevie Ray Vaughan, $39.99. That's a music on vinyl pressing. And we also have a restock of The Cure, Faith. The Cure, Faith, $33.99. Let me make sure there wasn't any wait list for The Cure or Stevie Ray Vaughan. Cure wait list. Amsterdam, $79. Faith, Bob Riger, and Pornography for Sean Fairweather. So, Bob Riger, I've got you down for Faith. These is $33.99. The Cure, Faith, and the other one was Stevie Ray Vaughan. And I'm sure there's some kind of waiting list for Stevie Ray Vaughan. Live Alive, I hadn't got that back in the Beginning, Edwin Blom. That's right here. Yeah, that's what I've got in front of me. So Edwin Blom, your copy of In the Beginning has arrived. So this is sold to Bob Riger. There's one copy left if anybody wants it. And In the Beginning is sold for $39.99. And that is sold to Edwin Blom. So there's one copy of Stevie Ray Vaughan, one copy of The Cure left. Metal Church, Congregation of Annihilation. When this came out, we sold out and we couldn't get any more, and then they finally have pressed more. I think it's on black vinyl. It should be on black vinyl, $33.99. And I've got Creator, Pleasure to Kill, 2 copies of this. Creator, it's embossed on splatter vinyl, 40th anniversary. It includes a poster, classic metal album by Creator, $36.99. ELO, Journey, Tracy McFadden. I'm going to go ahead and sell it to you for $35. Thank you. And The Pretenders is at $50 with Darren Wortman. I hope everybody's done. It's a final call. Sealed copy. Darren Wortman has that for $50. Ken Crooker gets a Creator. 1 copy left. 1 Metal Church left. Also, AC/DC's The Razor's Edge. You've Been Thunderstruck. $33.99. 2 copies of Second Helping. Sweet Home Alabama. Call Me the Breeze. Working for the MCA. Don't Ask Me No Questions. The Battle of Curtis Lowe. That's all you need to know on that one. $34.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan is $39.99. That's In the Beginning. $39.99, Stevie Ray Vaughan. Jared Benoit wants Creator. That's sold to Jared Benoit. Scott Marchheim wants AC/DC's Razor's Edge. I'm going to go ahead and pull the next 2 records. If they don't have the Pretenders, a bid on the Pretenders when I come back, I'm going to sell it. Well, I've got 2 crates of Japanese stuff over here I've been pulling out. Let's go ahead and do this. I know some people's waiting for it. Gary Wright, the Dreamweaver, and let's go ahead and find that David Gilmour. Uh-oh. The last time we showed one of these, there was like a war. It was like wild. We have REM, Eponymous. REM is $29.99. I've got 2 copies of that, and I have 1 copy of Tedeschi Trucks Band Signs. Tedeschi Trucks Band Signs, $33.99. Justin claimed SRV above. Did I not already pull that? Did I pull something for Justin Chase? If so, I may have pulled the wrong thing. He gets Stevie Ray Vaughan. That's already sold to Justin Chase. See, Justin Chase, we pulled Creator. I know I pulled the other Creator. We pulled an AC/DC, and Jetstream wants an REM. Hippopotamus, Eponymous. All right, Darren Wortman gets this for $50. Tedeschi Trucks Band is sold to Felix, and what happened to that? Oh, I've already pulled it. What have I done here? I pulled REM for Jetstream. That's sold to REM. Felix Solis gets Tedeschi Trucks. Johnny Vigil on a waiting list, and so is Charles Verano. If they want on one, Victor gets Leonard Skinnard. That is sold to Victor, and Bill Samus gets the other REM. All right, next 2 auctions is Gary Wright, the Dreamweaver. This is a Japanese pressing, near mint and pristine with Obi, and I cannot explain to you through words how great this sounds. You have to experience it yourself. A classic album. Gary Wright, the Dreamweaver, $35 start with Obi. I meant to say $45. Just go ahead and bid $45 on it. You'll thank me later. It's probably going to get there anyway. And we have David Gilmour. This is David Gilmour self-titled, his self-titled album. This is David Gilmour self-titled, absolutely beautiful Japanese pressing. We had a vintage original UK copy the other night. This is a Japanese pressing, has the original inner sleeve. It has the Japanese booklet. And this is a gatefold, which, well, I don't know if the other ones are gatefolds or not. I don't know if the U.S. pressings are gatefolds. Sometimes they do that in Japanese stuff. So $45 start on that. David Gilmour. That's now going up for bid. So let me clarify a few things. Back up to the top. Justin Chase got that last Stevie Ray Vaughan. Jetstream got REM. Felix got Tedeschi Trucks. Johnny Vigil's going to go on a waiting list along with Charles. Victor got the Leonard Skinner Second Helping. Bill Samus got the last REM. Jerry Stone wants on Tedeschi Trucks waiting list. Johnny Vigil said yes. Jack Suslik wants on the ELO waiting list. Gary Wright, 45-45. David Gilmour, 50, 55-50, 75, and 45. We have Traveling Wilburys, Volume 1, $34.99. New and sealed, Traveling Wilburys, $34.99. Soundgarden, down, nope. Soundgarden, Super Unknown. Jake asked me the other day, what's the title of this? It's actually not written on the cover, and it's not self-titled, $46.99. It's not written on the cover. It's tough, isn't it, Jake? You don't know what it is. You just have to know. Soundgarden, it's like Led Zeppelin 4. You just have to know. Soundgarden, was there a waiting list for this? I don't see one in my database, so I've got 2 copies. Black Hole Sun, Spoon Man, $46.99, a classic. Let Me Drown My Way, Fell on Black Days, That was a big one, $46.99 for Soundgarden. Back up to the top, lots of claims on Traveling Wilburys. I figured there would be. I just ordered one, and we're going to take a waiting list. This one goes to Andy Wade, Justin Chase on a waiting list. All these waiting lists will be back in on Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday, and then they'll be billed the following Monday. So if you go on a waiting list for anything, you're going to be billed the following week. Andy Wade got the first one, Justin on a waiting list, Jack on a waiting list, David Gilmour 90, Andy Wade, I got you down for Traveling Wilburys, Brian Townsend on Soundgarden, Christopher Morris on Leonard Skinner, Brian Townsend, I got you down for Soundgarden, David Gilmour 100, Gary Wright 48, David Gilmour 91, 101. We have Whiskey Myers Firewater $28.99, Whiskey Myers Firewater $28.99, and Exodus Tempo of the Damned. Exodus, a new Exodus. We already did the other one. Here's another one, Exodus. Let me pull this up right here. This is Exodus, EXODUS. EXODUS. By the way, Paul's watching. Paul's watching right now. He's going to be doing the show tomorrow night. I'm going to see you two out at the Sphere on Sunday night. We're leaving out tomorrow. So Paul will be hosting the show tomorrow night, and the back room is loaded with brand new records. So I have a feeling tomorrow's going to be a great show, right, Paul? I have a feeling tomorrow's going to be a great show. We've got plenty of auctions, probably stuff I'm not going to get through tonight. I'm going to try my best to, but I know Paul's going to be getting more auctions ready. John will be here pricing stuff. Paul will be here pricing stuff. And they're going to be here he's going to be here hosting the show tomorrow. So to end up the week, usually Saturday nights are pretty crazy. Here's this Exodus album. Let me count off the pre-order. Exodus, Tempo of the Damned, Yellow and Red Splatter 2 LP. It was actually due out last Friday. We just got them today, a week late, but we have them on hand now. $36.99. That's what the vinyl looks like. Very cool. Exodus, first time ever on vinyl, I'm pretty sure. Tempo of the Damned. If not, it hadn't been reissued in a long time. Let me count out everybody who got one. And the first person was Richard Davis, Kelly Gabney, Sean Fairweather, Sean Druin. There's Bo Wagonlander again. We got to remove him from the group. Devin Reese, Jimmy Clark, Holly Safe, Sean McNeil, James Bragg, Hiram Ortega, and I don't have enough. I don't even have enough for the pre-order unless there's more in another crate. There may be more in another crate, but let me go ahead and pull these out right now. This is Richard Davis, Kelly Gabney, Sean Fairweather, Sean Druin. Let me make sure that's in the right order. Yep, most recent. Sean Druin, Devin Reese, Jimmy Clark, Holly Safe, Sean McNeil, James Bragg, and Hiram Ortega. I ran out at Scott Smith, Kyle Gregory, Scott Marchheim, and Brett Mylin. So, Hiram Ortega, no, Scott Smith, Kyle Gregory, Scott Marchheim, and Brett Mylin. I hope that there's more around here. If there's not, then I got to go ahead and order more. So that's all I have for those. So Tanner, I'm going to just screenshot that so I don't forget. So Scott Smith up is new. If anybody else wants one right now, let me know because I obviously have to be ordering more. I got to order more. So let me know if you want on that waiting list. Okay, where did we get to? The last bid I see on Gary Wright was $50 with Tim Turner. $50 with Tim Turner. If you're already in for more, Terry Gerhardt is. He's at 52. 52. Gary Wright, that's a new bid. And David Gilmour is at 135. Now, let me make sure I didn't miss anything else. Paul says Wright Tanner, as in Wright Paul, Wright Tanner. Tanner says yes. Tanner will be here as well. Brooke, there's your Whiskey Myers. Brooke, there's your Whiskey Myers. We have Thomas Hujar, 121 on David Gilmour. Gary Wright was at 52, 135 on David Gilmour. And I have a pre-order here, and I know I have more in another crate too. This is called Chicken Shack. 40 blue fingers freshly packed and ready to serve. Chicken Shack. Let me pull up the pre-order for this. I think this was also due out last Friday, and it was held up in a shipping. This is in a shipment. This is called, if I can type, Chicken Shack, and I think this has something to do with Christine McVie. Chicken Shack, featuring Christine Perfect, better known as Christine McVie. Yes, Christine McVie of Fleetwood Mac. This is a 1968 release. It's on blue, it's on silver and black marbled vinyl, and I have pre-order for this with Greg Rogers, Cynthia Herdren, Scott Beebe, and John Smetzer. These are claimed, but I know there's more in another crate. And so we'll go ahead and take down your name, and when we run across those here in a minute, we'll go ahead and pull them. But that's a new release from Music on Vinyl, Chicken Shack. They are numbered on the back. It's on gold vinyl. Tanner, it looks like a can with blue fingers. If you can find the rest of those, we got a couple claims. That is $39.99. Chicken Shack. I was about to... Paul took the words out of my mouth. That is very similar to the British Blues Fleetwood Mac. So, update on Gary Wright. 55 of John Stites. Tim's out, Terry's out. David Gilmour's at 135 of Lily McCurry. And if you can find more Chicken Shacks, Tanner, they're in Music on Vinyl sleeves. We need at least 3 more. It looks like you might be close to them there. I see some Music on Vinyl sleeves. Or maybe I was dreaming that I saw more. Oh, there's one. Is it just 2? 2's 2. I knew there was at least a couple more. So I got 2, and then we'll take a waiting list. Lily McCurry and Scott Smith, Davey Winstead, Brian Arrigo, and Thomas Hujar, and Kelly Gabney all on a waiting list. So Lillian gets one tonight, and so does Scott Smith. Who else was bidding on David Gilmour? Thomas Hujar. Thomas, let me know if you want back in on David Gilmour. Lillian has it for $135. All right, the last couple records in here. Peter Criss, $38.99. The Peter Criss solo album picture disc. And Smashing Pumpkins Adore, $46.99. Smashing Pumpkins Adore. And Anthrax. This is actually one of my distributors. This is an exclusive through them. It's a 4 10-inch set on yellow vinyl of Anthrax, Fistful of Metal. That's $33.99. 4 10-inch, $33.99. Thomas is out on Gilmour. Final call on Gary Wright. I'm about to sell both those auctions. This crate only left the following. 1 copy left of The Cure Faith, $33.99. Metal Church Congregation of Annihilation, $33.99. AC/DC's Razor's Edge, $33.99. Soundgarden Super Unknown, $46.99. Kiss Peter Criss, $38.99. Smashing Pumpkins Adore, $46.99. Anthrax and so did Dan Davis. Brian Arrigo first on a waiting list. All right. I know we've been heavy on new vinyl tonight, but before I go through another crate of vintage, I've still got 2 crates full of new vintage stuff. Let me go through at least 1 more crate again of new vinyl because I'm going to try to go through those as fast as possible. What's in here, Tanner? Let's see what's that. I may go through this blue crate right here because I think that's got new stuff in it I hadn't shown before. Definitely. Let's go through this one right here. Let's go through this one right here. I've got lots of other restocks like stuff I reordered from last week. I'm going to try to hit all this that I've spent hours and hours ordering so we can show it again. I'm sure you need this empty crate. So let's go ahead and end these auctions. Gary Wright is sold to John Stites for $55. Lily McCurry gets David Gilmour for $135. Those are sold and sold. And this isn't good. My phone just died. But I can still see the screen for right now. Brian Arrigo was first on the wait list for Anthrax. Brian Townsend was next. We need to pull a Soundgarden for Brian Townsend. Brian Townsend gets a Soundgarden. Tanner, I will graciously take that charger. Thank you. So, while we have a quick break, everybody let me know where you're watching from, because before I can continue, my phone has to power up, which is going to take at least 30 seconds probably. So, while everybody is doing that, please let me know where you're watching from. I'm not going to get to really see them. I can see whatever's on the screen until my phone comes back on. So, but let me go ahead and grab the next crate. We have viewers in Colorado, Alabama. As soon as my picture of Tiger Woods pops up on the screen, I'll know my phone's back up. California, Chicago, Michigan. Did I miss Billy Joe Stranger? We've auctioned 1, but I haven't done the other. Connecticut, Ohio, Washington, Iowa, The Bathroom, California, Missouri, and Tanner's got this back up. Okay, we're ready to go, actually. That happened very quickly. That's a bad feeling. You know how bad of a feeling it is when your phone dies? You're like, oh no, I'm disconnected from Earth. That's a terrible feeling, right, Tanner? It's like, what do? I have nothing. I have no one. I'm helpless. I don't know where to go. I don't know who to call. We have become cyborgs. Okay. There we go. Thank you for that. Land of Lincoln, South Dakota. Got viewers from all over the country. Time for new auctions. So those are sold and sold. I had one Mother Japanese single. I'm keeping one thing from the video. I don't know why I put that in there, but that is definitely mine. I collect Yes, foreign. I've got all the U.S. stuff. Now I'm going down into the wells and looking for foreign stuff. So sorry, Yes is mine, but I am going to put up, look at this very unique picture sleeve. Plastic Ono Band, John Lennon, Cold Turkey, and Don't Worry, Kyoko. Look at that cover. That's very weird looking. $25 start. That's our last Japanese 7-inch single because I'm keeping Yes. Sorry for anybody who was planning on bidding on that. I've got to at least keep something. I hadn't bought that much this week. I kept that one Gary Wright with the hype sticker, and that's it. And our next Japanese auction is going to be, let's do Van Halen, Rainbow, Christopher Cross, John Lennon. I just put up a John Lennon 45. So let me go back and let's do this band, The Last Waltz. This looks very nice. The band Last Waltz. Let's put that right here. We have the band Last Waltz first. Should be a triple LP, and it's all near mint minus and pristine. There's one. There's number 2. There's number 3. There's the original textured inner sleeves. There's the insert. There's the book. This thing is complete, and it's nice, and it's a Japanese pressing with Obi. $55 start. The band, The Last Waltz, triple LP, Japanese pressing with Obi. $55 start on that. All right, I think we're caught up. Let's go through some more new vinyl. We have Cody Jinks, Adobe Sessions, Certified Gold Album, $34.99 for Cody Jinks. I've got 2 copies. Cody Jinks is $34.99. We have Bill Withers, Greatest Hits, $28.99. $29.99. Bill Withers' Greatest Hits, $29.99. We have a bid on band. I've got 2 Bill Withers' Greatest Hits. Tears for Fears, The Hurting, $33.99 for Tears for Fears. 1 copy of that. And ZZ Top's first album, and there was a waiting list for that. ZZ Top's first album, $33.99. The waiting list for ZZ Top was the following: Burt Jordan. I'm going to go ahead and scratch his name off, Tanner. Burt Jordan first on the ZZ Top waiting list, $33.99. The band, The Last Waltz, Leland was at 55, Reed bid at 55. Sarah Long wants Bill Withers. The band now at 60. Tim Jernigan also wants Bill Withers. We have Sherry Darnell on Cody Jinks. ZZ Top, there's 1 copy left. Burt Jordan got the other one. I've got 2 copies of The Cure Pornography. Now, Sean Fairweather, I hate to disappoint you, but the colored vinyl was sold out. I've back ordered them, so if you want to wait to see if I get more, it could be next week, it could be 3 months. I do have it on black vinyl. I'm assuming this is black vinyl, but the red were gone when I tried to get more. So if you want black vinyl, I've got it. $33.99. If you want to wait to see if red vinyl comes in, just let me know. Or I can go ahead and tag you for this one right now. So this is on black vinyl, The Cure Pornography. I may have 1, I may have 2. This is $33.99, and Sean's going to let us know which one he wants. $33.99. He says he passes. Okay, so $33.99. Sorry, I've got it back ordered. If it comes in, I'll definitely let you know. So I've got 2 copies of The Cure Pornography and Alice Cooper Killer. This is a Friday music pressing, $49.99. $49.99. The band is at $78. If anybody wants the John Lennon Japanese 45, $25 buy it now. $25 buy it now. The vinyl is very, very nice. Very interesting picture sleeve. That's a $25 buy it now if anybody wants that. I'm going to set it right over here. The band is at $78, now $85. Brian Townsend wants Alice Cooper. I have 1 copy of Whiskey Myers' Early Morning Shakes. I've pretty much got an entire restock of all the Whiskey Myers albums. We've shown them in 1s and 2s all night. Here's another one, Early Morning Shakes, $33.99. John Cassidy gets the John Lennon for a $25 buy it now. Let's go over here and pull something else out of the Japanese bins. I can almost condense these, Tanner, so we can have another crate. But first, we're going to pull out Queensryche, the EP. Queensryche is going to be a $45 start. $45 start. This is a Japanese pressing. The vinyl is, of course, very nice from Japan. The inner sleeve has a little bit of foxing on the back. Does have a little bit of humidity foxing on the insert, not the inner sleeve, the insert, and a little bit of foxing on the back. The front cover is very nice with Obi. $45 start on Queensryche. That is available. The last bid on the band was $85. Lily McCurry gets Whiskey Myers. Joanna's out on the band. So is Reed Gregory. We have Chris Gardner on JLL. Is that what that says? JLL Chris Gardner? Or was that something else? Or is that John Lennon? If that was John Lennon, then you were second. The Cramps, $33.99. This is You Better Duck, live at the Clutch Cargoes, Detroit, Michigan, December 29th, 1982. This is limited to 300. It's on Dear Boss, and of course that is an unofficial. The Cramps is $33.99. I have 2 of them. And for $39.99 is New Order, and this is Power, Corruption, Lies. New Order is $39.99. $39.99. So Queensryche, I put that up for bid. We had a 50, a 55, a 45, a 55, a 45. Brian Townsend wants the Cramps. Craig Thomas wants the Cramps. We have Queensryche at 45. Mike Massey, third on the Cramps. First on the waiting list, if that's okay with you, and Travis Wade second which would be second on the waiting list. We have Rob Zombie, The Sinister Urge. I wonder if Stephen Martinelli's watching. Rob Zombie, $34.99, The Sinister Urge. I've got 2 copies. Fred Carnell wants New Order. So Mike Massey and Travis Wade on the Cramps waiting list, if that's okay with them. 2 copies of Rob Zombie and The Essential Jimi Hendrix. This is Experience Hendrix, the best of Jimi Hendrix. 2 LPs, $33.99. We also have Brian Townsend on Rob Zombie. Travis is not one on the waiting list, but Cynthia does. And Mike Massey says he's good with that as well. Jaws. First time I've ever had this on new vinyl, and I don't get the OG too often. The original motion picture soundtrack. Of course, no other. John Williams, $33.99. Joshua Days at 60 on Queensryche. Everybody else is out, and the band is sold. We're going to go ahead and move that along to Lily McCurry for $85. That is sold to Lillian for $85. And now Queensryche is at 60. Let's go back to the top. Wait list. If anybody else wants on that wait list for the Cramps, Brian Arrigo also wanted on it. Sarah Longest Jaws, and this was an experimental record, so we're going to take kind of a live pre-order for this. Sarah Longest, the first one. Mel Moss and Michelle Miller on the waiting list. UJ Miller takes the last Rob Zombie. Queensryche is at 65 and now 70. Don't make me read the track listing on Jimi Hendrix, because if I do, you're going to want one. It is an amazing compilation, of course. Let's put up a Japanese Beatles. Check out how nice this thing is. Meet the Beatles, Japanese pressing. We're going to start this for a $55 start. This is the Beatles. I think it's the equivalent of, it is called Meet the Beatles. The vinyl is super duper nice, of course, from Japan. There's the LP. There's the original Black Apple inner sleeve. There is the Japanese lyric insert. There's the cover. The back of the obi does have a slight tear there. It's obviously still connected. It's a flip back cover from Japan. Meet the Beatles, Japanese quality, $55 start. Brian Townsend wants a Jimi Hendrix. We have Queensryche 75. We have Beatles 55, Beatles 55. Whiskey Myers Firewater, $28.99. $28.99. Now, I think I showed one earlier, and there was one claim. I don't think there was a waiting list. I'm pretty sure it's for Firewater. $28.99 on that. AC/DC Ball Breaker, $33.99 for AC/DC Ball Breaker. And Leonard Skinner Street Survivors, $34.99. Street Survivors, new and sealed, $34.99. And the very best of Enya. First time I've ever had this before. The very best of Enya. 2 LP compilation, $39.99. And Pink Floyd, Italy Volume 2. There might have been somebody waiting for Volume 2 to come back in. Let me look that up right quick. Those other titles there I have not had in a long time, if ever, on new vinyl. Pink Floyd, Italy Volume 2. James Bragg. So his Roger Waters came in and his Italy Volume 2. So this is already sold to James Bragg. If anybody else wants that set, that's another live Pink Floyd set I can get. Italy Volume 2, and there's a Volume 1, 1971. That's already sold to James Bragg. Back up to the top. Queensryche was at 70, and then it was at 80 with Jeffrey Dunlap. Darren Wallace is out. We sold Jimi Hendrix. Queensryche 75, we already had 80. Then the Beatles was 55, 55, 56. Jetstream first to Enya. Fred Carnell was second. And we have 2 copies of Etta James, At Last, and that's on gold vinyl. At Last. Gold vinyl, $26.99 Etta James. 2 copies of AC/DC Rock or Bust with a lenticular cover that explodes. Not literally. It looks like the rocks explode. The cover will not actually explode on you. $33.99. Johnny Vigil on AC/DC. I'm pretty sure that was for that. Lillian wants on the Pink Floyd of Italy Volume 1 and 2 waiting list. So does Cynthia Hurtron, Volume 1 and 2. Josh Tanner on EJ. Josh Tanner, that was Etta James, and so is Romelu. Billy Humphrey wants a Leonard Skinner Street Survivors. That's so to Billy Humphrey. Update on these auctions. Final call on Queensryche. If you are not Jeffrey Dunlap, then you do not have the high bid on this according to my research. Jeffrey has that for $80, and the high bid on Meet the Beatles, Japanese pressing, the high bid on that is Thomas Hujar at 56. If you're not Thomas Hujar, you also don't have the high bid on that. Final call for 56. There's another AC/DC. There's the Rock or Bust again, $33.99. And Waylon Jennings Live. I should have 2 of these. The other one's in another crate, $33.99. It's on colored vinyl. Waylon Live, Austin City Limits. I have a feeling that's going to be pretty popular. Live in Austin, Texas. Austin City Limits, $33.99. And here's another Cramps. First come, first serve. Only 1 copy. Hot Pearl radio broadcast, The Cramps, $29.99. That was in Volkhaus, Zurich, 1986. $29.99. Brian Townsend says, ACD Bon Scott. Neither one of those albums are Bon Scott. Nope. Neither one of those are Bon Scott. I do have some new AC/DC with Bon Scott. I'm going to mute my mic right quick and take a drink of Monster Energy drink. Okay. Now, let's figure out what's going on in this crate. Deep breath, because we got a lot more new vinyl to go through. I still got 2 crates loaded with new vintage stuff. I hope everybody can stay on late. I'm glad it's Friday night because this is the night you've got to stay on late. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 crates of new vinyl left and 2 crates of vintage. And then, of course, we're going to do a big recap and we've got auction. So I hope everybody can stay on late. Craig Thomas first to the Cramps. Josh Tanner second. Then Brian Townsend. The Beatles is at 57. Chris Gardner also on the Cramps. Scott Marchheim wants the last copy of AC/DC Ball Breaker. That is sold. And Ultimate Sin up yet. I don't think we have an Ultimate Sin tonight. Jeffrey Dunlap gets Queen's Rock for $80. That one's for sure sold. Let's go ahead and recap this crate. No one got Waylon? Where's Shane Devers at? I figured he would buy that at least. And the Beatles is at $57. Maybe I should try my Jedi mind trick. Shane Devers will buy Waylon Jennings. Next auction is Kiss, Rock and Roll Over, a Japanese pressing. Now, if you like Kiss, these Japanese albums are really nice. They do a really good job with the inking, the colors. The jackets are thicker and heavier than any U.S. pressing. It's a gatefold, which is awesome. Look at that. Absolutely incredible. Kiss, Japanese pressing, $45 start, very heavy jacket. It has a Japanese insert. It's just missing the obi. No obi with this one, but the vinyl is nice. The vinyl is nice. Japanese pressing, awesome jacket, $45 start. That's Kiss, Rock and Roll Over. Brian Townsend gets the Waylon. Well, the Jedi trick worked on him at least. That's sold to Brian Townsend. Jerry Stone wants on Jaws waiting list. Thomas is backing on the Beatles at 58. Terry's at 50 on Kiss. Here's what's left in this bin. Cody Jinks, the Adobe Sessions, $34.99. We also have Tears for Fears, The Hurting, $33.99. Tears for Fears, The Hurting, $33.99. ZZ Top's first album, that is their debut, $33.99. The Cure, Pornography, $33.99. Experience Hendrix, the best of Jimi Hendrix, $33.99. 2 copies left of Whiskey Myers, Firewater, $28.99. Leonard Skinner, Street Survivors. That is, of course, a new sealed reissue, but they kept the original Flames cover on the reissues, $34.99. And AC/DC, really cool rocker bust with a lenticular cover, $33.99. Cynthia wants Tears for Fears. Let's go ahead and move on. Let's do, probably to get all this done in time, we need to do at least 1 more crate of new vinyl. And then I'm going to do the next crate of vintage. But we definitely do need to do another crate of new vinyl. So let me do 1 more crate of new vinyl. Tanner, there's an empty crate. And we will go ahead and do some vintage. Let me see if I can find another crate of new stuff like that that I haven't had in stock. And right here's what I'm looking for. This is what I'm looking for right here. All right, some of these crates it's all new stuff, but a lot of it is like restocks from last week waiting list. I'm looking for stuff that I ordered that I never have had before, kind of like the last crate. So back up to the top, we have Beatles at 58, now 59. Final call on Kiss for 50. And Thomas and Joe are now bidding on that. And Johnny Vigil wants AC/DC Rock or Bust. That's sold to Johnny. Thank you. Okay. This crate has the following. We have David Gilmour, almost the same thing. Live at Pompeii, 4 LP box set, amazing. That's the best word to describe it, $119.99. David Gilmour, live in Pompeii. Jeff Buckley, Grace. There was a waiting list for this. Grace by Jeff Buckley is $33.99. Let me pull this up. Grace by Jeff Buckley. And the waiting list for Grace, not Grace Under Pressure. Mel Masuda, 1 person on a waiting list for this. Jeff Buckley, Grace, $33.99. So that one's already sold to Mel Moss. I have 2 copies left, and I have 2 copies of Coulter Wall. Now, there was a big restock pre-order for Coulter Wall. These are on red vinyl. Let me see. There wasn't many people who claimed them. Let's see. What is this one called? This one's called self-titled. Let's see. And I don't think anybody pre-ordered this one. Nobody pre-ordered the self-titled Coulter Wall. So, yeah. Nobody pre-ordered one. We have pre-orders for Imaginary Appalachia, Western Swings and Waltzes Appalachia. And so, yeah, nobody pre-ordered this one, $29.99. The Beatles is at 60. IMJMV wants Jeff Buckley. Or, excuse me, Jeff Buckley Grace. That's sold to IMJMV. And we have the Cars Greatest Hits on red vinyl. Just what you needed. The Cars Greatest Hits on red vinyl. 1 copy of Alice in Chains Dirt, remastered, $36.99. The Rooster and Jimi Hendrix BBC Sessions, $39.99. When I come back, I'm selling Kiss, and I'll update you on where we're at on the Beatles. Let me make sure there wasn't anybody on Hendrix. BBC Sessions. That sounds familiar. There's one for Rainbow Bridge. That's coming up in a second. But BBC Sessions is $39.99. And this is a 3 LP. This is a 1, 2, 3 LP live Jimi Hendrix BBC Sessions for $39.99. Brian Townsend wants the Cars Greatest Hits. Brian Townsend gets Alice in Chains, Jetstream. I'll put you on a waiting list. Sarah Long wants Jeff Buckley Grace. That's sold to Sarah Long. Terry Gearhart gets Kiss for $50. And Joe Maynard, you're out on the Beatles. Thomas has that for $60. Let me know if you want back in. Is the Beatles mono, red, or reissue red? The Beatles is Apple AR8026. It's black vinyl. It's black vinyl. It's just on the Apple Obi, not a UK flag series. AR8026. It's on black vinyl. Both of these Jimi Hendrix are sold. Reed Gregory and Jeremiah Lewis. That's, in my opinion, a great deal. 3 LPs of live Jimi Hendrix music, $39.99. And usually all those are pressed at QRP, and they're very good sounding. So this is actually a new release. It comes out today. Colter Wall. They reissued his entire catalog on red vinyl. This is the self-titled album. I have 2 left, $29.99. Smashing Pumpkins, Siamese Dream, 1 copy. I have most of the Smashing Pumpkins catalog tonight, if not all of it. $59.99 for Siamese Dream. Halloween, Keeper of the Seven Keys. That's on blue splatter vinyl. It includes a poster, $36.99. And we have the Goo Goo Dolls, Greatest Hits Volume 1, $28.99. Jerry, that's actually going to be coming up here in a minute. I ordered it for you, but I wanted to make sure you want it. It's $84 or $89.99. I will, when I show it, I'll make sure you want it, and then I'll take a waiting list if anybody else wants one. So Joe Maynard, let me know if you want back in on the Beatles. Thomas has that for $60. We have Brian Townsend on GG for Goo Goo Dolls. If anybody else wants one, we'll have to take a waiting list. I only got 1 copy. Brian Townsend gets the first one. We have Norah Jones, Feels Like Home, $44.99. That's another artist that popped up the other night in some pre-owned stuff, Norah Jones, and there was a bunch of claims for them, and we only had like 1 pre-owned copy. So I wrote down Norah Jones, and I've ordered some. Next auction is Stryper. Japanese pressing of Stryper. This is Soldiers Under Command. Soldiers Under Command. The catalog number is AR8026. AR-8026. Soldiers Under Command, Stryper. $45 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has a Japanese insert with it. Very, very nice jacket. No Obi. That is a Japanese pressing, $45 start on Stryper. That's up for bid. There's Norah Jones. Also, new album from Saxon. Saxon, Hellfire, and Damnation. That's on red and black marbled vinyl. That's a new album from Saxon, $39.99. New release, new material. Romelu gets Norah Jones. That's sold to Romelu. Stryper's at $45. Joe's backing on the Beatles at $61. Tedeschi Trucks Band, Revelator, $36.99. Now, that's a good one. Revelator has Come See About Me on it. Midnight in Harlem, $36.99. Darren Wortman wants the new Saxon album. That's sold to Darren Wortman. Did I post a pre-order for that? Time out right quick. I don't think I got around to that. I don't think I got around to posting. There were so many of those other Saxon reissues that came out. Let's see. Saxon Forever Free. Saxon Unleash the Beast. Those are the new ones. Solid Ball of Rock's already come out, and Metalhead's already come out. So yeah, that's I never did post one for the new one. So Darren Wortman got one. Was there waiting list for Queen Flash? There is. I haven't got to it yet. I don't think I've got to it yet. Sherry Darnell wants on the Norah Jones waiting list. IMJ&V wants Tedeschi Trucks Band. And Thomas Hujar, let me know if you want in the Beatles. And Final Call on Stryper for $45. He is back on the Beatles at $62. Soundgarden's Greatest Hits. It's called A-Sides. Soundgarden's Greatest Hits, $36.99. Greatest Hits, Rusty Cage, Outshine, Spoon Man, The Day I Tried to Live, Black Hole Sun, Fell on Black Days, Burn in My Hand, Blow Up the Outside World, Bleed Together, $36.99 for Soundgarden. I've got 2 of those. And there was a waiting list for this. Fleetwood Mac, The Pious Bird of Good Omen. Now, you won't see this too often because I don't think it was actually ever released in the United States like originally. Fleetwood Mac. And let me pull up the pre-order for this or the waiting list. I know there was one. Tango, I hadn't got that back in. Pious. Craig Couch and Debbie Winstead. Craig Couch and Debbie Winstead. So let me go ahead and pull these out. Craig Couch and Debbie Winstead. And there's 1 copy left if anybody wants it. The Beatles is at $62. Stryper's at $47. Beatles is at $65. And Romelu gets that last Fleetwood Mac. Now we'll have to take another waiting list. There's the other Colter Wall, Songs of the Plains. Now let me pull that back up. I don't think anybody pre-ordered this too. I think it was this Appalachia. But let me look it up again. Colter Wall. This is on red vinyl, $29.99. And this was So, Cynthia Herdren, Appalachia, Songs of the Plain. Nope, not on this one either. Cynthia wanted Imaginary Appalachian, Western Swings and Waltzes. Davy Blair wanted Appalachia. So these have not arrived. Or, excuse me, these are not claimed. Songs of the Plains, red vinyl, $29.99. Stripers at $50. Sherry wants on the Tedeschi Trucks Band Revelator waiting list. The Beatles at $66. Lillian wants on the Fleetwood Mac waiting list. We have David Bowie, Aladdin Sane, that's $33.99. And the best of Sam Cooke, $28.99. Some single shots in here. System of a Down, Toxicity, $28.99. David Bowie, this is supposed to be on gray vinyl. Yeah, it is. This is on colored vinyl. Heroes, $33.99. That's on gray. And Wasp, the Electric Circus, Inside the Electric Circus, $39.99. Thomas is at $66 on the Beatles. Kelly's at $50 on Striper. Hiram, let me know if you want back in. Cynthia Herdren on David Bowie. Now, there was two here, Cynthia. There was Aladdin Sane and there was Heroes. Let me know which one you want. UJ Miller wants System of a Down. Any of these that I'm selling out of, let me know if you want on a waiting list. Bob Medine gets Wasp. That's sold to Bob Medine. Stripers at $55. We have another Jimi Hendrix, Rainbow Bridge. There was a waiting list for this. That's supposed to be $28.99. I marked that $38.99. Let me go ahead and peel that off. Or Tanner, I'll just let you make an adjustment on that. That is Jimi Hendrix. That is GMI, JMI, and Anthony Gray was on the waiting list. This is supposed to be $28.99 if you want to put a sticky on that one right quick. That's supposed to be $28.99. I've got one copy left of Jimi Hendrix Rainbow Bridge, $28.99. Stripers at $55. That's because Tim Turner bid $52. Cynthia wants both David Bowies. Both David Bowies are sold. I have Jethro Tull. Check this up. Stand Up. I wonder if it has the pop-up cover. This is the Steven Wilson, and I really want to open this if no one buys it tonight because this is such a great album. This is one of those that I really like. I've collected different pressings. I've got a US. I think I've got a US reissue. I've got a Japanese. I have the Analog Productions, and I was going to keep this one and open it if no one buys it tonight. But that's a great album. Jethro Tull, Stand Up, 33. It feels awfully heavy. It may have, all these Steven Wilsons have a book with them. They all have a book with them. I don't know if they replicated this pop-up. Yeah, it looks like it's in there. I think they actually replicated the pop-up cover, which is really cool. So we have Romelu taking that one. Jetstream wants on the pre-order for Jar of Flies. Kevin Jordan on the Wasp Electric Circus waiting list. And are we done on the Beatles? Thomas was at 66. Joe Maynard was at 65. Joe, let me know if you want back in. Stripers at 55. I have Toby Keith, Should Have Been a Cowboy, 25th anniversary. I'm pretty sure there was a waiting list for this. Toby Keith, this is Toby, and I have John Duran on a waiting list. Should Have Been a Cowboy, Toby Keith. I've got one extra. That is $28.99 if anybody wants it. Romelu got the Jethro Tull from earlier. Stripers, the final call for $55. I'm waiting to make sure Tim Turner's done bidding. We have The Doors, L.A. Woman. That's an RTI pressing. $31.99 for The Doors, L.A. Woman, and Steely Dan, Can't Buy a Thrill. That is the newest remaster. Let me make sure there seems like there's always a waiting list for The Doors. And there is one for an Analog Productions pressing that I hadn't got back in, but not for this one, nor is there for Steely Dan. So Steely Dan is $36.99. I have Van Halen, 1984. That's the newest remaster, $33.99. And a restock of Violent Femmes, which is called Added Up. And that's the greatest hits of Violent Femmes on aqua colored vinyl. Violent Femmes, and this is $39.99. Violent Femmes, $39.99. Scott Beebe and Phil Toretto was on a waiting list. Violent Femmes, Scott Beebe and Phil Toretto. So I'm already going to go ahead and pull two out. Those are already sold. And let me go back and get back up to the top where we was. IMJMV also wants on the pre-order. Brooke Padgett was first to the Toby Keith. We need a waiting list on that to Rydell Martin and Justin Chase. Tim Turner's out on Striper. Dave Kavanaugh got Van Halen. And John Miller gets Violent Femmes. Those are all sold. And Brian C. also wants Jar of Flies. So if you go to our YouTube, for those that just watch on YouTube, I'm going to try something new. If you go to our YouTube channel, there's a community tab. And I don't know how YouTube works, like if you're scrolling through a feed. But I posted a pre-order link posted a pre-order post for Jar of Flies there, but I don't think a lot of people see it. YouTube isn't like Facebook where there's like a feed. I don't ever see a lot of those posts either that other subscribers make. So, all right, Joe Maynard's out on this. Let's go ahead and sell these auctions in. Thomas Sujar gets the Beatles for $66 and Striper is sold to Kelly Cook for $55. It's time to start some new auctions. But let me go ahead and finish up this crate with Motorhead, Ace of Spades, $33.99 for Motorhead, Ace of Spades, Motorhead. And let me type that in, Motorhead, Ace of Spades, and see if there's anybody on a waiting list for that. And I feel like there was one. I got a waiting list for Overkill and 1916, but not for Ace of Spades. Motorhead is $33.99. The Ace of Spades. All right, let's get 2 new auctions. That crate's definitely worth. That had a lot of singles in it. That's why that one took a little bit longer than others. Next auction, I'm going to put up, let's see here. Foreigner has the Obi with it. That looks pretty cool. And let's do the Christine McVie. So these are going to be $35 starts. I'll show them in detail in just a second, but to go ahead and get them rolling, they're both near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressings, Obies, and with inserts, $35. Foreigner, Agent Provocateur, and Christine McVie self-titled. Here's what's left in here. And then we're going to do a crate of vintage. We still got 2 crates of vintage, and I have narrowed this down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 crates of new vinyl left. We have David Gilmour live at Pompeii, $119.99. David Gilmour live at Pompeii, $119.99. Coulter Wall, self-titled, red vinyl, $29.99. Smashing Pumpkin Siamese Dream, $59.99. Halloween, Keeper of the 7 Keys. I thought somebody requested that. We didn't write down the name, but I thought somebody asked if I could get that on blue vinyl, $36.99. Last copy of the new Saxon album. That's on colored vinyl. New Saxon, $39.99. James Bell wants Coulter Wall self-titled. James Bell, have you bought from us before? Tim Turner is now at $40 on Foreigner. Jared bid first at $35. We have not sold Sammy Hagar yet, or Van Hagar, or Van Halen. Soundgarden, A-Sides, $36.99. $36.99. Soundgarden, $36.99. And also, what happened here? Dan Davis, Aha. Dan, I can order that for you if you want it. The song with Take On Me, the Aha album with Take On Me. There's the other Coulter Wall, Songs of the Plains, $29.99. We have a new first-time buyer, James Bell. If you're watching over on YouTube, thank you and welcome. If you're buying on YouTube, we're going to send you a link to our website where you can fill out a first-time buyer form. Thank you and welcome. Make sure you fill out that form. We need your email address and your mailing address. Please contact us. We invoice on Monday. $7 in limited shipping. That's anything you buy this week. That's tonight, and there's one more show tomorrow, and that's $7 in limited shipping. And then we'll be back Monday to start a whole new week. We do this every night. We're going to be doing it all year, every night, almost every day, unless I'm at a Tool concert. We missed on Tuesday night, which was very rare. Back up the top, Coulter Walls are $29.99. Coulter Wall is $29.99. Tim Turner's at $40 on Foreigner. Brooks Varder wants Soundgarden. That's sold to Brooks. Dan Davis wants on a waiting list for Aha, Hunting High and Low. Travis wants an Iron Man 2 from the previous crate. Travis wants Iron Man 2. I've got those right here behind me. This is sold to Travis for $46.99. I've got one left if anybody else wants it. AC/DC Iron Man 2. And Foreigner's now at $41. Sam Cooke, amazing music. You got to love Sam Cooke, $28.99. Jimi Hendrix, The Rainbow Bridge. My selling point on this one is the OGs are always beat up for some reason, especially the jackets. Nice, clean, brand new copy, $28.99. We have The Doors, LA Woman, $31.99. Steely Dan, Can't Buy a Thrill, $36.99. And Motorhead, Ace of Spades, $33. Yeah, Pantera's coming. Now, that might be one I have to take Moose back to. He would love Pantera. I feel like that's going to be a me and Moose concert for sure. $33.99 for Motorhead, Ace of Spades. $33.99 because he loves Zakk Wylde, and Zakk Wylde's playing lead guitar. So that's going to be wild. I wonder if it's general admission. Is it general admission down on the floor? That might get a little wild. Foreigner's at $42. Anybody else? Let's go through a crate of new vintage. Christine McVie, no bid, $35 buy it now. Christine McVie, $35 buy it now, no bid. That's now available as a buy it now. I'm going to try to condense these crates. So I don't know how many crates we've went through, Tanner, but guess what? Everything that's left is just in 2 crates, which is crazy. Everything that's left is just in 2 crates over here. I still got 5 more crates to go through. 5 more crates. Let's go through the next crate of vintage. I also have a White Album over here to auction. I've got a Bob Marley to auction. I got a Bob Dylan and the Dead, and I have a Dylan or a Dead solo album. Let me make sure which crate. Yeah, this is a good one. This was the next best crate, in my opinion, of vintage. Let's go through it. So finally, back to the vintage. Sorry for the delay. We got a lot of stuff to go through tonight. I knew it would be busy. And we have up at the top, we have Tom Sullivan, Corey Hart First Defense. I will check. I don't think I've ever ordered Corey Hart on new vinyl. I can look into that, though, Dan Davis, if you want on a waiting list. But let me go ahead and do all this in the correct order. Saxon is sold to Tom Sullivan. Chris Gardner got the Christy McVie for $35. Lillian was second. Thomas Hujar third. We have Foreigner, Tim Turner, final call at 42 because Jared's out. And let's go through some new vintage. So we have Human League Crash, $24.99. Human League Crash, $24.99. Also, Huey Lewis and the News 4, new vintage stuff, $19.99 for Huey Lewis. Head East, a different kind of crazy, also $19.99. And the Atlanta Rhythm section, Dog Days, $9.99. Ambrosia, Life Beyond LA, $9.99 for Ambrosia. And another Atlanta Rhythm section, Quinella, that one's $9.99. Eddie and the Cruiser soundtrack, an original in shrink wrap, $19.99. And we have the Good Feeling music of the Big Chill generation. This is a compilation. Awesome stuff here, $14.99. Mary Wells, Dinah Ross and Supremes. We have Stevie Wonder, Marvin Gaye, The Temptations, Marvin and Tammy. That's $14.99. And we have Kansas, Point of No Return. Kansas, an original solo album, $19.99. All right, so Foreigner's also sold to Tim Turner for $42. Kristen McVie was sold as a buy it now. And we have Dan Davis also once on the waiting list for Corey Hart First Offense. New Joan Jett and the Black Hearts. I'll make a note of that too. Lillian first on Head East. That's sold to Lillian McCurry. We have Lillian McCurry first on Eddie and the Cruisers. That's also sold to Lillian. She gets the first two out of there. And Journey Escape, $19.99. Don't Stop Believing. What's in the Tank? That's Diesel, $14.99. And Johnny Winter, White Hot and Blue. Johnny Winter is also $19.99. New vintage. I'm going to go ahead and get some new auctions started. We have all kinds of Japanese to run, including, check this out, the Beatles, 62 to 66 on red vinyl. The Beatles, 62 to 66 on red vinyl. It is superb. Look how nice that is. These colored vinyl Beatles are always awesome. That is 62 to 66 on red vinyl. It has the Japanese insert with it, a little bit of foxing on it. Both inner sleeves. The inner sleeves have a couple pieces of tape on the seams. Looks like they might have got busted. Gatefold with Obi. Very nice cover. Pretty much no signs of foxing on the cover, just on the insert and the inner sleeve. That is going to be a $65 start. That's the Beatles, 62 to 66 on red vinyl, $65 start. Thomas Hujar gets Johnny Winter. Also, we have Steely Dan, Can't Buy a Thrill, a vintage copy, gatefold, $34. What is going on here? Oh, it's a Unipack. That's an older pressing, I'm pretty sure. $34.99 for Steely Dan. That is a Unipack, very unique. It's not a gatefold. That's what we call a Unipack. It opens up like that. $34.99 for Steely Dan, Can't Buy a Thrill. $34.99. I'm going to slide that back in there, and I'm going to put the record behind the jacket, actually. That's $34.99. And the Beatles is at 65 of Terry. And the Vision Quest soundtrack. Vision Quest soundtrack's $19.99. Travis Wade wants Human League. That's sold to Travis Wade. Next Japanese auction. Somebody asked for this earlier. It's actually the next record in the Japanese bin. 38 Special, Strength in Numbers. This is going to be a $35 start. 38 Special. This is Japanese, $35 start. The vinyl's near mint and pristine. It has a Japanese insert, and it has the die-cut cover. That looks weird without the insert in it, but that's how it looks right there. 38 Special, $35 start on that. Next claim was Scotty G. Force wants Journey Escape. That's sold to Scotty G. Force. The Beatles is a final call for $65 on red vinyl. Final call on that. And the Drifters Golden Hits. Tanner, I thought I heard the sound of a Monster opening. Tanner's over here opening a Monster. I know what, you can open a can of Monster and I know what it sounds like. It has a unique sound, a can of Monster opening. Speaking of that, I'll drink some of mine too. Jake, you getting in on this Monster party? We got them. I just ordered a whole case of them over there. Mike Massey was sending them to me and I ran out. Mike, if you ever feel generous and you want to send me more Monsters, I'll always give you free public advertisements. So if you run a business or something, I'll advertise for you. So Scotty G. Force got Escape. Joe Honors at 40 on 38. Brian C. gets Vision Quest. That's sold to Brian C. Tom Sullivan in on the Beatles at 68. Andy second on Vision Quest. Lillian third. And we have the Beatles 6. This is an Apple. We got some. John has priced more Beatles records. I said, John, to set all these Beatles records aside, but he can't help himself. Look how nice this is. It is an Apple reissue, but beautiful vinyl. The Beatles 6, $29.99. And we have Dire Straits in shrink wrap of hop sticker, $39.99. The Dire Straits self-titled album. The cover's got some like humidity spots on it, couple tears in the shrink. but it does have the hype sticker, and the vinyl is very nice. That's $39.99. John R. gets the Beatles. That's so to John R. Thank you. This Beatles is at $70. 38 Specials at $40, and that's a final call. Jeff Beck Flash is $19.99. Frank Sinatra, Strangers in the Night, $14.99. I was talking about Sinatra. This is on his own label. He owned the Reprise label. If you watch my video, you would have known that. But that is his own custom Reprise or Reprise, whichever you prefer, $14.99. That's so to Michelle Miller. The Beatles is now at $73. Jetstream second on Frank. Rush, Hemispheres, an original SRC pressing, and it's nice. $39.99 for Hemispheres. $39.99 for Hemispheres. Also, the Kinks, the File Series. The Kinks is a 2 LP compilation, $24.99. Justin Chase on DA. Justin meant FS. Is that right, Justin? If so, you were third on Frank Sinatra. James Zuppe was fourth. We Are the World in shrink wrap and hype sticker, $29.99. And we have Ultravox Vienna, $24.99. They're still battling out over the red vinyl. Joanna gets the 38 Special for $40. That is sold. Our next auction is going to be the Eagles, the Long Run, a Japanese pressing with Obi. And these are always popular. Another U.S. pressing that's notorious for being just kind of worn out and beat up, especially because it's a black cover. It always shows a lot of wear, and that's the Eagles. And this is a beautiful gatefold Japanese pressing, the Long Run. It has the original insert with it. And the vinyl, of course, near mint and pristine. We'll start that at $35. The Eagles, the Long Run, now up for bid. Rebecca Barber wants We Are the World. That is sold. But before that, Travis Wade got Ultravox. So Travis got Ultravox. Rebecca got We Are the World. The Beatles is at $78. We have the Beatles live at the Star Club, $39.99. The Beatles live at the Star Club, and that is a German pressing. That is a Bellafon German pressing, $39.99. John Gollin in on the Eagles at $35. Michael Bolton, Time, Love, and Tenderness. Michael Bolton is a 1991 pressing, full album, original inner sleeve, $29.99. The Eagles, $35, $38, now $40. The Sound of Bread, 16 of their finest songs. It's actually K-Tel. It's a K-Tel Warner Brothers compilation, $12.99. The Beatles is now at $90. The Bellamy Brothers featuring Let Your Love Flow. The Bellamy Brothers is $9.99. And we have 10 Years After recorded live, $26.99. 10 Years After recorded live, $26.99. 10 Years After has both original, those are original inner sleeves? Those have that's original inner sleeves, but they're not custom or anything, just generic. I don't know if they're original or not, honestly, but they certainly look like it. They look like they have some age on them. Those are probably the original inner sleeves, $26.99. Eagles was at $40, Beatles $39. Brooks Vaughter on MB for Michael Bolton. Chad T. Eliminator Friday Pack. You don't actually have to order me monsters. If you want to, you can surprise me, but you don't actually have to buy me monsters. I just ordered a bunch from Amazon. But if you want to, that would be very gracious, and I will graciously give you shout-outs anytime you want to, because we go through them. I drink 3 or 4 a day. Sometimes I see Tanner into them. Every once in a while, Doug's drinking one. I don't know if they actually drink them or not. Sometimes they disappear, and I'm assuming other people here at the store drink them. So, Retro Class Entertainment wants the Bellamy Brothers. Terry's out on the Eagles, or Terry's out on the Beatles. The Eagles is at $42. And we have Dan Fogelberg and Tim Weisberg, $9.99. $9.99 for Fogelberg and Weisberg. Marshall Tucker Band, Together Forever. That's $14.99. The Beatles' second album, $24.99. That's a purple. Now, the purple Capitol label gets high praise. Those are very good sounding reissues. $24.99 for the Beatles' second album. She Loves You, Roll Over Beethoven. To the Power of Three, $9.99. To the Power of Three, $9.99. I saw a video of Jack White. They were kind of like, wow, he can name any Beatles song by hearing by hearing only the first second. And I was like, I can do that. If you don't know a song by the first second, by the first beat, then you don't know it. I think that's pretty much like, if you hear a song in the first second, you should be able to identify it. It's if you know it really, really well. But he was identifying those, and I was like, I can do that. Had like 1 million views or something. I was like, I need to make a video of myself doing that. Because I experimented. Seth didn't believe me one night. We went through like the Beatles discography, and I guessed every song by hearing less than a second. If you know the Beatles really well, you should know those. I'm looking for my next crate of new vinyl, so I have it on deck. So we have up at the top, we have the Eagles at 42. We have the Eagles at 45. Mike Torres wants the Beatles second. We have Kyle Gregory next. And we have Guitar Country, Chet Atkins, $9.99. Guitar Country, Chet Atkins, $9.99. All right, let's also go ahead and sell this Beatles. This is sold to Tom Sullivan for $90. That's sold to Tom Sullivan for $90. And the Eagles is now a final call to Joanna for $45. Joanna has that for $45. $47 now. Earl Clue, Magic in Your Eyes, $9.99. We have Johnny Winter, Before the Storm, $26.99 for Johnny Winter, Before the Storm. The Beatles, speaking of such, Let It Be. This is actually a bootleg copy. It is an unofficial pressing from the 70s, $24.99. It's a bootleg copy. $24.99 for the Beatles, Let It Be, and John Cougar Mellencamp, Scarecrow, $19.99. Careful, Chad. I can do it. I'd say I could do it on a 99%. If you go through 100 Beatles songs, it'd probably be 99 or 98% within the first second. I'd be willing to bet on it. Lillian wants JW. That is Johnny Winter, Before the Storm. Chris Gardner on Let It Be. The Eagles is at 50. And I do have a Beatles on blue later. And the Eagles is at 50. I'll do the blue actually right now. We have a request for the blue, and I have it right here. And we have the Beatles blue, 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 blue. I bet I could do it with Led Zeppelin too. I bet I could do it with Led Zeppelin. That would actually be easier. I know I could do Led Zeppelin better than I could the Beatles. The Beatles had some of those early ones would give me a fit. If it's anything past 66 for sure, but some of those early ones, I may have to brush up. But Jack White was flying through them. They were playing a song and it would like boom, he was just naming them off. This is 67 to 70. Blue vinyl, same thing, $65 start. This may have came from the same person because it has tape just like on the inner sleeve. This come from Japan, and it may have been from the same person because look, they put tape on the inner sleeves. These may deserve to go together. Tom Sullivan, $65 start, or anybody else that wants to bid on it. This one has some humidity in the gatefold. This one has a little bit of humidity in the gatefold, so it does have some humidity damage. The vinyl's nice. The insert has some of those humidity spots. A little bit of cover wear. That's up for B. Brooks, I pulled you Michael Bolton. Ian wants the Beatles. I've already pulled that. Scott Smith on JW. Scott, you were second on that. The Beatles at 65. New bid on the Eagles at 51. Let's recap this bin of vintage very quickly. We still got like 5 crates of new vinyl to go through. But first, we have Huey Lewis and the News 4, $19.99. Atlanta Rhythm Section Dog Days, $9.99. Ambrosia, Life Beyond L.A., $9.99. Quinella Atlanta Rhythm Section, that's $9.99. The Good Feeling Music of the Big Chill Generation, $14.99. That's a compilation. Kansas, Point of No Return. Kansas is $19.99, Point of No Return. Eagles is at 53. The Beatles is at 65. What's in the Tank? Diesel, $14.99. Steely Dan, Can't Buy a Thrill, $34.99. The Drifters, Golden Hits, $14.99 for that. Dire Straits, self-titled, $39.99. Also, Jeff Beck Flash, $19.99. And Rush, When Unclaimed. What in the world? Hemispheres is $39.99. Very clean copy. The Kinks, the Fall Series, $24.99. Final call on the Beatles. And the Eagles is now at 53. We also have the Beatles at the Star Club, $39.99. The Sound of Bread, It Don't Matter to Me, $12.99. Lost Without Your Love, Make It With You, Guitar Man, 10 Years After is $26.99, recorded live. Dan Fogelberg is $9.99. Jackson's going to pick up the Rush, that's so to Jackson. We have Marshall Tucker Band, Together Forever, $14.99. Nicholas wants Steely Dan. Also, if you're a first-time buyer or a first-time viewer and you're watching and you want to jump in, go ahead at any time. You don't have to be pre-registered. If you see something you want, just claim it. To the Power of 3, $9.99. Chet Atkins, $9.99 as well. And John Cougar's Melon Crow and Earl Clue, $9.99 on Earl Clue. And John Cougar is $19.99. Travis McLarty on the Drifters. Anything in here you want, just let me know. Everything you see has come from private collections we've bought. We just got back from Minnesota and Michigan. We bought about 10,000 records up there from a couple different collections. These come from collections. We bring them back. We clean them. We inspect them. We sleeve them. We price them. We research them. We put them out for sale. It's like you're shopping live at a record store right now, and they just put out a bunch of new arrivals. You're watching live along with 241 other people at the moment, and these are all first come, first serve. So it's pretty much, we're a collectible store who very much heavily deals in vinyl, and we put out hundreds of records every day, and we show them live right here. Nothing's put out in the store. We don't put anything online. We don't pre-sell anything unless it's new vinyl. It's all shown live right here. Even flow for everybody. First come, first serve. That's how we sell records. Whatever's left, then it's available for sale later here in the store, wherever. But everything is shown right here. We try to put out as many hundreds as we can every night, and we have to buy quite a bit to keep up with that. Joanna got the Marshall Tucker band. That's so did Joanna. Christopher Morris first on bread. Jetstream wants both Atlanta rhythm sections. Those are back here in the back, ARS and ARS. And Blade Singletary wants to the power of 3. Are we done on these auctions? I guess nobody wanted to outbid Tom Sullivan so he could have the set. Let's go ahead and sell that to Tom Sullivan then for $65. Tom, you now have the set. And are we done on the Eagles? John Gollin, let me know if you want back in. Joanna has that for $53. That's sold to him. This crate is going off to the side, and we're going to condense this. We've went through 3 crates of vintage. We still got 1 more crate to go through, and I've got 5 crates of new vinyl, I think. Let me go through this one first. This one looks interesting, so let's bring these over. I still got some waiting list and other stuff like that to go through. Alice Lowry wants Huey Lewis. Let's go ahead and pull that for Alice before we forget about it and it gets lost forever. That is sold to Alice Lowry, Huey Lewis. That's marked for you. Tom Gollin's back in on the Eagles at $55, and let's put up a new Japanese pressing. I've almost got these condensed into one bin. I do have more Beatles, 62 to 66. They're on blue vinyl, or they're on black vinyl, but I do have more we'll run. Check out how nice this is. Frampton Comes Alive. Now, we're always talking about how the cover's worn on this one. This is a very nice Japanese pressing. Both LPs are both LPs are near mint minus. It has this Japanese insert. The front cover, super nice. The back has a couple signs of foxing. Right there. I've been drinking the Monster too fast. A little bit of sign of foxing right there on his pants. The gatefold is nice. Frampton is a $35 start. $35 start. $35 start. All right. We have Tom Petty, Full Moon Fever. Let's pull up the waiting list. Tom Petty, Full Moon Fever. This is $36.99. If you know for sure you want one right now, I would go ahead and claim it. This sounds amazing on vinyl. Laura Goddell and Chase Arnold was on a waiting list. Laura Goddell and Chase Arnold. I'm going to go ahead and pull 2 copies out. Full Moon Fever is $36.99. There's 2 copies. I've got 3 copies left if anybody wants it. The Eagles is at $55.58. Peter Frampton's at $35 and now $40. Jethro Tull, another Steven Wilson remix. I've never had this before. Songs from the Wood, $33.99. Made in Germany. It has a book with it. I've never had that on new vinyl. $33.99. Tom Petty sold to Christopher Morris, sold to Scott Ham. Now there's 1 copy left. Jethro Tull's $33.99, and I have a restock of Metallica, Kill 'Em All. The album that started it all, Metallica, Kill 'Em All. There was 1 person on a waiting list, Milton Rios. I think that's from memory. Let me see, Metallica, if I can remember how to spell it. There's another L in there, Chad. You think I'd know how to spell it. Metallica. And I know what I'm doing. I'm searching that sale and not the whole spreadsheet. I had it spelled right. Let's see here. Let me search my spreadsheet for Kill. And there it is. Joe Russo. I don't know where I got Milton Rios from. Joe Russo, $31.99. That is sold to Joe Russo. That was a waiting list. Back at the top, Peter Frampton, 42 people at 40. Kyle Gregory got Jethro Tull. Peter Frampton, 45. John Gollin's out on the Eagles. That means Joanna has that for $58. Final call. We have Scott Smith on Jethro Tull. Scott, if you're on a waiting list for that, that's going to go on a wait list. Songs from the Wood, Scott Smith. 2 copies of Metallica, 1 copy of Tom Petty left. Janis Joplin, there was a waiting list for this. $33.99. Janis Joplin live at the Coffee House, 1962. It's actually multiple live recordings. Early Janis Joplin. We are talking 1962 Janis Joplin. And let me look up the waiting list for that. I think it was Sherry Darnell. Why isn't this rolling? Here we go. Janis, maybe not. Did I have it on here? Let's see here. Janis Joplin. I'm almost positive there was. Let me look this up again. Let's see. Nope. Maybe there wasn't. Sometimes I'm going crazy. I'm searching it for Joplin. Nothing. I'm searching it for Janis. Nothing. Okay, I don't have anything in here. So that's Janis Joplin, live, 1962. I've got 2 copies, $33.99. Kyle Gregory says he can go on the waiting list and let Scott Smith have Jethro Tull. So that's going to go to Scott Smith, and we'll put Kyle Gregory on a waiting list for Jethro Tull. Let's go ahead and sell the Eagles to Joanna for $58, and Peter Frampton has a high bid of Nicholas Prendergast for $50. Okay, continuing. This is Judas Priest, Sad Wings of Destiny, $34.99 for Judas Priest, Sad Wings of Destiny. One copy left, $34.99, or that's the only copy. Judas Priest, Sad Wings of Destiny, $34.99. These are all new and sealed, and actually there was already a waiting list for this. Phil Toretto. I've only got one copy. That must have been all I can get. Judas Priest is $34.99. Sherry Darnell, I thought you was on a waiting list for this, Sherry, so I'm going to go ahead and pull you one. That's already sold to Phil. That is sold to Sherry. We're going to put Mel Moss on a waiting list. Mel, there may be another copy of that pop up later. Some of this isn't in order, so I'll go ahead and put you down on a waiting list. And let's do a final call on Peter Frampton. Nicholas has that for $50. Joe's out, and I think there was maybe one other bidder. That's a final call. Sepultura, Chaos AD. Sepultura is $46.99. I have Sturgill Simpson, Cutting Grass. That's $28.99, and there was a waiting list for that. Also Sturgill. Anytime I go to reorder Sturgill, I always mess that one up because I always leave out an L, and Philip Shoemaker was on the waiting list for this, Tanner. So I'm going to go ahead and scratch him off. This is Cutting Grass Volume 2, and I have one extra copy, and that's on blue, indie exclusive retail, opaque blue, and white swirl vinyl. That's $28.99. I have one copy left. Peter Frampton is sold to Nicholas Pendergrass for $50, and let's put up two new auctions. Peter Frampton is sold. Let's go ahead and put up Duran Duran, and let's go ahead and put up Creedence. Yeah, I need to show that. Yep, let me set that aside for right now. I got a Transformer, some kind of Japanese import or something I got from my distributor. We have Duran Duran. This is going to be a $35 start, 7 in the Ragged Tiger, Duran Duran, Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine vinyl. It has the Japanese book, and it has a poster with it. Also has the poster. Didn't I say a $45 start? That's okay. I already said $35, but it has the poster with it. There's a little sneak preview. It's in very nice condition. $35 start, complete with Obi and CCR Mardi Gras, one of Creedence's studio albums. This is also very nice. $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Has the Japanese insert with it and cover and Obi. $35 start for that. Van Halen's on deck. Sepultura, one Sturgill Simpson left. We have Nirvana, Nevermind, $36.99 for Nirvana, Nevermind. Queen's Greatest Hits, Abbey Road Half Speed Master, $39.99. Weezer, the Blue Album, that's $33.99. And American Heartbreak, Zach Bryan, $54.99. Now, I think somebody was on a waiting list, but she didn't actually say she wanted on there. Maybe suggested it. And I have, was it Linda Lamb? Let's see here. Maybe I'd even write that down. Zach Bryan. I don't think there was actually, yeah, maybe I never did even take down. I think it was Linda. I don't know if she's watching, but there it is, $54.99. So back up to the top, Duran Duran's at $35. Homeland Conspiracy wants Nirvana. That's sold to Homeland Conspiracy. Stephen Martinelli wants Weezer. And Stephen, there was Rob Zombie earlier, The Sinister Urge, if you want on the waiting list. The Cramps, Rockin' and Reelin', and what's the actual title of this? Rockin' and Reelin' in Auckland, New Zealand. Yep, I think that's how you say that. It's all one big long word right here. $29.99 for that. There's the Cramps, and I have a restock of Five Finger Death Punch, War is the Answer. And of course, that does have Bad Company on it, $33.99. That is Five Finger Death Punch, $33.99. Final call on Duran Duran, $35. I meant to say $45. Scott Ham has it for $35. Final call. Final call on CCR for $35. Justin Chase, you were second on CCR. The Cramps is going to Craig Thomas. That's sold to Craig Thomas. Jetstream, you're going to go on the Nirvana waiting list. Victoria Rachels wants a Zach Bryan. And Mike Massey wants a Cramps. And those are sold. And Justin Chase on Sturgill Simpson. Duran Duran's at $38. And we have a $38 on CCR as well. Five Finger Death Punch, $33.99. Another Cramps, Stay Sick, $28.99. The Cramps, Stay Sick, $28.99. There's another one, and I'll skip the next one. There's another one coming up, and I'll go ahead and show the Offspring Smash, $28.99. Mike needs to pass on that Cramps. He has that one already, so we can bring that one back, Tanner. So there's one copy here. I'll put that in the back so there's no confusion if anybody wants Rockin' and Reelin' in Auckland, New Zealand. That is sold. CCR is now at $40, and Duran Duran is at $40. We pulled Sturgill Simpson. Jetstream wants Five Finger Death Punch. Fred Carnell wants the Cramps, and Fred, I'm assuming that's for Stay Sick. It was. That's sold to Fred Carnell. And then Josh Tanner on the Stay Sick waiting list. We have two copies. Oh, I'll do that one in a second. I guess y'all know what's coming up. The Cramps. I'll do that so the comments aren't too confusing. Hey, there's another Led Zeppelin 4. I know we sold out earlier. There's another one, $33.99 on clear vinyl. Led Zeppelin, $33.99. And I have Flash Gordon. Now, somebody asked if there was a waiting list for this. Let me look it up. Flash Gordon, $33.99. Flash Gordon, Flash, and Michelle Miller. Michelle Miller is the only person I have on the waiting list for this. So this is going to Michelle. If anybody else wants one, I think that's my only copy. So I may have to get some out of a different crate, or there may not be any more tonight. But that is sold for $33.99. So before that, Tom Sullivan wants Offspring. Let me go ahead and give that to him. Brian C. got that sold to Michelle Miller. We'll have to put Brian C. on a waiting list. Let's update these auctions. Does anybody else want to bid on Duran Duran? Scott Ham has it for $40. Everybody else is out. Final call. CCR, Terry Gearhart has this for $40. Final call. That's where we're at on both auctions. Now let's do this, Cramps. The Smell of Female, $28.99. Cramps is $28.99. 2 decades of Seether. This is a Seether Greatest Hits. They only pressed 2,000. It's an indie exclusive retail copy on colored vinyl. That is $34.99. And we have Pearl Jam Unplugged, red vinyl, Pearl Jam Unplugged, $39.99, and a restock of Rob Zombie, Hellbilly Deluxe, $36.99 on Rob Zombie. I've got 2 copies of that, $36.99. And the next record is Kiss, Music from the Elder. And I'm going to go ahead and pull up that waiting list, and I'm pretty sure it was David Howard, right? I think I'm missing some stuff on here. Kiss Dynasty, Kiss Alive 2, Music from the Elder. Now, why is it that when I search Kiss, I guess you have to have it word for word for it to work. I guess I see that now. That's sold to David Howard. I'll go ahead and show that right now. Kiss, Music from the Elder, that is $36.99. That's so one of them sold to David Howard. So we have an out on Duran Duran. Fred Carnell first on Seether. That's sold to Fred Carnell. Joanna's out on Joanna's out on CCR. So waiting list for Seether. Several people. Fred got the one in the bin. Crystal first on the waiting list, then Sean Druin. Josh Tanner first on Rob Zombie. That's so to Josh Tanner. Jetstream first on Pearl Jam. Chris Kirkley next on Seether, which is a waiting list. Darren Wortman gets a Rob Zombie. Sean does not want on a waiting list. And then Kiss, Music from the Elder, is sold to David Howard. He was on a waiting list. These auctions are also sold. Duran Duran is sold for $40 to Scott Ham, and CCR is sold for $40. CCR is sold for $40 to Terry Gearhart. Those are sold. Felix Duran Duran just sold. So here's what's left in this bin. We have the Cramps, Rockin' and Reelin' in Auckland, New Zealand, $29.99. Only copy left. Tom Petty, Full Moon Fever, $36.99. Only copy left. 2 copies of Kill 'Em All, $31.99. Seek and Destroy. That's all you need to know. Janis Joplin, In the Beginning, live, 1962. Live at the Coffee House in San Francisco, the Folk Theater in San Jose, and Threadgill's Bar in Austin, Texas, $33.99. Sepultura, Chaos AD, $46.99. Queen's Greatest Hits, $39.99. American Heartbreak, Zach Bryan, $54.99. Five Finger Death Punch is $33.99. Offspring Smash, last copy, $28.99. Led Zeppelin, $33.99. Nobody claimed this, Cramps. It was $28.99. Pearl Jam Unplugged, $39.99. That's on red vinyl. And Kiss, Music from the Elder, remaster, UK remaster, $36.99. I have an Optimus Prime Transformer, $84.99. Optimus Prime, Super Cyborg. It kind of looks like it's in a Japanese box. This is new from my distributor from Super 7. It's a Hasbro, $84.99. $84.99. Transformer Autobot, Optimus Prime, Cyborg, Super Cyborg, new in box, $84.99. I order some toys occasionally from my record distributor. They deal in all the Funkos we have and all that stuff. Very, very cool. Let's bring over a new crate of new vinyl. I'm probably going to do one more after this one. Then we'll do that last crate of vintage, and then we'll probably do the last 2 or 3 crates of new vinyl. So here we go. We have which five finger death punch more than meets the eye? Yes. What did I just say? Five fangled. This is Five Finger Death Punch. That's called War is the Answer, actually. War is the Answer. That sounds very that sounds like a title something they'd come up with. War is the Answer. No peace. No peace with Five Finger Death Punch. Okay. So let me condense down this bin of Japanese vinyl. So we have an empty crate that we desperately need. And I'm going to try to start reading off some of these titles. Plus they keep falling over, which is very annoying. So there's an empty crate. So we've sold a whole crate of Japanese stuff tonight too already. Here's what's left in this bin. Let's go ahead and pull up Van Halen. Somebody's been waiting for that, and Rainbow. Van Halen's going to be a $55 start, and Rainbow's a $35 start. Okay. So we have First, Prime Evil. This is a new release. Smoking Bats at Campton's. And this is, I forgot the blurb on this, but this is, I think, a very rare, I forgot exactly what's going on with this. But it's a reissue of, I'm pretty sure, a very rare and pricey album, Prime Evil, $29.99. Smoking Bats at Campton's. And that's $29.99. It's on red marbled vinyl, $29.99. I've got 2 copies. I've got a bunch of these. The new Carnivore. This is a new release. Limited edition. Coke bottle green transparent vinyl. This is Carnivore Retaliation. Carnivore Retaliation. And let me pull up the pre-order for this. Carnivore. Let me type that in and search it. This is $33.99. And this is Sean Fairweathers, Joshua Cross, and Scott Smith. 1, 2, 3. I've got 3 sold, and I have 3 left if anybody wants one. Carnivore. Those 3 are pre-sold. Here's what the vinyl looks like. It looks like that right there, Retaliation. It's on like Coke bottle clear cream colored? Coke bottle green clear, $33.99. I will show these auctions in 1 second as soon as I pull Crystal a 5-finger death punch from the previous bin. That's sold to Crystal. Okay, so Brooks. I hadn't shown these in detail. Same thing, vinyl. Superb Japanese pressing. It has a solicitation. It also has the original Japanese lyric insert. It has a very nice cover of Obi. Brooks is already in at $55. Van Halen $51.50. Does have a bid for $55. Rainbow. We have a bid with Tony Freeman at $44. The vinyl, near mint minus and pristine. Very, very nice. Japanese insert, cover and Obi. Tony's at $44. So Carnivore. That was a new release. I got 3 copies. Also, Scorpions, Savage Amusement, $36.99 for the Scorpions. I got some other Scorpions coming up. This Scorpions, let me make sure there wasn't a waiting list. Savage Amusement, Scorpion, Savage Amusement, and there was a Love Drive puzzle waiting list, a Love Drive record, a Savage Amusement, Darren Wortman and Chris Crowley. Darren Wortman and Chris Crowley. I have 1 copy left then. This is on colored vinyl, the Scorpions, $36.99. There's 2 copies sold, and I have 1 extra of Scorpion Savage Amusement. We have Van Halen at $51.50s at $55. That's a final call. Rainbow's now at $47. Here's Love Drive. Love Drive is $39.99. Scorpions Love Drive, special edition colored vinyl, $39.99. I think I have Bob boy, I'm getting really messed up over here, Tanner, with these tongue twisters. This is sold to Bob Riger, and I don't think there's anybody else on this wait list, at least not on my system here. Bob Riger, $39.99. And this is sold to him. I have 1 extra if anybody wants it. Mel Moss says he'll take 1. Tony Freeman's out, and we have a new bid on Van Halen. So, let me get these situated. They keep wanting to fall over. I can tell you this crate is loaded with now playings. I can see the little tabs for all of them. Okay, so we have Van Halen at 58 with Joanna Usel. Mel Moss is first on Love Drive. That was my only extra copy. I still got Savage Amusement. And now here's Blackout. Blackout's $39.99. I don't have a waiting list for this one because I just searched Scorpions. Nobody else was in the system. Blackout's also on colored vinyl. 1 copy, $39.99. Brian Rigo. Brian's been asking for that. He has. I was about to say, I knew Brian has been asking for one. We need to make sure Brian gets one of those, and we may have to put whoever I just said got one on first on the waiting list. I have Brian. I've only got Bob Riger, but I know you've been asking for that. I don't know why your name's not on here. And then there's a Love Drive puzzle. Brian, I have you down for a Love Drive puzzle. Darren Wortman and Brian Arrigo on a Love Drive puzzle. That may be what you're thinking about. I didn't actually have you down for the vinyl. So if you want the actual vinyl, then I know you've been asking about it. Mel Moss, if it's okay with you, we'll put you on a waiting list, and we'll get that figured out. But I had you on a waiting list for the puzzle. It was the puzzle we showed that night. Rainbows at 47 with John Gollin. We had a new bid on Van Halen for 58. Now a new bid for Van Halen in the 60s. Larry Williams on Scorpions Blackout. That's sold to Larry Williams. Next is Kiss Unplugged, $44.99. Kiss Unplugged. Now, do you want the puzzle? Do I need to scratch you off on the puzzle? Because sometimes I show those puzzles and people hop on and they think they're LPs by just glancing at them. So I'll take you off the puzzle list if you don't want a puzzle, or I'll keep you on the puzzle list, but we don't have those right now. Paul Brothers on the waiting list for Unplugged. Paul Brothers. So I've got 2 copies of Unplugged left. Kiss Unplugged is $44.99. So Bob Reiger says, give Brian his. So we're going to give Bob Reiger Brian Arrigo's, and then that means Mel Moss gets one. So hope you can keep up with all that, Tanner. That is going to be taken care of. So Bob, do you want on a waiting list, Bob, for the next week? As in the following Monday, Bob, or do you just want to scratch us? You want scratched off altogether? He wants on waiting list. Okay. And we have Scorpions. This is sold to Greg Preston, Savage Amusement. Sarah Long gets a Kiss Unplugged. There are no Scorpions left. Again, no Scorpions left again. If anybody wants one, you'll have to go on a waiting list. Curtis Mayfield. This is now playing on Peaceful Purple Vinyl. Curtis Mayfield, and this is Curtis, and I think there was a pre-order, but there was only a couple. Curtis Mayfield, and the waiting list for this, or the pre-order, was Shepard Michael and Holly Safe. I got one extra. That is Curtis Mayfield now playing. It's a greatest hits, $28.99. There's one left. Update on these auctions. Van Halen, $51.50. Brooks Valder has this for $60. Joanna, let me know if you want back in. And Rainbow is a final call to John Gollin at $47. Rydell Martin wants Curtis Mayfield. That's sold to Rydell Martin. Okay, one Kiss Unplugged left. Felix on the waiting list for Curtis Mayfield. And we have Atreyu. This is Lead Sales Paper Anchor, a new Atreyu reissue for Music on Vinyl. There was a big pre-order on this. Those came in like last week or the week before, and I had to go to a different distributor. These cost me more, but I priced them the same, Atreyu. And the waiting list for this was Lily McCurry and Paul Brothers. I finally got these back in. I had to get them from a different distributor. Lily McCurry and Paul Brothers. And, hey, there was a waiting list for Seals and Croft now playing. I didn't even think there was. That's in a previous bin for Debbie Winston. We'll have to pull that out. But Lily McCurry and Paul Brothers gets these. I got to go through the spreadsheet tonight. There's been so much new vinyl that's come in. I'm like, oh, my gosh, I can't even keep up with it myself. And those two are already sold, so I have one more. It's hard to keep up with it live. I usually sit down and do all this beforehand, but I showed up after I took my mom to her birthday dinner. I got to the store about 6 o'clock, and Jake was like, we have a problem. There's been so much new vinyl come in, we don't even have crates to put them in. And there was this enormous stack of boxes of new vinyl. I was like, man, that's like 20 crates. So that takes hours for us to go through. We're doing it live, as you see here. Stephen gets Atreyu. Rainbow's got new bids, but let's go ahead and I think we're done on Van Hagar. I hope so. Van Halen sold to Brooks Valder for $60. That's sold to Brooks for $60. Rainbow's at $49. All right, so Felix on the Curtis Mayfield wait list. Rainbow has new bids, $48.49. And we have Stevie Ray Vaughan, The Sky's Crying. Music on Vinyl. Haven't had that in a while. That album by itself, $39.99, The Sky's Crying. And Ministry, The Mind is a Terrible Thing to Taste. Ministry's $39.99. I don't think there's anybody waiting on that Ministry. Let's search it over here. Ministry? I don't think so. Ministry? Mind? I don't see that on here. Real to real? Nope. So $39.99 on Ministry. The Mind is a Terrible Thing to Taste. $29.99. So Rainbow's at $49. Mark Trahan's out. Final call on that for $49. Ministry is sold to Stephen Martinelli and Dan Davis. I have 0 copies left. I got 3 Motorheads 1916. And Tanner, here's one for that person who's been waiting for one forever. That's on my list. 1916 Motorhead. That is Andre A., who I think was missing one from an order. So there's Andre's. I'll go ahead and set that out, Tanner. And I've got 2 copies left. Motorhead 1916 is $36.99. Back on vinyl for the first time in over a decade. Motorhead is $36.99. Rainbow is sold to John Gollin for $49. And let's go ahead and put up some new Japanese stuff. I've got a Japanese pressing of... what to pick out in here? Let's go to the back of the bin. Let's do this Runaways that doesn't have an Obi. And let's do this Dylan and the Dead album. Dylan and the Dead album. The last time we had one of these, I think it was sealed from that collection in Michigan. This one's opened, also from a Michigan collection for $19.89. This is going to be Bob Dylan and the Dead. Very, very cool. $35 start. It has the rich winter sleeve. The vinyl is in about EX condition. The cover's in about VG+. Maybe VG has a spine crackle there, but that is an 89. $35 start. That's a US 89. And this is a Japanese pressing of the Runaways, the Queens of Noise. Japanese pressing. Very nice vinyl, of course. $45 start on this. The vinyl's near mint minus. It has the Japanese kind of poster book with it. Kind of doubles as a poster and an insert booklet. The Runaways. Look at that. I bid on one of those one time at an auction up in Pennsylvania, and I got outbid at the last second. And an Elton John Captain Fantastic pinball machine, I got outbid with like 1 second left. I was going to go up there and get that thing. It was fully restored, and I got outbid. $45 start on Queens of the Stone Age. Gatefold. It has a little bit of foxing on the cover, but you really can't see it on the front. It's a little bit more noticeable there on the gatefold. That's now up for bid. Okay, continuing with this bid. Cinderella, long code winner. Cinderella is $39.99, long code winner. And now for some of the now playings. I don't think I've ever had Todd Rundgren's. Todd Rundgren, now playing. Also, greatest hits. If I say now playing, that's like a greatest hits comp. We Got to Get You a Woman. I Saw the Light. Hello, It's Me. Todd Rundgren, $28.99. 2 copies, and I've finally got more of these in. Rat, now playing. Rat's greatest hits. Round and Round. Wanted Man, $28.99 for that. And I don't think there was anybody on these. I'll look up right quick. RATT for Rat. Nope. So Rat now playing is $28.99. And also we have Todd Rundgren, and I have Cinderella. Cinderella sold to Kristen Orr, and IMJMV also wants one. Grateful Dead's at $40. No bid on the Runaways. Looking for a $45 start. Jamie McCord wants a Rat. That's sold to Jamie McCord. I have Dokken now playing. Also a greatest hits. Dokken, $28.99. And Flotsam and Jetsam. Haven't had this in a while. No Place for Disgrace. Flotsam and Jetsam. Music on vinyl, $39.99. Kevin Jordan also wants a Rat now playing. Flotsam and Jetsam. 2 copies of Bread now playing, $28.99. Just want to make it with you. It don't matter to me. Baby, I'm going to want you. Everything I own, Guitar Man. That is $28.99. And Montrose now playing is $28.99. And Gordon Lightfoot now playing is $28.99. And the Steelwoods, All of Your Stones. The Steelwoods is $28.99. All of Your Stones. The Steelwoods. Let me step over here and see what's going on. Cynthia Herdren was on a waiting list, but we've already pulled it. And that is $28.99 as well. So there's a lot of different now playings. Dad's at $41 with Ken Helplin. Final call to get a bid on the Runaways at $45. Mel Moss wants Bread now playing. Bread now baking. That's sold to Mel Moss. Andre wants a Flotsam and Jetsam, and so does Kelly Cook. Those are all sold. And lastly is Billy Joe Stormfront. That is actually a Walmart exclusive on red vinyl that we get from our distributor. It's on red vinyl. Billy Joe Stormfront. And the only reason I order this Billy Joe is because we don't get OGs too often. It has, first of all, let me pull the waiting list. Davey Winstead and Michelle Miller. Davey Winstead and Michelle Miller was on a waiting list. Billy Joe Stormfront, red vinyl, $31.99. And this has We Didn't Start the Fire on it, $31.99. So 2 copies have already sold. The Dead is at $42, now $45. Autumn Betts wants Billy Joe. Ken's at $45 on the Runaways. Final call. Ken Helplin's out on the Dead. Ken Crooker's at $45, 1 Billy Joe left. So here's what's left in here. We have first, Prime Evil, $29.99. Limited edition, only 500 made on red marbled vinyl. The new Carnivore reissue, Retaliation, Coke Bottle Green, transparent, $33.99. I got 3 copies of that left. Sean Fairweather is going to get a Billy Joe Stormfront. That's sold to Sean Fairweather. Felix, you're going to have to go on a waiting list. I just sold the last one. Kiss Unplugged, last copy, 2014 remaster, $44.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan, The Sky is Crying, music on vinyl, $39.99. Motorhead 1916, $36.99. Todd Rundgren, now playing, $28.99. Rat now playing, $28.99. Dokken now playing, $28.99. Bread now playing, and Montrose now playing. Lots of now playings in there, including Gordon Lightfoot. If you could read my mind, The Summer Side of Life, Sundown, Carefree, The Wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald, The Circle Small. That's some great music, of course. Gordon Lightfoot, Rest in Peace. And 2 copies of the Steelwoods, All of Your Stones, $28.99. That's some great new vinyl, especially all those now playings. They look really cool when you put them all together. All the little different color tabs there at the end. And this is OG. Cinderella is a new copy. That was music of vinyl. Kristen wants to put back Cinderella. We have Corey Gaston on Gordon Lightfoot, and that's sold to Corey Gaston. Everything in here is new and sealed. If I have an OG Cinderella, it will definitely be put up for auction. Those don't come through too often, and there will be lots of bidding. We have What Happened to Gordon. There's Gordon, so to Corey Gaston. Ken Crooker, you're going to get the Runaways for $45. And what happened to Dylan and the Dead? Thomas was at $46. Who was the other bidder? Lillian. Lillian, let me know if you want back in on that. Thomas has it for $46. Kyle has Steelwoods. And I'm going to condense these with the crate behind me. And we're going to bring up another crate of new vinyl. I actually think there's 3 crates left of new vinyl. 3 crates left of new vinyl, it looks like, and we're going to go through another bin of vintage. But before I go through the last bin of vintage, I definitely need to knock out one more crate of new vinyl. And let me see what's in this one. This one's full. This is like the equivalent of 2 crates here. Oh my gosh. And let me see. I guess the other stuff over here is not really crated up yet. So I got to go through this one next. That's mostly Alice in Chains. That actually isn't. We've already, if I pull a couple things out of this, that doesn't count. So really, I think there's two really full crates left. So let's go through this one, and then the last crate of vintage, and then the really full one, and then we're definitely going to need a big recap tonight. So the Motorhead was 1916. I think by the end of the night, we're going to go through. Tanner, are you eating my mom's cupcakes? Okay. I took her out to Demas's earlier tonight. That was very good for both of us. I told the waiter it's her birthday. They didn't come out and sing. I was trying to embarrass her, but they brought her a little piece of cake with a what's it called? You light it, a candle. It had a candle. Yeah. I've never seen them sing at Demas's. I think that place is a little bit too upscale, even though it's like not. But you think you're like a fancy restaurant, but boy, it's good though. Oh my gosh. If y'all ever come visit Coletco and you're in Lebanon, you got to eat at Demas's. Man, I have it DoorDash 3 or 5 times a week. So I eat a 7-ounce sirloin, spaghetti with meat sauce, salad, 3 to 5 times a week from there. I have it DoorDash either here at the store or my house. It's like, it's essential in my diet. So, and if you ever get their soup, you'll never be the same. I think we're done on this. This is sold to Thomas Hujar for $46. Done. Next 2 auctions, Beatles related. This is the Beatles, Help. Very, very nice. One of my favorites here. Help, The Night Before, You've Got to Hide Your Love Away. I think that's one of John Lennon's best songs. When he just starts singing it, I can just imagine the lyrics. I Need You, George Harrison, Another Girl, You're Gonna Lose That Girl, Ticket to Ride, Act Naturally, It's Only Love, You Like, Tell Me What You See, I Just Seen a Face. Now what's interesting about this is there's no orchestra music. If you listen to the U.S. pressing, it's got all that like James Bond music in between the tracks. Some people don't like that. Some people do like it if you grew up on the original U.S. pressing. This is like the UK track listing, the same thing made in Japan. $55 start. The vinyl is mint minus, pristine. Insert, original under sleeve, awesome cover, gatefold. This is a beautiful copy of Help. Check out the back. Very different than the U.S. pressing. Different cover all the way around, gatefold. $55 start. And John Lennon Rock and Roll, $35 start. This is John Lennon's covers album of rock and roll classics, such as Stand By Me. There's actually a couple marks on this one. So I'm going to call this one EX. It's still nice, especially by Japanese standards. $35 start with Obi, John Lennon. Okay, so we have Thomas, You Got the Grateful Dead. 1916 was $36.99. New crate of new stuff. Queensryche, Operation Mindcrime, $48.99. Operation Mindcrime, 2 LP, $48.99. The Best of Bon Jovi, that's on colored vinyl. That's the wrong price. I've mispriced 2 things tonight. That's what happens when you mark 5,000 records. This is $46.99. I marked one too high, and this one's marked too low. Bon Jovi's $46.99. It is on red vinyl. This was originally a Walmart exclusive, and I think it actually still is. And my distributor just put these different stickers on it. So Bon Jovi, that's a greatest hits, $46.99. Tanner, we'll have to put a sticky note on that one. That's sold to Brooks Valder. We have Waylon Jennings. There's the other one. I showed one earlier. This is on colored vinyl. Waylon Jennings Live, Austin City Limits, $33.99. Elton John, Honky Chateau, Rocket Man, gold vinyl, 50th anniversary gold vinyl. That's $36.99. Tedeschi Trucks Band, Made Up Mind, 2 LP music on vinyl, $49.99 for Tedeschi Trucks Band. Whiskey Myers, Early Morning Shakes. This Whiskey Myers is $33.99. Early Morning Shakes, $33.99 for whiskey. And I don't think, I've showed all these tonight, there was no, Kevin Dokesy was on Early Morning Shakes. That's from a long time ago, though. That's back from last year. I bet he don't even want that anymore. I'm going to highlight his name in orange to send him a message. But he also hadn't bought from us in a while, so I'm not going to tag him for one. Let me put that in orange. Orange means, Chad, send that person a message. Early Morning Shakes, $33.99. We have Tom Sullivan on the Waylon Jennings. There's actually another one in another bin if anybody else wants one. We have Kelly Bagwell on Tedeschi Trucks. Brooks Valder wants whiskey, and so does Tom Sullivan. Those are all sold. Final call on the Beatles for $55. Final call to get a bid in on John Lennon for $35. Dirty Honey, this is their first album, $28.99. Dirty Honey self-titled, $28.99. And I posted this in the group. It is Pretty Woman soundtrack, $33.99. Pretty Woman soundtrack. And let me pull up who pre-claimed this one. Pretty Woman, that's 2 T's, Chad. Boy, I do need another. I can't talk, can't spell, can't read, can't write. This is $33.99, and we've already sold one to Stacy Brown, one to John Smetzer, one to Holly Safe, and one to Stacy Metternich. I've got one Pretty Woman left for $33.99. The Tedeschi Trucks brand was called Made Up Mine. Made Up Mine, $49.99. Ken Crooker wants a Dirty Honey. Mark Trahan's in on the Beatles at $56. Thomas Hujar, you're out. We have Halloween, Keeper of the Seven Keys Part 2. $39.99. The Who, Who's Next? The Half Speed Master. Now, what an amazing album. You know this is going to sound good. Half Speed Mastering done at Abbey Road Studios, $39.99. There's Halloween. There's The Who. There's the other Whiskey Myers. That's his most recent album, Tornilio. Whiskey Myers Tornilio. That is $36.99. Self-produced in Tornillo, Texas. Whiskey Myers, $36.99. Tom Sullivan wants Halloween. We also have 2 copies of David Bowie and 9 Inch Nails. This is a concert live. It's on white vinyl. It isn't unofficial. That's David Bowie and 9 Inch Nails live, 95, $36.99. Mark tried to bump the Beatles. He got outbid. He says he's out. Let's sell it. Thomas Hujar, $57. And John Lennon, if anybody wants it, is a $35 buy it now. John Lennon's a $35 buy it now. Also, Mudcrutch 2, Tom Petty, $33.99. And then there's the Alice Cooper. I hope Jerry Stone's still watching. Jerry, here it is, $89.99, 50th Anniversary Edition, 3 LP. The original album remastered plus a previously unreleased live 1972 show and studio extras. Pays homage to the original packaging, including the legendary panties, not flammable this time. This actually has a pair of panties with it. I've only got one. I think Jerry Stone wants it. If he doesn't, anybody else, and then we might have to take a waiting list. But this has got the original packaging, like the desk, and it even has a pair of panties. Non-flammable. Is there something to that? Does those things burn up or blow up or something? I don't know about the panties being flammable. That is $89.99. Flammable. We have John Lennon. That's sold to Shakedown. He was first. Tim Turner, you was second. I don't know if Jerry's still watching or not. We'll have to find out. And John Coltrane, A Love Supreme, $36.99. The Offspring self-titled, and that don't have a price on it. This was $33.99. I know that one from memory. The Offspring self-titled, $33.99. And Leonard Skinner, pronounced Leonard Skinner, $36.99. Pronounced Leonard Skinner. Let's get some new auctions going, including Journey, Frontiers, and let's run the Alcatraz. Let's do that. I still got a couple sealed things that was unadvertised tonight, and I still got a Grateful Dead, a Bob Marley, and a Beatles White Album to auction. So let's go ahead and do this. We have Journey Frontiers. Journey Frontiers. This is a Japanese pressing. We're going to have it for a $45 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and very nice. It has a Japanese insert with it. It has the obi. It's very nice. $45 start on that. Alcatraz, live sentence. No parole from rock and roll. Alcatraz is going to be a $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Alcatraz, it has the Japanese book with it. Cover and obi. $35 start. All right, Jerry Stone does want Alice Cooper, so that is so to Jerry Stone. Darren Wallace on a waiting list. Ken Crooker on a waiting list for Alice Cooper. School's Out, the deluxe version. Jared's in on Journey at $45. Boy, nice new copies of Leonard Skinner pronounced. That is $36.99. I Ain't the One, Tuesday's Gone, Gimme 3 Steps, Simple Man, Freebird, Mississippi Kid. That's $36.99. And we have the Best of Warren Zevon, $31.99. So, we have Darren Wallace on, that was Chad, can you pull me Primeval? Paul, I'm glad you're on. I was going to ask you about that album. I had a feeling Paul would know something about this. Primeval, Smoking Rats at Campton's. I'm pretty sure it's rare. and it's very Sean posted the Discog links earlier, but it's they only made 500. I think it's the first time it's been reissued either ever or in a long time. I've got one copy left. We'll set this aside for Paul. They're $29.99. They're on red marbled vinyl. Journey's at $45. Lillian also wants on that Alice Cooper wait list. The Best of Warren Zevon, $31.99. New Order is $39.99. New Order, and that one's called, man, I never can keep up with these New Order titles. They don't write them on the jacket, and they very much confuse me. New Order. I think that one may be self-titled, though. New Order, and there was not a waiting list. Let me do one more search. Let me also type in N-O, Snow Patrol. That's an old waiting list. We never did get those in. New Order, $39.99. We have Skinny Puppy, $33.99 for Skinny Puppy. This is mine, the Perpetual Intercourse, $33.99 for Skinny Puppy. Bon Jovi, Slippery When Wet, $36.99. George Strait Icon, $33.99. Justin Chase wants Leonard Skinner, pronounced Leonard Skinner. That's so to Justin Chase. Skinny Puppy, so to Sean Fairweather. Anything you see us sell out of, I can put you on a waiting list. Snoop Dogg, Rhythm and Gangsta. That is $39.99. We have Def Leppard, Hysteria. That is $46.99. And the Mars Volta, Deloused in the Crematorium. That's on gold-colored vinyl, $46.99. Low Life. That's what I was looking for, Craig. Thank you. New Order Low Life. I thought it had a title. See, they don't write it on the spine, though. That's why Jake's always asking me. Actually, maybe it is. Yeah, it is. It's in very faint gray lettering. Fact 100 Low Life. And, of course, I think that's the label. That's $39.99. That's Paul's. Yeah, that's Paul's. Let's see. Skinny Puppy. Fred Carnell on the Skinny Puppy wait list. We have Justin Chase on GS. GS was for George Strait, Justin Chase. Billy Humphrey wants that last copy of Pronounced Leonard Skinner. That is sold to Billy Humphrey. We have Start Price, Alcatraz. How about this? I'm going to go ahead and sell these. This is sold to Jared Inc. for $45, and this is sold to IMJ&V for $35. Those are sold. It's System of Down and Print. Yes, we had Toxicity earlier tonight, and we can get their other albums. Justin Chase already has George Strait. He needs to put it back. Kiss self-titled, $33.99. Also, The Cult Electric. That's on blue vinyl, $36.99. And I don't think I've ever had this on new vinyl before. Bon Jovi, their self-titled, his self-titled first album, $33.99. We have Bon Jovi and George Strait's going back in the bin. That's a greatest hits, $33.99. And Imagine Dragons Night Visions, $33.99. AC/DC Live Classics with Bon Scott. That's on colored vinyl, $39.99. And Dirty Honey, Can't Find the Brakes. That's their newest album, $28.99. So let's put up some new auctions. Somebody just asked for the Go-Go's, and we definitely need to go back through that bin. And then I'm going to do our last crate of vintage. We're going through new vintage stuff at almost 11 o'clock tonight. That's pretty incredible. Next two auctions, though, are the Go-Go's. This is the Go-Go's Vacation, $45 start. The vinyl is Near Mint Minus and Pristine. Beautiful copy here of the Go-Go's. There's an LP. There's the Japanese insert. Very nice cover with Obi. I don't think I've had that one before. $45 start. Duran Duran. There's the Duran Duran Arena. I think somebody asked for this earlier after we sold the other one. It's also a $45 start. The vinyl is Near Mint Minus. It has the poster book with it. It also has the Japanese insert. There's the cover with Obi, $45 start. Jerry Stone, I will check on that for sure. I'm always on top of Alice Cooper releases. Scott Fish wants Dirty Honey. Mike Miles is in on the Go-Go's at $45. All right, there's a lot still left in this crate. We need to knock some of these out. We have, because we got to do a big recap later. But first, we have Queensryche, Operation Mindcrime, $48.99. Elton John, Honky Chateau, $36.99. Dirty Honey, their first album, $28.99. Last copy of Pretty Woman soundtrack, $33.99. We sold a sealed original of that the other night for over $200. Who's Next, Half Speed Master, $39.99. Whiskey Myers is $36.99. David Bowie and Nine Inch Nails, white vinyl, unofficial, $36.99. Mudcrutch 2 is $33.99. A Love Supreme, John Coltrane, $36.99. The Best of Warren Zevon, purple vinyl, $31.99. Bon Jovi, Slippery When Wet. Wanted Dead or Alive, You Give Love a Bad Name, $36.99. The Offspring, their self-titled debut, $33.99. Snoop Dogg's $39.99. Def Leppard Hysteria, 2LP remaster, $46.99. Mars Volta's $46.99. And New Order Low Life, $39.99 for New Order. So, Go-Go's, $45, now $47. Do you know if the Rolling Sevens is either on Dirty Honey? Let's see here. If Rolling Sevens, it has to be on one of these. This is their only 2 albums, unless it was just like a single only. Rolling Sevens. I actually don't see it on here. That is a track, right? Do you know if Rolling Sevens owns Dirty Honey? I don't see it on this unless it's just like a single or something. This is their only 2 albums, so it must be like a streaming only, but I don't see that on either one of these, Crystal. Rami Lou wants DB, and if that was for DB, I'm assuming that is for David Bowie and 9 Inch Nails, Rami Lou. If so, that is so to you. And please add me to the wait list for $1 Billion. I will do that. I'll actually make a post so everybody can claim in it. Kiss self-titled, $33.99. The Cult Blue vinyl, that's electric, $36.99. Nobody claimed the first Bon Jovi album. That's still available, $33.99. George Strait Greatest Hits. Also, Imagine Dragons Night Vision. That has their hit Radioactive on it. AC/DC Live Classics. That's a live compilation, unofficial, featuring early AC/DC of Bon Scott and the most recent Dirty Honey, $28.99. No one bid on Duran Duran. Somebody's about to get a great buy it now price. First come, first serve, $45. And the Go-Go's, Mike Miles, let me know if you want back in. You've been outbid. Joe Maynard has it for $47. Final call. I'm going to set this right over here. Now we have 4 whole crates of new vinyl to recap, but I think I can condense those. But let's go through the last crate of new vintage stuff tonight. We had 5 crates or 4 crates of new vintage stuff tonight. And this is new vintage stuff that has not been gone through. And then we have 2 other full crates of new vinyl to go through. I think I can condense them, though, because that one is box sets and Alice in Chains, and it's really going to be 1 more crate. But stick with me. We have Duran Duran sold to Terry Gearhart for a $45 buy it now. Travis Wade was second. And I'm just waiting to see if Mike Miles wants back in on the Go-Go's. If he says out, it's automatically sold to Joe Maynard unless somebody bids right now. Let me go ahead and put up a new auction. I have Christopher Cross, his self-titled first album. That's how Newman says it when he was planning for the Millennium New Year's Day party or New Year's Eve party. He says, I've booked Christopher Cross, $35 start. This is his self-titled album featuring Sailing and Run Like the Wind. The vinyl is very nice. The cover and the insert are nice. The cover does have a little bit of wear along the top. Very unusual for any Japanese pressings. A little bit of wear and discoloration on top of the obi. But there's Christopher Cross, $35 start. Mike Miles is back in on the Go-Go's. We have GG and we have CC. GG for the Go-Go's and CC for Christopher Cross. New vintage arrivals. The Doors, Morrison Hotel, $34.99. Butterfly Electra Label, $34.99 for The Doors. Steve Winwood, Back in the High Life, $19.99 for Back in the High Life. And Wishbone Ash, Just Testing. This is $19.99. Wishbone Ash, Just Testing. Got to watch my words there. Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. This is an Apple pressing with insert, $34.99. This is Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. That's an Apple pressing. It does have the Sgt. Pepper cutouts insert, gatefold, very clean, just $34.99. Wishbone Ash, No Smoke Without Fire. That's $14.99. And Peter Wolf, Lights Out, $14.99 for Peter Wolf. Roadwork, Edgar Winter's White Trash with Jerry LaCroix, Rick Derringer, and Johnny Winter. That's $27.99. And Kenny Rogers Gideon in shrink wrap and hop sticker, $9.99. And it includes a Kenny Rogers poster and insert. Wow, it's got a lot of stuff with it. $9.99 for Kenny Rogers. Nitty Gritty Dirt Band is $14.99. And Rod Stewart, Blondes Have More Fun. There is some notable cover damage down here, $9.99. Back up to the top. The Go-Go's was at 50 with Joe Maynard after Mike bid 48. Christopher Cross, 35. Christopher Cross, 35. Mike Torres wants Peter Wolf. That's sold to Mike Torres. Peter Wolf. Christopher Cross, 45. Josh Tanner wants Nitty Gritty Dirt Band. Continuing, Magical Mystery Tour, another Apple pressing. Somebody needs to pick these up. We have Sgt. Pepper's and Magical Mystery Tour. That one's $29.99. Also a gatefold with the book, Apple pressing. Paul McCartney, Red Rose Speedway. This is a German pressing. Randy Shaw wrote his name on the cover. It is German. That is $29.99. Josh Tanner wants Magical Mystery Tour. That is sold to Josh Tanner. We have Al Stewart, Time Passages, $9.99. Al Stewart Time Passages, $9.99. The Best of the Doors, nice, $64.99. 2 LP, and this looks fantastic. Cover, both LPs. It's a club copy, $64.99. Honest Brute has the high bid on Christopher Cross at 45. That means Mike Torres, you're out. 88 Ozark, you're out. Let me know if you want back in. And the Go-Go's is a final call now. to Joe Maynard at $50. I'm about to sell that for $50. Dusty Springfield Cameo, that's in shrink wrap, $24.99. Paul Simon self-titled is $19.99. Seals and Croft 1 and 2, $14.99. 88 Ozark back in on Christopher Cross at $46. Second winner, Johnny Winter, that's $27.99. Kenny Rogers Kenny, that's $9.99. Johnny Rivers Outside Help in shrink wrap, $9.99. Melanie, she just passed away not too long ago. $9.99 for Melanie. That's in partial shrink wrap. Honest Brute back in on Cross at $48. John Lennon Double Fantasy is $14.99. We have Rick Wakeman, The Myths and Legends of King Arthur, $19.99. And Rick Wakeman, Journey to the Center of the Earth, that's $19.99. Michael Nath gets Melanie. That's sold to Michael Nath. We have Vanessa Williams, The Right Stuff, $14.99. And Wishbone Ash, $19.99. The Go-Go's is sold to Joe Maynard for $50. Let me put that one away. I've got a bin over here I'm putting everything in. Tanner stepped to the back. I think Tanner is here tonight, but we have been so busy, he's just going to completely rewatch the sale and make sure everything's tagged correctly. We've been so busy tonight, especially when I've been bringing all these crates of new vinyl and all these pre-orders and waiting lists. He's going to have to rewatch the entire stream and go back through everything. So I think he's in the back actually working on other stuff right now. Travis Wade gets to Vanessa Williams. Noah Farrell, You Were Second on Melanie. An American Prayer, Jim Morrison, Music by the Doors, $34.99. And we have Herb Albert, Magic Man, $14.99. So Christopher Cross is at $50. We have an out, so this is between 88 Ozark and Honest Brute. 88 Ozark has it for $50. If at any point you decide you're done bidding, just let us know. I have a copy of the Beatles White Album to auction. This appears to be a 1970 Winchester pressing. It is a vintage 1970 Winchester pressing. Of course, the White Album came out in 1967, 68, I guess 68 technically, 67, Sarge, 68. 68, yes. This is a 1970 Winchester pressing, and the vinyl is very nice. It's in a, you can tell the inner sleeve here is very crisp. 1970 pressing. Super nice vinyl. I mean, I can't tell y'all how many copies of the White Album we have that are just beat to heck. Look how nice the vinyl is on this. There's LP number 1. That is exceptionally nice for a White Album of any kind of pressing. It has the poster with it. There's the poster. There's disc 1, inner sleeve. There's disc 2. And we have the photo inserts. Once again, nice label, crisp inner sleeves. Just unusually nice vinyl. This is a 1970 pressing, $55 start. There's John, George, Ringo, and Paul. Has all 4 original photo inserts. It has an embossed cover, no serial number. They stopped serial numbering by now, but that is an embossed cover, gatefold, amazing music. $55 start. We have an out on Christopher Cross. Honest Brute's also out. This is sold to 88 Ozark for $50. Since we just introduced the Beatles, $55 starting bid. I will put up another auction, which is going to be the Grateful Dead, and I think it's also going to be a, let me see what John left me here. Grateful Dead, Built to Last, a 1989 BMG Club copy. We're going to start this at $45. It's in shrink wrap, but we don't get this one very often. I think the last one we had was Dale's Pittsburgh Collection. There is the Grateful Dead, has the original inner sleeve with it. $45 start, superb, very, very nice vinyl. 1989 Club, it's in shrink wrap, $45 start. Continuing, we have Herb Albert Fandango. That's also $14.99. Herb Albert Rise is $14.99. 3 Herb Alberts there. B.B. King Live at the Regal in shrink wrap, $24.99. B.B. King Live at the Regal. That is on the original label, $24.99. Alvin Lee Pump Iron. Alvin Lee is $14.99. Night Watch by Kenny Loggins. That's $9.99. Emmylou Harris Luxury Liner, $14.99. Sammy Johns Chevy Van, $14.99. Roy Orbison Regeneration, $19.99 in shrink wrap. Graham Parker and the Rumor, the Parkerilla, $19.99. And another, this is Herbie Mann. I almost said Herb Albert. Herbie Mann, $19.99. Back up to the top, we have the Beatles at $55, Grateful Dead at $45, Beatles at $60, Japanese Heart has not sold, Beatles $75, IMJ&V wants B.B. King. That's sold to IMJ&V. Lily McCurry wants Sammy Johns. Herbie Mann. Next is Shiitake with John McLaughlin, Natural Elements. That is $14.99. Also, Al Di Meola Casino, $9.99. And Janis Joplin, Janis, nice copy, $39.99. Janis Joplin, Janis, $39.99. That crate is definitely worthy of a recap. I'm just going to read the titles. If anybody wants a price, let me know. If not, I'm going to set it back here behind me, and we're going to continue with some of the new vinyl for tonight so we can go through the rest of it officially and then do a recap. Final Call on the Grateful Dead for 45. The Beatles is at 75. Here's what's left. The Doors, like I said, if you want a price, let me know. The Doors, Steve Winwood, Wishbone Ash. The Beatles, Wishbone Ash. That is Roadwork, Edgar Winter's White Trash, Kenny Rogers, Rod Stewart, Paul McCartney, Al Stewart, The Doors, Dusty Springfield, Paul Simon, Seals and Croft, Johnny Winter, Kenny Rogers, John Lennon, Johnny Rivers, Rick Wakeman, Wishbone Ash, Jim Morrison, which is The Doors, Herb Albert, Alvin Lee, Kenny Loggins, Emmylou Harris, Roy Orbison, Graham Parker, Herbie Mann, John McLaughlin, Shiitake, Al Di Meola, and Janis Joplin. Josh Tanner wants Kenny Rogers, and that was called Gideon, and it was just claimed. That is so to Josh Tanner. Was there another one in here? There was Kenny KR. I think that was the only one. There's also one called Kenny. Josh Tanner, actually, let me know if you want Gideon or Kenny. Let me know. And Nat just bid 46 on the Grateful Dead. So now, the only thing in fear of a final call is the Beatles with Lily McCurry. She has that for $75. We're about to sell it. And whoever else was bidding, John Dorsey, you're now out on that. Janis Joplin, probably the only one there. One of the probably the 5 or 6 that I was like, I can't believe this didn't sell. And the Beatles is now at 80 and now at 80. So new bid on the Beatles. And Josh Tanner's going to let us know what Kenny Rogers he wants. All right, let's go ahead and grab one of those other crates of new vinyl. I'm going to set this over here, trying to keep up with what I have and have not gone through tonight. With that, it's been a task. I need to find an empty crate, though, so I can crate up the other new vinyl still over here in the original shipping boxes. So let me grab that. Let me grab this blue crate right over here and crate up the rest of this. I see more Papa Roaches, but I know we already have an extended waiting list. So actually, some of the people that went on the waiting list tonight, congratulations. You may actually be getting a copy because I just found 4 more over here in one of these other boxes. We got a couple box sets in here, and maybe the rest of these will fit into here. Are we going to have 1 or 2 more crates left? I think we're going to have 2 more crates left. Yeah, definitely. I think I can get the rest of these in here, but we're going to have 1 more crate after this. All righty, so very, very nice. Lots of new vinyl. So these are technically already sold. It was the first one you pulled. Okay, so he did want Gideon. So if anybody just wants Kenny, it's still available. Just put Kenny sold or KR sold, and that's for Kenny Rogers Kenny. Now, I'm going to go ahead and pull all these out. I know we have a waiting list. This is Papa Roach featuring the song Last Resort. And I know Tanner, like I said, he's rewatching the stream tonight to get all this very accurately. But I know earlier there was a bunch of people on the waiting list for Papa Roach. So if anybody wants on that waiting list, let me know. These are already sold, I know for sure. If anybody else wants on the waiting list, let me know. That was a surprise restock for this week, so I'm going to go ahead and put those right there. Grateful Dead, update. So Nat bid $49. John Dorsey, let me know if you want back in. Nat Reynolds is at $49. Then the Beatles, we had 2 people bid $80, and then Lillian bid $100. Nat bid $49 on the Grateful Dead. Mike bid $85 on the Beatles, but Lillian already bid $100. And Justin Chase does want that other Kenny Rogers. Justin Chase does want that other Kenny Rogers. So that's sold. That's sold to Justin Chase. And now the Grateful Dead's at 50. Okay, we have Lorena, and I was butchering her name. This is another artist the other night. We had one of her albums pop up. And this is what I could find out her most desirable album. It comes as a 40th anniversary box set. It's $114.99. Lorena McKin, The Book of Secrets, 20th anniversary edition, $114.99. And that's a 4, I don't know how many LPs are in here. It's got a lot of music. It appears to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 LPs. $114.99, sold to Fred Carnell. If anybody else wants one, let me know. I'll put you on a waiting list. Smashing Pumpkins. This is Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness, $119.99. $119.99. Final Call on the Beatles for $100. Final Call on Grateful Dead. Nat, you're back out. We have Korn Issues, $33.99. Korn Issues, $33.99. This is $33.99. Korn Issues, $33.99. That is back in stock. Korn Issues. We have AC/DC, Stiff Upper Lip, $33.99. These are all new and sealed. AC/DC, Kiss, Alive 3. Now, we already showed some of these earlier. Here's some more copies. I've already read off the waiting list, and there actually may be, I don't think I had a wait list for this tonight, Kiss Alive 3, far as if we sold out and more people wanted one. I don't think so. So I think this one's still up for grabs, $44.99. That's on the Grateful Dead. And one more, we have Dick Tracy, the original score composed by Danny Elfman. That is $31.99. It's on blue vinyl. Dick Tracy, Danny Elfman soundtrack, $31.99. The Grateful Dead is sold to John Dorsey for $50. Lily McCurry gets the Beatles for $100. That's a beautiful copy. Embossed, U.S., 1970. That is fantastic. 1970 on that. That is very, very nice. Felix Salas gets the Dick Tracy. That's sold to Felix. And we have the Gene Simmons picture disc, $28.99. We haven't had him in a while. There's Gene Simmons. Let's pull out, somebody asked earlier for Heart. Let's go ahead and pull out Heart. And with somebody else who asked earlier, they may have asked for this other Bon Jovi. I'm not for sure. Either way, I'm going to put them up for bid. We have Heart self-titled, and we have Bon Jovi. Heart's going to be a $35 start, Japanese pressing, and Bon Jovi is going to be a $45 start. Those are now going up for bid. Elton John, Captain Fantastic, $36.99. We have Korn, Untouchables for $33.99. Kiss, Lick It Up, $33.99. 2014 remaster, Kiss, Lick It Up. There's another copy of self-titled. If anybody wants it, let me know. I'm going to put them over here with the other copies of self-titled, $33.99 from the last crate. We also have Nina Simone Sings the Blues, music on vinyl, $39.99. Nina Simone Sings the Blues. Queen, News of the World, half-speed master, $33.99. Haven't had this before. This is Ryan Adams Gold, $39.99. Ryan Adams Gold, $39.99. Terry Gearhart's In on Heart. Terry Gearhart is In on Heart for $35. Ryan Adams Gold, I've got 2 copies of that. And there's more copies of Flash Gordon. Now, Tanner, I know for sure we already had a waiting list for that. I'm just going to pull those out. Those got mixed in with the other ones, got separated from the ones earlier. I know there's already a waiting list whenever you get to that. So these are already sold. I'm almost positive. If anybody else wants one, let me know. If not, we may have at least one more up for grabs. David Gilmour, On an Island, $34.99. Seether, Karma, and Effect is $39.99. That's on burgundy opaque vinyl, Seether. And also the Cult, Sonic Temple. That's on green vinyl, the Cult, Sonic Temple. Nina Simone, Silk and Soul, music on vinyl, $39.99. Def Leppard, High and Dry is $33.99. The Breakfast Club soundtrack, $33.99. Bon Jovi, New Jersey's $34.99. And Nickelback, All the Right Reasons. And somebody said they was on a waiting list for that, but I don't think I have one over here. Who was waiting on Nickelback? Or maybe it could be a different album. Nickelback. I see no results for Nickelback. Make sure I'm spelling that correctly. I think I am. Yeah, I don't have a waiting list for any Nickelback albums. So whoever thought maybe they was waiting for one, let me know. And this is $31.99. So let's go back up the top. I pulled Dick Tracy out. We have Heart 35, Heart 36, Heart 38, Heart 40. Tony Wade wants Bon Jovi, New Jersey. That's sold to Tony Wade. Tom Sullivan wants Nickelback. That's sold to Tom Sullivan. Jetstream first on the waiting list. We have Mel Moss first on Breakfast Club and Alice Lowry on Breakfast Club. Gene Simmons. That's the tough one to get. Paul Stanley and Gene Simmons on black vinyl is tough to get for some reason. We usually can only get them on the picture disc. And Me Different Album a couple weeks ago. Terry, I don't think I have that on here. I'll look one more time. Let's see here. Neil Young official releases. Tom Petty Spectrum. Dolly Rockstar. Pantera, Funkadelic, Elvis, Def Leppard, Mirrorball, Rust in Peace, Fleetwood Mac, all the Rolling Stones albums, Stevie Ray. I don't see that on here. I may have to take that down right now and try to get you one. So, or maybe sometimes I go to order these and they're deleted, like I can't get them anymore, and I don't even write down the person's name or keep the person's name because I can't get them anymore. They stop making them. I doubt that's the case with that, but it could be. All right, so where are we at on Heart? David Johnson's at $40. I really even hadn't got to show it. Of course, the vinyl's near mint. It has the insert, and it has the cover and obi. And I think David E. Johnson has that for $40, and that's a final call. Terry, you're out. And then Bon Jovi, I'm going to actually show it and do a final call for a bid. Before I make it a buy it now, Bon Jovi is a $45 start. It has the insert. It has the cover and obi. Alice also wants on the Nickelback waiting list. And here's what's left in this bin. Smashing Pumpkins, Melancholy, $119.99. Korn, Issues, $33.99. AC/DC, Stiff Upper Lip, also $33.99. And the last copy of Kiss Alive 3, $44.99. Gene Simmons picture disc, $38.99. Captain Fantastic's, $36.99. Elton John. Another Korn album, Untouchables, $33.99. Kiss Lick It Up, $33.99. Some Nina Simone, the first one here, Sings the Blues. Music on vinyl, $39.99. IMJ&V wants Def Leppard High and Dry. That's sold to IMJ&V. Queen News of the World, $33.99. Ryan Adams Gold is $39.99. David Gilmour On an Island, $34.99. Seether, Karma and Effect, that's $39.99. The Cult Sonic Temple, green vinyl. And Nina Simone Silk and Soul, those last two are both $39.99. Bon Jovi's a buy it now. Great deal, $45. We still got 198 people watching. It's 7 minutes after 11 o'clock. And there's some great deals on the auction block right now. And this means Heart is sold to David Johnson for $40. That is David Johnson's for $40. Bon Jovi's a $45 buy now. Do you have an ELO Greatest Hits? Matt, we sold out of them tonight. We have a waiting list again. And actually, some of those ELO Vintage Studio albums, originals you were looking for, I just ran across them earlier, emptying out some crates. All right, let me restack all this new vinyl. That one's going to go on the bottom. Let me put this next one on top. And let me do this one. So how many people watching wasn't here like at 7 o'clock? Because if you wasn't, you're probably about to see some new stuff for the first time. But I do have one more crate to fill up over here of some new stuff, including a box set that there was a pre-order on. So let me go fill up the last of the new vinyl over here. And this is the final crate. I think this makes number 18 or 19, which is the most crates I think I've ever went through in one night, has been tonight. Some of them were like full of one titles, but we did all the pre-orders live, all those Stevie Nicks, all the, what was the other big pre-order? Stevie Nicks and, trying to think of that other one. There's the Soundgardens, the Alice in Chains restock. Let me try to put that in there. And I have one more crate for you. And there's only 3 titles. And then we're going to start doing a big recap. We're going to recap some vintage. We're going to recap some new vinyl. Because I think I've been through 19. And counting this one, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 left. So, all right. Thomas Hujar gets the Bon Jovi, $45. That's sold to him. Misfits has not come in. That's not due until February. That's not due out till February. Okay, so we have Monk pre-order. Have not seen that. Hadn't been here tonight at least. Dr. Dre, The Chronic. I have one copy, $46.99. Dr. Dre, The Chronic. I guess that does exist on an OG, but that's not easy to get. $46.99. Here's even more copies of Alice in Chains. If you don't have a copy yet of Rain or Fog, this is the 5th anniversary colored vinyl, indie exclusive. It is on colored vinyl. Alice in Chains. We've got them. $39.99. I've got these, and I've got about another half crate. That is a bunch. $39.99. We have Bush limited pink vinyl. That's a razor blade suitcase. Let me make sure there wasn't a waiting list for that. Bush is on pink vinyl, $36.99. Bush, pink vinyl, and there's not a waiting list for Bush. $36.99 for Bush. That's on pink vinyl. And this is Dire Straits. And there was a pre-order for this. Check this out. Incredible. Dire Straits Live, 1978 to 1992. There was a pre-order for this. Let me pull it up in the group. This is Dire Straits. I'm going to get a couple new auctions started as well. Dire Straits is a 12 LP set. A 12 LP set of Dire Straits. This is absolutely incredible. 12 LPs. It has all those amazing live Dire Straits, including Alchemy, which has never been reissued, or it hasn't been reissued in a while, except for this. I have all the details in the pre-order post. EP Encores, the 1995 Live at the BBC. 12 LPs, $249.99. It had a lot of questions, but there was actually one pre-order. There was one pre-order, George Buchanan. So, Tanner, this is George Buchanan's. They're $259.99. 12 LPs, Dire Straits Live, 1978 to 1992. expanded or remastered of Alchemy, On the Night, live at the BBC, Encores, live at the Rainbow, 16-page book, and lithographs. Dire Straits. That's, if you like Dire Straits, that's an awesome set. All that live music of Dire Straits. There's the actual jackets, and it has a book, $259.99. Okay, back up to the top. Nickelback was a few weeks ago. May have been Feed the Machine. So copies I was on a wait list. Feed the Machine. Okay, make a note. Terry Gearhart, Nickelback, whenever that time comes, Tanner. Chris Kirkley, Alice in Chains. Jamie McCord, Alice in Chains. Joshua wants Dr. Dre. John Lill wants Bush. Did the Strokes come in? I have not seen that. Nope, that hasn't come in this week. I have not seen that. All right, so that crate only had those titles. Alice in Chains, Rain or Fog. Bush, Razorblade Suitcase, 1 copy, $36.99. And Dire Straits Live box set, $259.99. Dire Straits Live. I'm actually going to leave that out and add it to this next crate. And now, officially, except for auctions, I have went through everything at least once tonight. But I do have new auctions for you. I also got to show you what's up with the red clay straws because we're expecting more of those in. But first, Bob Marley and the Wailers, Soul Captives. I don't know if I've ever seen this before. It's a 1986 pressing, $25 start. Bob Marley and the Wailers, Soul Captives, $25 start. That's up for a bid. Bob Marley, $25 start. So here is, I think actually the first 3 crates of new vinyl we started the night with. Here's what's left. Matt Parsons says he'll take Bush. Don't put it in the next crate. He'll go ahead and take it. That's so to Matt Parsons. Let's also start chipping away at the rest of this Japanese stuff. How about, here's what I have in the Japanese bin. I'm open for request. Footloose, Deep Purple, Mamas and Papas, Foreigner, Men at Work, Eric Clapton, The Beatles, Dead or Alive, Eric Clapton, Cyndi Lauper, The Beatles, Bad Company, The Beatles, Paul McCartney, The Beatles, Paul McCartney, Bad Company, Dead or Alive, Jim Croce, Paul McCartney, Survivor, Billy Joel, another Christopher Cross, Madonna, The Eagles, and Deep Purple. And I'm going to go ahead and pull the Mamas and Papas. And this is going to be a $35 start. It is a Japanese pressing. It is a Japanese pressing of the best of the Mamas and Papas. $35 start. There's the vinyl. We have a Japanese insert. All those amazing Mamas and Papas songs. $35 start. Yeah, let me go ahead and update everybody on red clay straws. Very popular right now. I posted a pre-order, and I think they're shipping me the rest of them later. The shipment did get split. I had pre-orders for the red clay straws. Let me pull them over here. Let me get them in the correct order. I go most recent, and then I scroll from the bottom. Don't ever reply to your comments, because if you reply to your comments, it bumps you out of order, and I've had some people get out of the wrong order, because what I do, when I figure out who's first on these, I go most recent, and then I scroll to the bottom, which is going to be the first person who commented. Sherry Darnell, January 8th at 4 a.m., and then Lasley King, January 8th. But if somebody was to reply to one of their comments, if you reply to your own comment, then I'd have to click on everybody's timestamp. So that's why sometimes I delete comments on here. People will start like having chats in the pre-orders, and I just delete comments. I do that, so it's very easy for me to figure out who's first, and I can get these in the right order. So sorry if I delete comments on the pre-order post, but that messes up the flow. So I usually just like it when it says one please, and that way we keep in the order. So here's what happened. Right now I've only got 4 copies. So these are for sure going to go to Sherry Darnell, Lasley King, Kelly Bagwell, and Philip Young. And then we're going to put everybody else on the rest of the pre-order list, and I'm expecting more next week. So if anybody else wants one, let me know. So Sherry Darnell, Lasley, Kelly, and Philip got the first 4. Bob Riger, Autumn Betts, Kenny Cates Jr., Matt Cobb, Joseph Bagwell, Stephanie Wildwoman, Greg Rogers, Scott Beebe, Scott Drum, Debbie Blair, Phil Atherton. Kenny Cates accidentally commented twice. Let me delete his comment right now. I'm sure he only wants one. So there is everybody else who needs one. So it's on colored vinyl, red clay straws. That is, if you want one now, live, let me know and comment it now. Okay, so back up to the top. We have a request for Foreigner. It's Foreigner, Agent Provocateur, Madonna. Footloose will be a $35 start. Stevenson on Bob Marley at $25. All right, so let's go through this stuff here. We have Firestarter, 1 copy left. Tangerine Dream, Firestarter, $33.99. That's on colored vinyl. 1 copy left. Soundtrack by Tangerine Dream. They only made 500 of those. Exodus, Blood In, Blood Out. That's on clear with gold and black splatter, $36.99. Tanner, that was a pre-order. Only 4 of them came in, though. We're waiting for the others, and Brian also wants on the list. That's what happens whenever you get to that. Cody Jinks, only copy, The Wanting, $54.99 for Cody Jinks, The Wanting. $54.99, Cody Jinks, The Wanting. We have Waylon Jennings' Greatest Hits, $28.99 for Waylon Jennings' Greatest Hits. And Pink Floyd, Montreux, 1970, live, $84.99. Pink Floyd, Montreux, that's a 3 LP, live Pink Floyd, $84.99. John Miller also on red clay straws. Lillian also on red clay straws. Blaze Foley, I figured I'd sell out of all these. I went ahead and bought all of them. And this is $29.99 because it said like 14 left before deleted from catalog, which usually means they're discontinuing it. Blaze Foley, the dog years, $29.99. I still got those in stock. The Best of Crocus, Stayed Away All Night. The Best of Crocus, their greatest hits. That's $39.99. It is on colored vinyl. Neck Deep is on purple vinyl, $28.99. And Foghat, Now Playing, that's on tan vinyl. I got lots of Now Playings tonight, which are greatest hits. This is Foghat's greatest hits, $28.99. Scott Sneed wants Tangerine Dream. Let's sell Stephen Martinelli, Bob Marley for $25. And if anybody wants the Mamas and Papas, it's a $35 buy it now. The best of the Mamas and Papas. Japanese pressing, buy it now. If anybody wants Optimus Prime is $84.99. I'm going to put him over here before the box gets dinged. We don't want that. So going through some new vinyl, also putting up new Japanese auctions. But first, we got Matt Parsons wants Foghat. That's so to Matt Parsons, and Josh Tanner is going to get the Mamas and Papas for a $35 buy it now. Matt Parsons, you were second. All right, there was a question about Footloose, and there was a question about Foreigner. Let's put both of them up. $35 starts, Japanese pressings. This is Foreigner, Agent Provocateur. This is, wow, very nice. Black cover. It took me forever to realize that's a gigantic F on the cover for Foreigner. This always looked like a couple random like blocks. But the vinyl is near mint and pristine, Japanese vinyl. Jared ink is in. We had one of these earlier, and several people bid on it, so a couple people missed out. There's another one. And Footloose is a $35 start. So we got Footloose and, yes, Red Clay Strays. Sorry, I've been saying straws, haven't I? Strays. Red Clay Strays. My bad. Red Clay Strays. And Footloose is a $35 start. The vinyl is very nice. Near mint once again. It has both Japanese inserts with it. The cover is in shrink wrap of Obi and Hop Sticker advertising it was #1 on the charts. That is now up for bid. All right, so we pulled Foghat, Mamas and Papas. Foreigner 35, Foreigner 55, Footloose 45. Nick Humphrey wants Cody Jinks. Stephen Martinelli wants to see Optimus Prime. You sure can. This is new from my distributor. It had a street date of today. The street date was today, and this was from Super 7. It's I get these from my distributor where we get new vinyl, Super 7. It's, of course, authentic Hasbro Transformers, $84.99. Super Cyborg Optimus Prime, $84.99. 7 points of articulation. Super 7. Very cool looking. It's in a box. It looks like it's from Japan, you know. Very, very cool. $84.99. New in box. Steven, you need that. You need that. $84.99. Okay, back to the top. Foreigners at 55. We pulled Cody Jinks. Next was Stevie Ray Vaughan. That is $36.99. Soul to Soul, blue vinyl. Limited and numbered to 1,500 on blue vinyl. $36.99. Seals and Croft, and I just found out there was a waiting list for this over here. So Seals and Croft now playing. This is on. This is a now playing greatest hits, and I didn't pull this earlier, Tanner. Seals and Croft. Debbie Winstead was on a waiting list, so I need to go ahead and pull her one. And now I have one extra. Seals and Croft now playing $28.99. Once again, like a greatest hits. Footloose is a final call for $45. Foreigner is a final call for $55. If anybody else wants in, let me know. Seals and Croft is $28.99 now playing. Also, Eddie Rabbit. That's on Rocky Mountain Great Vinyl. That's a Eddie Rabbit greatest hits, $28.99. Zap and Roger now playing on transparent bouncing red vinyl. There was a pre-order for that. They've all been fulfilled. 2 left. The Best of Suzi Quatro Legend. The Best of Suzi Quatro. That's a 2 LP greatest hits of Suzi Quatro, $36.99. Last 2 copies of that. Run DMC Tougher Than Leather, $29.99. And the new Keith Richards, and I still don't know what to call this, but it is $39.99. Keith Richards, $39.99. We had a heated debate earlier going on what that album's actually called. I'm just going to look it up myself after the show because I'm confused at this point. Do you still have New Order Lowlife? Yes, I still got both copies, Cynthia, $39.99. Keith Richards is a new release, a new reissue, $39.99. And that's our first crate of vinyl, and that's like the first 3 crates of new vinyl we went through tonight, everything that's left. Keith Richards, Run DMC, Susie Quattro, Zapp and Roger, Eddie Rabbitt, Seals and Croft, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Foghat, Neck Deep, Crocus, Blaze Foley, Pink Floyd, Waylon, Exodus. Cynthia said she'll take a new life. I'll have to find that. But first, we're selling Matt Parsons' Foreigner for $55. Do you want me to put them in here, Tanner, like that? And Footloose is sold to Shannon for $45. There's those. Okay. Cynthia, I will find that in a second. When I hit that album, when I go back through, I will not forget about you. Let's recap another bin over here. I need to get some new auction started. Need some new auction started. Vintage, like vintage wine. But see, the problem is I'm not a wine. Yeah, we went to a fancy restaurant for Tanner's rehearsal dinner. And I was basically saying, I want a red wine that doesn't taste like wine, something sweet. And they had all these fancy names. And she's like, oh, you want a blah, blah, blah. And I was like, does it taste like wine? Because I want something that tastes like a strawberry, like that has sugar in it. Because I don't drink and I don't want anything that tastes like wine. I tried wine one time and it burned my throat. And I was like, why does people drink this? I'd much rather have a Diet Coke or a chocolate milk. So I just ended up drinking water. I was at a real fancy restaurant. I was like, I don't know how to say any of this. So I passed. I was like, yeah, they brought me a glass and I was like, yeah, this isn't good. I was like, how do y'all drink this? Okay, Survivor, Eye of the Tiger. This is a $35 start. Survivor, Eye of the Tiger. Has a Japanese insert with it. Survivor, Eye of the Tiger. Really cool obi with Rocky. $35 start. And Paul McCartney, Venus and Mars. Paul McCartney, Venus and Mars. And this is, boy, that's a heavy jacket. Where's all the inserts at? That's a heavy jacket. Paul McCartney. I mean, it feels like there's inserts inside of this. That's just how heavy the jacket is. That's amazing. Paul McCartney, Venus and Mars. This is also a $35 start. It has the original inner sleeve. It has the Japanese insert. It has the vinyl, of course. $35 start. And I'm trying to find the inserts. I think they may have slid. Have they slid all the way through? What is going on here? Oh, yeah, this gatefold. All the inserts have slid completely through. There they are. Is there something else in there? That's amazing. So the gatefold is like completely connected. You can see all the way through the jacket. And so the inserts were actually stuck in this pocket. And those inserts included a poster and a sticker. 2 posters and a sticker. So 2 posters and a sticker. Paul McCartney, $35 start with obi, 2 stickers. Very nice. $35 start. $35 start and so is Survivor. Do you have a Foreigner Mr. Moonlight around? I do not. Do you have any new White Zombie? No new White Zombie tonight. How much was Stevie Ray Vaughan? $36.99. Okay, continuing. We have Korn, Fall the Leader. Korn was $33.99. $33.99. We have Kiss Dynasty, $33.99. Kiss Dynasty is $33.99. 1 copy of that left. And there's the other Alice in Chains. Alice in Chains, Rain or Fog, $39.99 for Alice in Chains. There's the rest of them. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Alice in Chains, I have a half of a crate full of them. Rain or Fog, $39.99 for Alice in Chains. There's Kiss Dynasty. Stephen Martinelli wants Korn. We have a bid on 35. Wines are close to sweetness as monsters. Yeah, see, I've tried people's like, here, this is a sweet wine. And I'm like, no, that's not sweet. It does not taste anything like a sugary, like Monster, which just don't have any sugar in it. I'm going to mute my mic for a second. Okay. So, Joshua wants an Alice in Chains. I've sold a lot of these. Of course, the original pre-order was huge, and then I very luckily got in some restocks before they're all gone. They're no longer in stock on colored vinyl. They're only on black vinyl. I cannot order more indie exclusives unless they print more. Okay, AC/DC, Iron Man 2, $46.99. 50 Cent, Get Rich or Die Trying, $46.99. The Cure Faith was $33.99. Also, Metal Church, Congregation of Annihilation. Metal Church is $33.99. Matt Parsons wants an Alice in Chains. Alice in Chains always going to be one of our biggest sellers. They're always going to get gone, and then they're going to be gone for good. This album was out of print forever. As y'all know, it was like $100 on Discogs. Dave Kavanaugh also wants one. And, of course, as y'all seen, the biggest pre-order ever. Since I've been selling records, I just ordered 350 copies of Jar of Flies. And my main distributor told me, she said, you should be getting them all. She's going to let me know next week if we're going to be. If not, I'm going to have to start ordering from other places and try to piece together an order. But right now, we have almost 250 pre-orders. And by the way, no cancellations. Please don't cancel. We've already had 5 people cancel, even though I put like at the bottom, very bold and big, not at the bottom. I think it's kind of right there in the middle. Please don't cancel. Do not claim unless you 1,000% want it and can pay for it. I've already had 5 people cancel. One person said, I'm not even sure what this is. And I was like, why did you comment? I mean, I don't even know what he means. He's like, I don't even know what I'm buying. I just saw everybody else wanted one. I was like, what in the world? AC/DC's, the Razor's Edge, $33.99. That is $33.99. And we have Kiss, Peter Criss, the Peter Criss picture disc, $38.99. And Smashing Pumpkins, Adore. This is $46.99. Tony, I got your request. I did. Thank you. I haven't replied to anybody because Facebook would probably block my comments if I started trying to reply to everybody or even like the comments because it has over 200 at this point. So if you're on there, you're on there. $46.99. We have Smashing Pumpkins, Adore. We have Cody Jinks, Adobe Sessions, $34.99. Cody Jinks, also ZZ Top, first album, $33.99. The Cure, Pornography, $33.99. Jimi Hendrix is $33.99. That's the best of Jimi Hendrix, 2 LPs. Whiskey Myers, the only one left tonight, Firewater, $28.99. Leonard Skinner, Street Survivors is $34.99. And AC/DC, Rock or Bust, $33.99. All right, we're going to go ahead and sell Venus and Mars to Brian Arrigo. Man, that was nice. Complete with the posters and sticker. And Survivor is a $35 buy it now. Eye of the Tiger, rising up back on the streets. If anybody wants it, it's a $35 buy it now. Brent Rively wants on the Jar of Flies list. You got it. Shannon wants the Survivor for a $35 buy it now. Before the end of the night, I'm going to try to knock out all the Japanese pressings. And if we don't get them up for auction, guess what? I'll put them up for buy it now. So Survivor sold for $35. John, you were second. David Gilmour, Live in Pompeii, $119.99. We have Coulter Wall, self-titled on red vinyl, $29.99. And Siamese Dream, $59.99. Mel Moss also on the Jar of Flies waiting list. You got it. All right, let's go back to the front of the crate. Let's do Men at Work, and let's do another really nice copy of one of the Beatles compilations. So first is Men at Work, Business as Usual. This is the Japanese pressing in the unique black and white cover, unlike the yellow and black in the U.S. This has their hit songs, Who Can It Be Now and Men Down Under. Overall, though, a very popular and successful album from them. Australian. I'm assuming they were Australian. What was the guy, the main guy? What was his name? I think I've heard him talk before. I guess they were from Australia. Does this have liner notes on it? I'm looking for the name. Nobody commented. Colin Hay. Colin Hay. $35 start. Men at Work. I'm assuming they are from the Men Down Under. And we have the Beatles, 67 to 70. We sold already 2 of these tonight. Here's another one. The vinyl is very, very nice. That is very, very nice. Has both original inner sleeves with it. $55 start. UK Flag Series number 15. $55 start. $55 start. Yes, Colin Hay, Colin Hay. Thank you. Back to the bin. Halloween is $36.99. Soundgarden, A-Sides, a.k.a. Greatest Hits, $36.99. We have Coulter Wall, Songs from the Plains. These are new. These come out today. Red vinyl, $29.99. The Best of Sam Cooke, Having a Party, What a Wonderful World, Twisting Cupid. Now that's a good one, $28.99. Jimi Hendrix, Rainbow Bridge, $28.99. The Doors, L.A. Woman, $31.99. Steely Dan, Can't Buy a Thrill, $36.99. And Motorhead, Lemmy, the Ace of Spades, $33.99. We do have a bin on Men at Work at $35. We have Matt Parsons wants Soundgarden, and we have also Soundgarden and Sam Cooke. That's going to be some good music. Put those on back to back, kind of balance it out. Here's what's left in this bin. Motorhead, Steely Dan. Boy, are you reeling in? This is amazing here. Are you reeling in the years? Back, Jack, Do It Again. We talk about that album almost every night. There's Motorhead. This is pressed at RTI, LA Woman. We have sold dozens and dozens and dozens of these. Jimi Hendrix, This is actually, I did say $28.99, but I mispriced this earlier. I've got it marked for $38.99. I don't have any. I had to work on making sure I price these the right, but that is $28.99. I need to set that out. Coulter Wall, Halloween, Smashing Pumpkins, Coulter Wall, David Gilmour, AC/DC, Leonard Skinner, Whiskey Myers, Jimi Hendrix, The Cure, ZZ Top, Cody Jinks is sold to Nick Humphrey, Smashing Pumpkins, Peter Criss, AC/DC, Metal Church, Faith by The Cure, 50 Cent, AC/DC, and Kiss Dynasty. Coulter Wall self-titled to Ryan Rice right here. Yes, so they've reissued his entire catalog on red vinyl. They're all on colored red vinyl. Up until now, there may have been some original indie exclusives, but I never did get any of those, and they're all on red vinyl. Alice is in on Men at Work at $37. Let's go ahead and make the Beatles a buy it now for $55. The Amazing, $67 to $70. You're talking about Strawberry Fields, Penny Lane, Lucy in the Sky, Day in the Life, Get Back, Obla Dee Obla Da, Here Comes the Sun, Come Together. All those amazing, amazing Beatles songs. $55 buy it now. That is $67 to $70. Japanese quality 2LP gatefold. You get the lyric inserts. Matt Parsons wants 50 cent. I had a feeling somebody would want that. That's why I ordered it. And Heidi wants the Beatles. So first, let me pull 50 cent. Get Rich or Die Trying. Heidi gets the Beatles for 55. And who was the first bidder? Darren Tooley. Darren Tooley. Let me know if you want back in on Men at Work. Alice has it for 37. Okay. I'm setting that right over here. There's another crate of new vinyl. Hope we can get these condensed even more tonight. Sorry there's so much of this, but last week we had a snowstorm here in Tennessee, and what happened was all this was supposed to come in last week. So the first day of the snowstorm, we got one box of new vinyl. The second day of the snowstorm, no boxes. The third day, one box. The fourth day, no boxes. Friday, no boxes. All these were supposed to come in last week, and they've actually been spaced out this week. Monday, we got like 3 boxes. Tuesday, we got 0. And today, we got like 20-something. That's why there's like 19 crates. There might have been over 20 boxes. So, sorry all this has come in at once. I know it's overwhelming probably to watch. And also, it hits like all at one night for those that's on all these waiting lists. But now we should be back to normal. So, new vinyl next week will be much more balanced. But we've also went through 4 crates of vintage tonight. Darren's out, so let's go ahead and sell this. Do you have Smashing Pumpkins Sire or Autumn or Atom? I do not have those. I don't keep those in stock normally because they don't sell all that well, but I actually may have Atom. Let me step over here on the box set wall and look. I actually may have Atom or Autumn, however they want that pronounced. I actually think I do have that. Maybe, let's see, Rush, Garth Brooks, Mac Miller, Darkness. I thought I had it over here. It's kind of like a box set. It's a 4LP, but if you want one, I can order it for you. It doesn't look like I have it. Yeah, I don't have that, unfortunately. Those don't sell as well as Gish and Pisces and Melancholy, so I usually don't keep them in stock that much. But if you want one, we can order it for you. Okay, let's get new auctions going. I've got like 2 more crates of new vinyl to recap, and then we'll probably go through some vintage while we're wrapping up Japanese auctions, and then whatever's left, we'll make buy it nows. Somebody asked for Deep Purple. I'm pulling that right now. And let's also go ahead and do this Madonna, Like a Virgin. So, Deep Purple, 24 karat purple. This is a Deep Purple compilation. This is a $35 start, 24 karat purple, Deep Purple. The vinyl is superb, typical Japanese quality. That's a new Japanese inner sleeve. It comes with a Japanese insert, cover, and some of the tracks includes A Woman from Tokyo, Fireball, Strange Kind of Woman, Never Before Black, Not Speaking, of course, Smoke on the Water, and of course, Child in Time. Japanese, $35 start with Obi, and Madonna Like a Virgin, also a $35 start. Madonna, super nice vinyl, $35 start. Has the Japanese insert, and it has another Japanese insert. Cover with Obi, $35 start. All right, let's see what we have left in here. The Cramps, Rockin' and Reelin' in Auckland, New Zealand, $29.99 for the Cramps. Tom Petty, last copy of Full Moon Fever. Metallica, Kill 'Em All, $31.99. Janis Joplin Live, 1962, $33.99. Sepultura, Chaos AD, $46.99. Queen's Greatest Hits, Abbey Road Half Speed Master, $39.99. Zach Bryan, American Heartbreak, $54.99. Five Finger Death Punch, War is the Answer, $33.99, last copy. Offspring Smash, $28.99. I think I got this one, and I have two from last night that didn't sell. Led Zeppelin 4 on clear vinyl, $33.99. The Smell of Female, $28.99 by the Cramps. Pearl Jam Unplugged on red vinyl, $39.99. Kiss, Music from the Elder is $36.99. Prime Evil, $29.99, red marbled vinyl. That is a... well, Paul explained it earlier. Rare album, re-released for the first time. We have Carnivore, Retaliation, Coke bottle, $33.99. Kiss Unplugged is $44.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan, $39.99. The Sky is Crying. Cynthia Wants Cramps. Smell of Female, that is sold to Cynthia Herdren. Thank you. Motorhead 1916, $36.99. And now we have several Now Playing titles. Now Playing is also AKA Greatest Hits. Todd Rundgren, $28.99. Rat, $28.99. Dokken, they're all $28.99, including Best of Bread, Greatest Hits Now Playing, and Montrose, and then Gordon Lightfoot. And then one copy of the Steelwoods, All of Your Stones, $28.99. Update on our auctions. One bid on Deep Purple for $35. Final call. Madonna's at $35, $35, and $40. And here's what's left in this bin. Boy, we went through that one fast. We have Alice Lowry getting the Todd Rundgren. That has all of his great songs on it, like We Got to Get You a Woman and I Saw the Light and Hello, It's Me, Bang on the Drum All Day. All of his great songs are on there, $28.99. First time I've ever seen like a greatest hits of his. So we have the Cramps, Tom Petty, Metallica. There's some great stuff right there. Janis Joplin, Sepultura, Queen, Zach Bryan, Five Finger Death Punch, Offspring, Led Zeppelin, Cramps, Pearl Jam, Kiss, Primeval, Carnivore, Kiss Unplugged, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Motorhead, and now the Now Playings. Todd Rundgren, Rat, Dokken, Bread, Montrose, Gordon Lightfoot, and the Steelwoods, All of Your Stones. All right, Felix and Terry, or Felix, I'm assuming you're done on Madonna. I'm going to go ahead and sell Matt Parsons Deep Purple for $35. And Madonna, if Felix doesn't bid, is sold to Terry for $40. Any Static X or 7 Dust laying around? I don't have any on hand. I may can order you some. I need to order Static X. That's somebody I haven't had in a long time. And 7 Dust. So we just might make a note of that, because I definitely need to get some of those. Okay, I do have more new vinyl to go through, but let's actually go back to the first. Is this the first vintage bin here? Let's see here. Let's go through the vintage bin from tonight and make everything a recap. And I'm just going to go through these. They are a sticker price because I went through them very quickly. And if anybody wants anything, let me know. And I think there's one other crate. Yeah, there is one other crate, but this is the first 3 crates condensed. I may entertain some offers, but right now everything is sticker price because I went through them very quickly. It's been a busy night, and we've showed a lot of records, so I think that's why there's a lot still left tonight. We have been almost like wiping out our vintage. So first, let's go ahead and sell Madonna for $40 to Terry Gearhart, and I'm going to put up 2 new auctions. Next was Felix out, and Stacy Metternich wants a Todd Rundgren. I'll pull that for Stacy. Todd Rundgren. Hello, It's Me. I Saw the Light is a great song. That's sold. And we'll keep going. So we have Halloween Keepers, 2 last crates if it's color vinyl. Keepers of the 7 Keys Part 2. It was. No, Part 2 isn't colored vinyl. Part 2 I don't think I can get on colored vinyl. Part 1's on colored vinyl, Roger. Let me make sure I get my Halloween titles correctly. Keeper of the 7 Keys. Part 1 is on colored vinyl. Part 2 is not on colored vinyl. And I still have both ones. So I'm going to show these titles. New vintage stuff from the night. We have The Police and Yada Mandata, $24.99, and Jefferson Starship, Freedom at Point Zero, $14.99. But we need new auctions. So if you missed out on that Deep Purple earlier, guess what? Here's another one. I'll go ahead and make it a buy it now. $35. If you missed out on that last Deep Purple, there's another one in here. $35 buy it now. And let's take a look at this Jim Croce. It doesn't have an Obi, but this has to be good. It's a Jim Croce. We have Cyndi Lauper, She's So Unusual. This is a $35 start. Stacy just woke up. Stacy, I must have put you asleep. Have I put you asleep again tonight? Cyndi Lauper, She's So Unusual, has a Japanese insert with it. Cover and Obi, She's So Unusual, $35 start. Time after time, girls just want to have fun. Deep Purple is sold to John Gollan for a $35 buy it now. And Jim Croce, Best Applause. Never seen this before. It's a Jim Croce. If I have, I don't remember it. It's a 2 LP compilation Also a $35 start. Jim Croce, Best Applause, Gatefold, all these amazing songs. You Don't Mess Around with Jim, New York's Not My Home, Hard Time Losing Man, Operator, Rapid Roy, Time in a Bottle, One Less Set of Footsteps, Roller Derby Queen, Alabama, Bad Bad Leroy Brown. This is Speedball Tucker. Well, it's Thursday. I have to say I love you in this song. All these wrote by Jim Croce as well. $35 start. So, Cyndi Lauper has a bid. Jim Croce's a $35 start. Continuing. Jefferson Starship, $14.99. John Galling got the Deep Purple for a $35 buy now. Darren's at $35 on Cyndi Lauper. Matt Parsons at $40 on Jim. This is really nice. The Worst of Jefferson Airplane, their greatest hits on orange vinyl. It's a 1970 German pressing, $39.99. Also, Al Jarreau, Heart's Horizon, $9.99. Jan and Dean Anthology Album, $19.99. The Who Face Dances with Poster. This has the poster with it, $24.99. The Who Face Dances with Poster. Climax Blues Band, Sense of Direction, $19.99. Also, Chris Isaac, First Comes the Night, Deluxe Edition, $39.99. Hot Butter Plays Popcorn. This is $9.99. Including this album is the original world hit single Popcorn by Hot Butter. And the cover's embossed. It kind of looks and feels like there's actually a popcorn container attached to the cover. $9.99. Final Call on Cyndi Lauper for $35. Final Call on Jim Croce for $40. Recollections, a tribute to British Prague by Asia, featuring John Payne. $24.99. Red vinyl. Boulders by Roy Wood is $19.99. The Beatles Rarities. Still surprised that's one unclaimed. $34.99. The Beatles Rarities. Also, Hank Williams Jr. Major Moves. That was in shrink wrap for $24.99. Heart Bad Animals. $19.99 for Heart. Porgy and Bess. Lena Horne and Harry Belafonte. That's $9.99. The Doors. Alive She Cried. VG Plus Condition. $34.99. Nick Belecki wants Hot Butter. I may have been mispronouncing your name. And also, you may be a first-time buyer. If so, thank you and welcome, and we need to get your information. We're going to go ahead and send you a message, but make sure you send us a message as well. We'll reply to that. We'll need your email address and your mailing address. Matt, you just bid on Cyndi Lauper, but Darren had already bid $35. Darren's already in at $35, but I am going to go ahead and sell you Jim Croce for $40. That's sold to Matt. And Matt, if you want in on Cyndi Lauper, you've got to bid more than $35. Steve Winwood, Arc of a Diver, VG Plus, $14.99. And Hall & Oates, Ecstatic, that's in shrink wrap for $14.99. If you're new, we do $7 in limited shipping. That includes anything you buy here all week, Monday through Saturday. We do shows 6 nights a week. And that also includes anything that you pre-order in the group or any waiting list that may come in. That's all stuff that gets combined whenever it does arrive, all for $7. We invoice on Monday. Cyndi Lauper is sold then. Matt's passing. That's sold to Darren Tooley for $35. Next auction, another. This one's really nice. We sold one earlier. It had multiple bids. Christopher Cross, self-titled, featuring Sailing, Run Like the Wind. Overall, very great album. It's not in print either. I wish they would press this again because we have people looking for it all the time. Christopher Cross, $35 start. Also a great guitarist. Sometimes it's faded in the background, but if you listen to it isolated, he's a great guitarist. And we have Bad Company, their self-titled debut album. This is a Japanese pressing. There's no obi on this one, but it's a nice copy. The Japanese pressings of these sound amazing. Bad Company self-titled, $35 start as well. It has the Japanese insert with it. Really cool, almost bootleg-looking Xerox, orange and different shades of orange there. $35 start, and it's actually a gatefold, which I guess the U.S. pressings are. Bad Company, Can't Get Enough of Your Love, Ready for Love. It's a great album. Bad Company, Japanese pressing, no obi. Continuing, we have Jethro Tull, A Passion Play, VG Plus $14.99. The Times They Are Changing, that's Bob Dylan. VG Plus $24.99 was there a Todd Rundgren. We are now officially sold out of Todd Rundgren, so if you want one, it would be a waiting list. Ambrosia, Life Beyond L.A., $9.99. The Good Feeling Music of the Big Chill Generation. This is a compilation. $14.99. The Temptations, Marvin Gaye, Diana Ross, Stacy. This is right up your alley. Shrink Wrap, The Good Feeling, the music of the Big Chill Generation. $14.99. Kansas Point of No Return. That's $19.99. And What's in the Tank? What's in the Tank? Diesel. That is $14.99 for Diesel. And Dire Straits, their self-titled album. The cover's in shrink wrap, $39.99. It does have the hype sticker. It has a couple tears in the shrink wrap. That's $39.99. Christopher Cross. We have Christopher Cross at $35, now $40, now $45, and now $55. Matt Parsons wants Good Feeling. That's sold to Matt Parsons. Felix was second. Matt Parsons wants Dire Straits. Those are all sold. We also have Jeff Beck Flash. Jeff Beck Flash was $19.99. Jeff Beck Flash. The Kinks, the Fall Series, $24.99. And the Beatles, Live at the Star Club, and that is a German pressing, $39.99. Mike Torres is at $60 on Christopher Cross. No bid. Let's go ahead and make Bad Company a buy it now because we have others to get to. Bad Company is a $35 buy it now. Badco, $35 buy it now. That is sold if anybody wants it, or that is available if anybody wants it. 10 Years After is $26.99. We have Dan Fogelberg and Tim Weisberg, twin sons of different mothers, $9.99. Does the Diesel album have Solito on it? Let's see what's going on there. What's that say? Sausalito? Let's see here. Diesel. That was right in here, wasn't it? Diesel. Sausalito. Sausalito Summer Night. First track. Jane, it's on there. Christopher Cross is now at $70. We have Kara Bauer gets the Bad Company for a $35 buy it now. That's sold to Kara Bauer. Guitar Country, Chet Atkins, $9.99. Earl Klugh, Magic in Your Eyes, $9.99. And John Cougar Mellencamp, Scarecrow, $14.99. $14.99 for Scarecrow. I was born in a small town, and I live in a small town. Probably die in a small town. Oh, those small town communities. All my friends are so small town. $19.99. That's a classic. Kara Bauer does get the Bad Company. Jane Diesel was $14.99. Brad gets John Cougar. Joey was second. Christopher Cross is now out. Shannon has it for $70. Final call. Joey, you were second on John Cougar. Anybody else on anything in here? Here's what's left. If you want a price, or, like I said, most of these are going to be sticker price. They're brand new. We went through them fast tonight. We had a lot of stuff tonight, so I'm probably going to keep most of these a sticker, but if you do want to make an offer on something, go ahead, but it's going to be pretty close to sticker on everything tonight. Jane gets that. We have Earl Klugh, Chet Atkins, Dan Fogelberg, 10 Years After, the Beatles, the Kinks, Jeff Beck, Kansas, Ambrosia, Bob Dylan, Jethro Tull, Hall & Oates, Steve Winwood, The Doors, Lena Horne and Harry Belafonte, Hart, Hank Williams Jr., The Beatles, Roy Wood, Asia, Chris Isaac, Climax Blues Band, The Who, Jan and Dean, Al Jarreau, The Worst of Jefferson Airplane, Jefferson Starship, and The Police. Christopher Cross is sold to Shannon M. for $70. That's sold for $70. I'm going to set this off to the side, and we have a few more crates of new vinyl to recap. Here's another one. This is all new vinyl, new stuff from tonight, and there was been a bunch of it. So I think I'm going to be able to condense it down to, that's 2, 3, maybe 4, and we started with 19. And I think that will explain to y'all how much we've been through and how much we've sold. It's pretty incredible. All right, so we have, first in here, Queen's Rock, Operation Mindcrime, $48.99. Also, Elton John, Honky Chateau, gold vinyl, $36.99. Great album. That's a 50th anniversary remaster on gold vinyl. Surprise Queen's Rock still there. And Dirty Honey, their self-titled debut album, $28.99. Up for auction, we have Eric Clapton's Rainbow Concert. And I have a copy of Bad Company Straight Shooter. So another Bad Company, no Obi. This is Eric Clapton's Rainbow Concert, $35 start. Very nice cover with Obi. Very nice vinyl. Has the Japanese insert with it. Bad Company, or excuse me, this is Eric Clapton in my hand right now. That is a $35 start. Straight Shooter, just like the other one. A very nice Bad Company Japanese pressing. Look how nice the jacket is. Japanese quality. The vinyl is superb. Also has that original Japanese insert with it as well. Also loaded with hits. And that's the original inner sleeve. Yeah, Good Lovin' Gone Bad. Feel Like Making Love. Shooting Star. Deal with the Preacher's a good one. Yeah, Deal with the Preacher. $35 start on either one of those. Continuing. Pretty Woman soundtrack. $33.99. Who's Next? Half Speed Master. $39.99. Whiskey Myers is $36.99. David Bowie and Nine Inch Nails. $36.99. Mudcrutch 2 was $33.99. John Coltrane, A Love Supreme, $36.99. The Best of Warren Zevon, $31.99. Purple vinyl. Bon Jovi, Slippery When Wet, $36.99. The Offspring is $33.99. I need to put a price on that. Let me put a price on that right now. And Jimi Hendrix. I've got the price gun labeler right over here. I need to mark these right now. Let me go ahead and mark that 33. And let me mark this 28 before I forget and somebody comes in the store tomorrow. If they don't sell tonight and somebody comes in the store tomorrow, my mom's like, how much is this? Somebody's wanting to buy it and there's no price on it. That happens all the time. Usually not on vinyl. Usually all of our vinyl, but I lay around other stuff in this store and it's not priced and she can't get a hold of me. Roger Monk offered $15 for the Heart album from the previous bin. So Roger Monk, I'm assuming you're talking about Heart Bad Animals. Is that right? Is that still in here? Let's go ahead and sell that to Roger Monk for $15. Roger, that's sold to you for $15. Thank you. So there's the Offspring. Snoop Dogg, that is a Rhythm and Gangsta for $39.99. Def Leppard Hysteria, $46.99. Mars Volta, Deloused in the Crematorium, gold vinyl, $46.99. There's New Order. That's sold to Cynthia. She wanted one earlier. That's sold to Cynthia Herdron. New Order Low Life. Now there's one copy left since Cynthia just got that one. We have Kiss self-titled, $33.99. Also the Cult Electric on blue vinyl, $36.99. Bon Jovi self-titled, $33.99. George Strait Icon, $33.99. Imagine Dragons Night Visions, $33.99. AC/DC Live Classics with Bon Scott, $39.99. And Dirty Honey, Can't Find the Brakes, $28.99. Dirty Honey. Anybody on anything on that crate? If not, I'm going to go ahead and go through, I guess, the next to last or last crate of new vinyl recaps. So, Dirty Honey, AC/DC, Imagine Dragons, George Strait, Bon Jovi, The Cult, Kiss, New Order, Mars Volta, Def Leppard, Snoop Dogg, Offspring, Jimi Hendrix, Bon Jovi, Warren Zevon, Coltrane, Mudcrutch, that's Tom Petty, by the way, David Bowie and Nine Inch Nails, Whiskey Myers, The Who, Pretty Woman, Dirty Honey, Elton John, and Queensryche. These are buy it nows for $35. If anybody wants Eric Clapton, $35 buy it now. If anybody wants Bad Company, $35 buy it now. Those are $35 and $35 buy it nows. I have a feeling somebody's on standby for at least one of them. We're about to find out. And I have a crate here. One more crate to recap for new vinyl, that is. Justin Chase gets the Eric Clapton and Jason Dobbs gets the Bad Company. Tanner, these are both sold. And probably after this crate, I'm going to go through all the Japanese stuff that's left for buy it now. We started with 2 crates and there's about a third left. But I do have a couple more I want to run for auction, including Billy Joel and the Eagles. So, The Stranger. This one has a little bit of wear along the top right there and on the obi, so that's why I'm going to start this one at just $25. Billy Joel, it actually may clean up. We haven't tried to work on it or anything. But you see what I'm talking about? It looks like some of that humidity along the top. It's not really all that noticeable. It looks more like wear because it's a black cover. But we're going to start Billy Joel at just $25. The vinyl is fine. And now we have Hotel California by the Eagles. And Hotel California is going to be a $35 start. Gatefold, there is some of that humidity spots on the gatefold. It has the Japanese insert. Overall, though, a very nice cover, and the vinyl is near mint minus, $35 on the Eagles. Now, let's recap this bin of new vinyl. We have Melancholy, Smashing Pumpkins, $119.99. Korn, Issues is $33.99. AC/DC, Stiff Upper Lip, $33.99. Kiss Alive 3, last copy, $44.99. Gene Simmons picture disc, $38.99. Elton John Captain Fantastic, $36.99. Korn Untouchables was $33.99. Kiss Lick It Up is $33.99. Nina Simone Sings the Blues is $39.99. News of the World, that's a half-speed master, $33.99. I've still got Ryan Adams Gold, $39.99. David Gilmour On an Island, $34.99. Seether, Karma and Effect, that's on burgundy opaque colored vinyl, $39.99. The Cult Sonic Temple, $39.99. And Nina Simone Silk and Soul is $39.99. So, Fred Cornell wants Queen News of the World. Final call on Billy Joel. We do have a bid for $30 and no bid on the Eagles, $35. Final call on that, no bid. Looking for a bid before I make it a buy it now. Mark Fallon, good evening. You are very, very late. We're on the tail end of the show, doing some last minute recaps. I still got a half a crate of sealed stuff I never did get to, but we're going to end up selling every Japanese pressing, or at least I'm going to attempt to when I go through the buy it nows. So far, there's no auctions left over. Everything is sold in the auction bin, and this is one of the last crates of new vinyl. So the only other thing left, there is technically one more crate of new vinyl, but the only thing in it is Alice in Chains. Let me show those one more time. Rain or Fog, that is colored vinyl. It's die cut. And we still got the Dire Straits live box set. This is new. 12 LPs. It's a compilation of all of the new vinyl there. That is $259.99. I just went through the first 3 crates of new vinyl, but I can go through that last crate one more time as well. We had 5 crates of new vintage. I've went through the first 4, and there's one more crate left I can go through. Yes, I'll go through that too. So I've already went through the other ones. Billy Joel was a $25 start, Felix. Billy Joel was a $25 start. Okay, so Rain or Fog, $39.99, and there's a Dire Straits. So that's all that was in that other crate. And I'll work on condensing all this later. Like I said, I think I've got it fit. I think I've got it all condensed down to 1, 2, 3, 4 crates now. Nope. It's going to be 4 crates. So yeah, I already recapped the other bin. And first, though, let's go ahead and do the Japanese stuff. Eagles is a $35 buy now. Eagles is a $35 buy now, and Felix gets Billy Joel for $30, unless you want to do some kind of retraction. But Felix, I think you may be winning it because you actually did bid 30. If you want me to put it back up, I'll put it up for 25, and then we'll have to just kind of start it over. Or if you want to go ahead and take it for 30 now, I will. If you want to bid 25, I'll put it back up, and then but you got it right now for 30 sold, unless you want me to rerun it again, starting it at 25. That is up to you. Let's see here. I'm going to show you a Japanese record. I'm going to tell you the buy it now price. These are all very nice Japanese pressings, unless I say otherwise, and I'm not going to say otherwise. They're all very nice. He said he'll go ahead and take that at 30. Okay, so sometimes I'll say sometimes a $25 starting bid, and sometimes people bid 30, and that may go ahead and discourage other people who was going to bid 25 or 27 or something like that. So, but that's what happened there. Buy it now, Japanese stuff. Dead or Alive. Most of these are going to be $35 buy it now. This is Dead or Alive. This one's called Mad, Bad, and Dangerous to Know. It's in shrink wrap, Dead or Alive. $35 buy it now, in shrink wrap with hop sticker. Also, Wings, $35 buy it now. Wings at the Speed of Sound, $35 buy it now. Most of these are going to be $35 buy it nows. The Beatles, Rock and Roll Music, $35 buy it now. Red Rose Speedway, Paul McCartney, $35 buy it now. $55 buy it now, 67 to 70, and I've got 2 of those. I've got 2 different 67 to 70s. This one's actually got a little bit more wear on it. I may do that one for 50. Both of the vinyl, the condition of the vinyl similar. And then we have Youthquake, Dead or Alive. Those are $35 as well. So there's Youthquake, and I have Eric Clapton, $35 buy it now for 461 Ocean Boulevard. Everything's fine, just some discoloration on the cover. That is Japanese titles that I never did get to tonight. They're all buy it nows. Everything in there is 35 except the Beatles Blue. So 88 Ozark gets Eric Clapton for $35. Joey Osbrooks gets Hotel California for $35. And if anybody else wants anything in here, Youthquake, there's 2 different titles. Or excuse me, Dead or Alive, there's 2 different titles. Youthquake, one's in shrink wrap. There's another one in shrink wrap, Mad, Bad, Dangerous to Know. 2 different Beatles, 50 on that one, a little bit better cover, 55. And then Beatles-related stuff. Paul McCartney, Rock and Roll Music, and Wings to the Speed of Sound. Those are all $35. That's all that's left from tonight's Japanese. 2 crates of Japanese and a pile of 7-inch singles. That's pretty remarkable, actually. Those are all, that's all that's left. Everything's 35 except the Blue Beatles. The Blue Beatles. There's an empty crate we desperately need. So I'll recap. What I'm going to do is the last crate of vintage I have not been back through. Let me just go through that and read titles. I've already been through the other crate. Now I can bring it up one more time. I really didn't do buy it now best offer because we showed this stuff very quickly and there was so much of it tonight. But if you need a price on anything in here, or if you do want to make a really, really, really fair offer, I'll talk to you. But here is the last crate of vintage as far as a recap, and then I may can read the other titles. I think I can get them condensed. The Doors, Morrison Hotel. Steve Winwood, Back in the High Life. Wishbone Ash. Sgt. Pepper's is still available. Another Wishbone Ash. Edgar Winter's White Trash, Roadwork. Rod Stewart, another Red Rose Speedway. Al Stewart, Time Passages. The Best of the Doors. Dusty Springfield. Paul Simon, Seals and Croft, Johnny Winter, John Lennon, Johnny Rivers, Rick Wakeman, Wishbone Ash, The American Prayer, Jim Morrison, Music by the Doors. I'm surprised that's still there. Sgt. Pepper's and probably Morrison Hotel. I'm going to put some of the, I can't believe these didn't sell together. That The Doors' Greatest Hits. Let me put all these back here in the bag. These are like the absolute, I can't believe these didn't sell titles. Herb Albert. I would do somebody a Herb Albert bundle if they're interested in those. Alvin Lee, Kenny Loggins, Emmylou Harris, Roy Orbison, Graham Parker, Herbie Mann, John McLaughlin, Al Di Meola, and Janis Joplin still available. $39.99. This is actually in mono from the soundtrack Janis. $39.99. That's still available. Janis Joplin. So if you just got on here late, if you missed out, if you're very much interested in new vinyl, tonight after the sale, I'm going to condense everything. I'm going to put them over here on the table, and I'm going to do a flip video that is definitely being uploaded in the group tomorrow morning or late tonight. So those will be recapped, and then the vintage, we'll probably go back through those a different night. Keep in mind, I do have a flight that's leaving in 5 hours and 40 minutes, so I will not be here tomorrow, Tanner. Tanner already knows that. Paul's going to be here tomorrow, but I have a plane to board in 5 hours and 40 minutes. And I'm still here live selling records, and I still got to get this place cleaned up. I got to shoot a video, and I still have to pack. So I've got a lot of stuff to do in the next 5 hours, and I actually got to get to the airport. Janis Joplin, did somebody ask on this? $20 on black. Is that an offer, or is that for the casino tomorrow? American Prayer, Jim Morrison, American Prayer. Jim Morrison, Music by the Doors, $34.99. It's got some cover issues. It's got some stains and some dings on the cover. I am going to see U2 out at the Sphere. It was actually supposed to be for my birthday, so this is actually, that's why I'm doing 2 concerts in 1 week. I normally would not be doing that. But Tool, I knew I had to go to, and then this was planned 2 months ago. The plane tickets, we didn't book everything early enough, and we were going to go see U2, and tickets got really expensive. So we went ahead and booked it further out, and everything was much cheaper. So I was supposed to do this back middle of last month, a month and a half ago. But for my birthday, that was like I wanted to go to Vegas to experience that for U2, and I never have been out there. So I'm going to try to hit up some record stores and stuff. But we have Michael Knapp, 28 on Doors, and Michael, I will put $20 on black tomorrow just for you. Jackson Block, Herbie Mann, does anybody else want me to place bets for you? If I win, I will not give it. You will not get any of the winnings if I win. But if anybody has any suggestions, black, what number to pick on roulette. Herbie Mann, Memphis Two-Step is $19.99. Now that's one I don't think I've seen too often. Herbie Mann, Memphis Two-Step, $19.99. Was there any other questions? Jackson asked about that. If anybody wants to make an offer on it, go right ahead. Michael Nath, I figured you'd be interested in this. You're like my #1 Janis Joplin buyer, I think. It's very clean. Gatefold, $39.99. Janis, music from the motion picture. No Sandos on the slot machines. I stay away from slot machines. I don't know. I'll probably play some hands of blackjack and roulette. I like roulette. Although I did play it down in New Orleans when I went down there for the Texas game. And I blew through, let's see, I went through $100 in about, 60 seconds? It's no fun. Roulette's fun when you're winning. Michael Nass says he has like 4 copies. Okay. Mark Lent says he'll take the Herb Albert. Mark, that is sticker price. I will go down there and try to cut some deals. Mark Lent, I'm assuming you want Herb Albert. It's $19.99 unless you're wanting the 99 cents off. I think you're wanting that as sticker. If so, let me make sure that Jackson doesn't want it. And yeah, y'all should try to figure out how you could do that with records. Yeah, we could box up sealed containers of records and y'all buy them at chance. One of them could be full of, so that's true on slots. I don't like slot machines. My blackjack theory is you win and then you immediately leave the table. And then you go cash it out and put it in your pocket. And that's the only way I've ever left positively. Just like you got to leave. Because they still have an advantage. So it's fun. You got to be prepared to lose. You can't walk in a casino and be like, I'm about to rob this place blind. Because that's not going to work, is it, Tanner? That's not going to work. They know what they're doing. It's fun. It's fun. Okay. Anybody else? Any last request? If not, I've got to clean up, make a video, pack. Get Paul ready for tomorrow. I got to go look in the back. Did y'all see the post I made? They just brought back 10,000 records. They just brought back 10,000 records. It's like paying for entertainment. That's the way I see it too. Just like I'm going to pay you two to perform for me tomorrow night. I guess while I'm waiting for the concert, I'll pay the casino a few $100s. Or maybe they'll pay me. That would be ideal, right, Tanner? If they actually pay me. All right, I'll be posting. I couldn't take pictures and videos at Tool. but tomorrow at the Sphere, I'll definitely take some pictures and videos because y'all are always requesting pictures and videos for the concerts. I will be doing that. So it's going to be a crazy experience. So it's actually Sunday night. So tomorrow night I'll just be there, but probably asleep because I'm going to be on no sleep. But Sunday at the Sphere, that's Sunday night. I guess we're going to miss the playoff games. All right, thanks everybody. Paul will be here tomorrow night hosting. He'll have a heck of a show lined up for you. Thanks everybody. Good night. Nope. Phones were banned at Tool. You could not have your phone out. Except for the last song. James Maynard was lenient on the last song. He didn't like it, but he's like, okay, you can pull your phones out now. All right, good night. See y'all later. Paul will be here. I'll be back on Monday, I hope. I think I'm coming back Monday. I should be back in time for the sale. If not, Paul will do it on Monday night too.